brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned.
Hi, Namaste. This is Mayur Nandu from World Human Development Center, India. I would like to invite you to join me on 4th of October, a free global online session on motivation and inspiration that's going to be held from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. It's going to be 4:30 to 11:30 p.m. at Indian Standard Time. There are going to be several motivational and inspirational speakers who are going to share their knowledge and expertise. I am going to speak about find your purpose and connect to your happiness. We are going to remember Mr. Mahatma Gandhi, who is an inspiration to the world. He was an ordinary man with an extraordinary purpose, and that's how he connected to his eternal happiness. Check out the lineup on www.healingourEarth.com. This event is going to be live on YouTube, Facebook, and various other channels. So see you on 4th of October, Sunday. Bye-bye.
We will heal yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned.
Namaste, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I am here to invite you to our online global free session, which is motivational and inspirational, and it is scheduled for 4th October, Sunday, 6:30 p.m. IST and 12 noon to 7 p.m. BST. We will have many international motivational and inspirational speakers who will share their knowledge and experiences with all of us. Do check us out on our website www.healingourearth.com. I will be speaking on freedom and flight within, wherein I will talk of unconditional freedom. This program will go live and it is brought to you by our Healing Our Earth team. Do tune in to our website, YouTube and Facebook, Healing Our Earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned.
Hello, I'm Sudeep Banerjee, and I would like to invite you to join me on a free global online session, motivational and inspirational. This Sunday on 4th October from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. I would be talking about music that is both spiritual, emotional, and inspirational too. You can check out the lineup on www.healingourearth.com. And this session is brought to you by Healing and Earth team. You can watch it live on Healing and Earth website, Facebook, YouTube, and various other channel partners. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे. I hope to see you all on Sunday, 4th October. Thank you so much.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned.
Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying, and if you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Hello everybody, I am Carlos Lavandera, Mexican musician, actually living in Italy, in Bologna, and I would like to invite you to join with me on a free global online session named Motivational and Inspirational next Sunday, 4th of October from 12 noon till 7 p.m. BST, from Italian time from 1 p.m. till 8 p.m. And there will be several motivational and inspirational speakers sharing their expertise and knowledge. You can check it out on healingourearth.com. I will be playing my musical project that is about to bring joy, freedom, and of course a harmony to the world, to everyone. The idea is to use different instruments from different cultures, fusion with other instruments from different places, and electronic music. Hope to see you soon, next Sunday. You can find much more about my projects here on this website. This session is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcast live on Healing our Earth website, Facebook, YouTube, and various other channels partners. So take care. See you Sunday. It will be amazing. See you.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned.
Global Namaste. I am Dr. Bhagirath Singh Jadeja, and I would like to invite you for a free global online motivational and inspirational session taking place this Sunday, that is 4th of October 2020, from 12 noon to 7 p.m. as per the British summer time and 4:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. as per the Indian Standard Time. There will be many motivational and inspirational speakers who will be sharing their expertise, knowledge, wisdom and learnings with you all. You can check out the lineup at www.healingourEarth.com. I'll be speaking on 3 beacons of light: the Krishna, the Buddhist and the Gandhian philosophy. The talk will be on the learning, values and wisdom shared with us directly or in a subtle way by 3 great people who have not just inspired the history, the generation, but also the culture of this country: Lord Krishna, Lord Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi. I'll be speaking at 4 p.m. as per the British summer time and 8:30 p.m. as per the Indian Standard Time. The session is brought to you by the tremendous efforts of Healing Our Earth team, and the session will be broadcasted live on Healing Our Earth website, YouTube, Facebook and various other channel partners. Kindly join us on this global session. I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth,
A global namaste to you all, wonderful souls out there. My name is Lalit Soda. I would like to invite you all to a free global online session that is happening this Sunday, the 4th of October, from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. And this particular one is all on motivation and inspiration. Check out for the line of speakers on healingourearth.com website. That's www.healingourearth.com. There will be several motivational, inspirational speakers from all over the globe who are coming online and giving us their knowledge and inspiring us to have a very wonderful life on this globe. This particular event is brought to you by the Healing Our Earth team. It will be broadcasted live on www.healingourearth.com Facebook page, YouTube, and various other social media platforms. This session is also being shared by various channel partners. So guys, tomorrow, which is Sunday, the 4th of October, we are looking forward to you joining in, getting motivated, getting inspired by these globally renowned speakers. So join us in there on healingourearth.com.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned.
Hi, Namaste. This is Mayur Nandu from World Human Development Center, India. I would like to invite you to join me on 4th of October, a free global online session on motivation and inspiration that's going to be held from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. It's going to be 4:30 to 11:30 p.m. at Indian Standard Time. There are going to be several motivational and inspirational speakers who are going to share their knowledge and expertise. I am going to speak about find your purpose and connect to your happiness. We are going to remember Mr. Mahatma Gandhi, who is an inspiration to the world. He was an ordinary man with an extraordinary purpose, and that's how he connected to his eternal happiness. Check out the lineup on www.healingourearth.com. This event is going to be live on YouTube, Facebook, and various other channels. So see you on 4th of October, Sunday. Bye-bye.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned.
Hello, everyone, all the beautiful souls around the world. My name is Desika Hirai, and I would like to invite you in a very special free global online session for motivational and inspirational speeches taking place this coming Sunday, October 4th, from 7 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock Eastern Time, New York times. There will be several motivational and inspirational leaders that will share with you their knowledge and expertise.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned.
Hello, Om Shanti. I'd like to invite you for a free online global inspirational and motivation session on the 4th of October from noon till 7:30 p.m. British Summer Time. And this is brought to you by Healing Our Earth. Their website is www.healingourearth.com. And I am Amarjeet Kaur Dua from Bangkok, Thailand. And I will be speaking on the topic of mind and how to overcome anger by using the mind. So I will be speaking on the 4th of October at 8:30 p.m. Bangkok time, 2:30 p.m. British Summer Time, and 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So hope to see you all, and there are a lot of motivational and inspirational speakers all day. So please join, and it will be aired live on their website, YouTube, and other channels. Thank you. See you.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A good morning, a good afternoon, or a good evening to all you wonderful souls from whichever part of the globe you're joining us from. So excited today to be hosting this 27th Healing Our Earth session. It's a free global online session, and today's topic is motivation and inspiration. Truly delighted because we have amazing number of speakers, and it's going to be super exciting. Stay glued in. We all want to enjoy this motivational, inspirational session. Let us start today's session first by chanting the universal mantra. I would like all of you to join me by folding your hands, closing your eyes, just go deep within, and let us all chant the Gayatri mantra. Now, I say the Gayatri mantra because it's the universal mantra, but any mantra that you want to chant and invoke some energy, some spirituality, some calmness, let's all do that together. Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya. Get those hands over your face, get that energy, and feel elevated. Are we all feeling that way? Now, ladies and gentlemen, all my friends, all the viewers, doesn't that feel vibrant? Let me say I'm so delighted to start today's session by introducing the super awesome speakers I'm going to be hosting from 12 till 2 p.m. this afternoon. However, before I start introduction of the first speaker, let me say one thing to you. Healing Our Earth is a global event. It's a free community channel for all of us, no matter who you are, where you are from, what walk of life you're from, what part of the world you're from, it doesn't matter. It is for all of us. It is our channel, which is free, it's global, and it's an online community channel whereby we are trying to connect with every soul on this globe. Today's event has already started actually, but we'll start with our first speaker very, very shortly. And we are making our journey to all the way to Philippines. This motivational, inspirational journey today starts in the Philippines with an amazing speaker called June Luna. Mr. Luna, are we connected? Can I get a hello from you, a global namaste from you, please? Can you unmute yourself, sir?
Good evening. Namaste. Namaste.
A very good evening, Mr. Luna. It's evening in Philippines and it's the afternoon in London. So a warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much.
To our Healing Our Earth channel. So before we start today's first speaker, let me introduce you to him. He's none other than Mr. June B. Luna. Amazing personality. He goes from zero to hero. Let me say, he is a wholesaler of experience, wholesaler of experiences that life can offer, a traveler and a self-transformer in the physical and spiritual aspects of life. He was 5 months old when he was given for adoption, and he was unfortunately a victim of sexual abuse when he was a child. Exposed to different adversities in life, he grew up as an angry individual. He learned to sell in order to survive, including an unsharpened pencil inside his notebook as a fare to a ride home. He was born with nothing, with zero, yet the nothingness made him imaginative, creative, resourceful, courageous, simple, and generous, to name a few. Now, these virtues gave him everything: the zero, the whole, materially and spiritually. June is the founder of the Procel Pharma Corporation, which now employs 254 sales force and administrative staff. He's the author of Tunafant and XPRNZ books available in the Amazon. To know more about him, visit his website on www.junelunalifesharer.com. And I'm going to spell that for you. It's www.junalifesharer, LIFESHARER.com. Now, with that immense credibility to June's life, let's all, on Healing Our Earth, welcome June with a global namaste to you. And we are looking forward, June, to hearing your story, which is going to be absolutely motivational and inspirational. Welcome on board, June.
Thank you, Lalit, and good evening, good afternoon, good evening to the Philippines, and good afternoon to the world. Thank you for the kind and warm introduction. Let me begin my sharing by reading a quote from Mahatma Gandhi, which the 151st death anniversary is being celebrated in India, in the whole of India, and in the world. And as I quote, "Live if you want to die tomorrow. Learn if you want to live forever." I am a firm believer that there is always a hero or even a saint within each and every one of us. One way or the other, or one day or another. The story is all about success, change, and transformation in every phase and stage of my life, from childhood until I became a spiritual traveler, constantly loading and unloading my mental and emotional baggage along the way, from one station to another destination, leaving marks in the form of experiences in every place of a spiritual stopover. My life's transformation started after Ellen, my lovely and loving wife, an instrument, introduced me to Brahma Kumaris in November 1998. That is more than 20 years already. My whole life is full, but limited to constant daydreaming, imagination, and visualization. Everything is in pursuit of peace and happiness. For me, It is the beginning and the end, and everything that exists in between these two very elusive things in life is purely incidental and accidental. I learned also that everything in my life is merely an illusion and a story, and nothing is real and true except my very own reality and God's truth. At a very tender age of 5 months, yes, I was given for adoption. And at the age of 14, my dream of becoming a priest was turned down after serving the church for 7 years as an altar boy for the simple but unacceptable reason that my parents are separated and I'm part of a dysfunctional family, which was then a taboo 60 years ago. I vented out my anger and feeling of devastation in the first topic of the book, Experience or Experience, entitled The Battle Within. And it is complemented with the music video of the same title. The most familiar term being used is anger management. I hated my father so much. I blamed him for I blame him for what happened to our family. See here. We were not really a family. I only spent few years with my beloved biological mother and brothers and sisters. I carried this negative feeling against my father for more than 40 tiring emotion and energy zapping years. During my father's 70th birthday, one of my sisters asked all of us to embrace him. It was my first time to embrace my father, and I felt uncomfortable doing it. Had I known how great, warm, and beautiful and amazing the feeling of embracing my father, I would have done it long time ago and much more often as I can. So for those of you watching this, embrace your parents now. Let's not wait until the time comes when we are already separated with the glass on top of their coffins. This full of hatred, heartbreaking, but heartwarming also experience is captured in chapter 2 of the same book entitled Parenting the Child, Childing the Parents. Matched with the song entitled Steward. I might be an imperfect parent, but I promised myself that I would be a very good father to my children. When I stopped being a father or a parent, and I started to be a friend and a brother to them, and considered myself to be merely a steward and a trustee of my children, I found the real meaning and true value of parenting, making the job less or no pressure at all, and parenting became more relaxing and rewarding for me. Living a life of vices, I started smoking When I was 9, drinking alcohol at 10, gambling at 11, I grew up seeing these vices in people who were supposed to be my model of good morals and practices. As a consequence, my physical health suffered. I had hepatitis A at 15, gout at 19, tuberculosis at 24, relapse at 36 and at 62, hepatitis B at 28, diabetes at 43, peripheral neuropathy at 54, and mild hypertension at 59. Right now, at 67, I'm happily living a stress-free life without medication for almost 2 years already. Just large doses of peace and happiness with lots of acceptance, love, faith, and trust in between. These experiences gave rise to the topic, The Secrets of Peace, Happiness, and Prosperity, as I subscribed to the deep philosophy of karma and had a better understanding of Psalm 126, verses 5 and 6, or the biblical law of sowing and reaping. The topic's theme song is entitled Done to You, as in karma. I had sexual relationship at 12 with a girl 4 years older than me. I was sexually but consensually, I repeat, consensually abused more or less in a way by people of the same sex and women twice or thrice my age just to be able to earn and pay my college studies and sustain my vice of gambling. Brahma Kumaris teaches its students the value of purity, as in purity of thoughts, words, actions, relationships, and connections, which some religions and religious followers, I believe, are imbibing and practicing also. The value I learned from this experience is respect for opposite sex. These experiences gave rise to the topic in the book entitled Sexuality, Sex, and Spirituality, and complemented it with an appropriate song called The Color of Love. You can listen and download all these 12 songs in YouTube individually for free. There is a program in Brahma Kumaris called SML, or Self-Managing Leadership. I believe Brother Ken O'Donnell, who is one of the speakers, is familiar also with this program. I learned that one has to manage and lead first the self before he or she can lead others. I had 10 years of working experience in 3 drug companies as a medical representative, but was never promoted to management level. I refused to accept the 1-level promotion because I didn't want to transfer my family to another area. I was asked to resign, and that was a blessing because the business I was planning is already formed in my mind. The very first year of working in the drug company. Selling legal drugs and medicine is the only job I know. I shared these experiences in the topic SML, and the song Sarili in Filipino, or self, was created. The thought of establishing a pharmaceutical business has been with us since we started working as a medical representative. This is the only source of income we know. From husband and wife team, now it is able to help more than 250 employees and their families for the past 37 years. When we subscribe to the philosophy of karma and adhere to the biblical law of sow and reap, we totally stop all our corrupt practices, especially bribing doctors and government health officials. The business suffered to the brink of closing it down. But when it recovered, there was no stopping anymore. It grew leaps and bounds, and blessings after blessings just came without much effort. We are one family as we treat all employees as God's stewards and trustees. We are angels, as our company official theme song goes. Work with honesty, earn with dignity is our motto, and it is printed in all official company documents. The topic trusteeship in business was written together with a song entitled Highest Dream. It is basically anchored on doing business with God philosophy. Most of us are probably tired already and disappointed every time we hear the words politics and politicians. Me, I have always this feeling of hopelessness. There seems to be no solutions to address graft and corruption. It's already deeply embedded in the government systems, and it runs in the blood of most of the politicians. I believe that incorporating a high level of spirituality in politics could probably help, but certainly can solve it. I scribbled some notes about politics and politicians, and I thought introducing to them holy politics and making them politicians could change the perspective, practices, and belief systems of traditional politicians. Holy politics is not a new concept. It is an old but forgotten concept of politics, including ancient ideas of governance. Holy politics is primarily anchored on high level of spirituality with the aim of making both leaders and their constituents realize their true and original identity as souls, as spiritual beings. The song, created with nationalistic fervor, is entitled Binhi, or Seed. We are living in a stress and pressure-laden world. Every day, we all face these challenges, and this deprive people from all walks of life of their peace and happiness. I learned to harmonize and align myself with time, nature, and God, the three major forces of energy, dependent and interdependent with each other. I also realize that I cannot go against them without suffering the consequences in the form of stress and pressures. Thus, the topic harmonizing with time and nature, working with least effort but with maximum results, as its subtitle came about. It is best expressed in the song entitled Time is Life. What would you what would one think and do if he or she learns that the world has cancer and it is given only 50 years to live? What are the priorities? Or what are the things we consider to be our priorities? What are we going to do with our cash in vaults and banks? Our real properties, our material resources. What do you think are the ingredients for the world destruction that we have observed, witnessed, and being presented to us every day? I do not really know the answer. I am just preparing spiritually and without fear. I'm not even talking and thinking about world destruction here. I'm just asking myself, until when the world remains livable? In 2014, I just thought, imagine, visualize this scenario. And the last 1 billion seconds was written with the song entitled Golden, as in Golden Age or Heaven. Living in hell right now and imagining and visualizing myself going to heaven is very assuring and relieving for me already. I can accept and live with it. I can accept and live with it. From 2014 until 2015, so many personal and spiritual quotations based on my experiences constantly knock in the door of my mind during the wee hour in the morning. They come and go very fast. So I need to have pencil and paper every day. And sometimes use the voice recorder in my phone just to catch and capture them before I lose them. There were 186 of these quotations featured at the back portion of the two published books. I refer to them as blessings. And the song that matches this blessing is called Live and Learn. Again, as Mahatma Gandhi said, live if you want to die tomorrow. Learn if you want to live forever. I wake up very early in the morning for my daily prayer, reflection, contemplation, and meditation. I give time also for my daydreaming, imagination, and visualization, and this is my first success for the day. I have to do this. During the whole day, I just remember God, the Father. He is my constant and permanent companion in everything I say or do. I have all kinds of relationships with Him. Name it, I have it. No limits, for as long as it makes me feel safe, peaceful, and happy. Remember me alone. Remember me alone. This is the only God's commandment I know. How can I go wrong if I only remember Him alone and no one and nothing else? This is another stress-free success for me. This is my own standard of success that I created, to be peaceful and happy. I also learned to define and redefine all the words that I use to achieve this elusive goal. This is an additional success for me. The theme song of the book, entitled Triumphant, is called Grateful. Grateful in everything. Lastly, as I share and end my time, allow me to leave this message to all of you. The art, the ART, the art of living, loving, and observing life is acceptance, respect, and trust. Acceptance of whatever had happened, is happening, and will happen is always good and beneficial. Nothing is bad. Nothing is bad. Everything is good. Respect for myself, for others, for nature, and trust in God and in others. Good evening. Thank you. Namaste. Om Shanti to everyone.
Thank you very much, and Om Shanti to you too, June. This was wonderful. We could go listening to your inspirational talk forever. Really caught my ears over here when you used Mahatma Gandhi's quotes right to begin your lecture and also to end it today. And the end quote says, "Live as if you were to die tomorrow and learn as if you were to live forever." Amazing quotation, really inspiring life despite all the challenges you have been through. I'm going to quickly tell one thing. You've got about 30 seconds to answer my one question that I would like to ask you. June, if you were to give one message in literally 20 seconds to the people who are listening to you today, what is that message? I love the art of living. What else can you give us?
Well, I would suggest that we just observe our life every day, every minute, every hour, every day, not the life of other people.
Thank you. Thank you. Of the three tips that you gave, acceptance, respect, and trust in God. Thank you so much for that, June. A very warm thank you to you all the way from United Kingdom to the Philippines from our Healing Our Earth team who's based over here in London. So thank you once again, and I'm sure we'll be connecting later.
Namaste.
Namaste, namaste. Global namaste to you too. Now, we are fast moving from Philippines to, there's a mix over here. India, Kenya, where are we supposed to be? I know that there's this lovely lady who is going to be connecting with us, is currently in India, if I understand correct. Is that correct, Vaishali? Are we connected?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here in front of you.
Yeah, global namaste to you, Vaishali.
Namaste, namaste.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you, before we get on to the next speaker, we've connected with the technicalities, which is great. But I also want to share something about what the Healing Earth team is all about too. Their main mission in the Healing of Earth team is to bring love, unity, peace, harmony, comfort, and information at your doorstep, wherever you are on this globe. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole team of Healing of Earth, starting from the producer director, Mr. Neil Kumar, to the facilitators, to the hosts, to the IC team, we are all just giving our time voluntarily. This is an amazing part about Healing Our Earth, who are giving their time voluntarily to make sure that the positive messages land up at your doorstep. Now, to bring one such positive message, we have our lovely lady here, Vaishali Shah. And she's going to be sharing with us a journey with the soul, the heart, and the mind. Let's find out who the lady is. Dr. Vaishali Shah is a curator author, and a motivational speaker through her video blogging. As an NRI, she's taken an initiative to help the Indians and others to explore the Indian culture in depth. Her projects like tree planting see thousands of students to make the right, her projects like tree planting, seed donation seminars to create awareness about vegetarian diet have helped thousands of students to make the right choice and start living healthy. Her books, The Veg Safari and Hindu Culture and Lifestyle, are popular amongst the youth. Currently, she has a column in Janmabhoomi, a newspaper getting released in Mumbai. She's a video blogger, an avid reader, a philanthropist, a geek as she calls herself, a foodie, absolutely, and a yoga instructor, a traveler, and a self-starter. She has received accolades from Sri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, from Vijay Rupani ji, and many other spiritual gurus. Her website is www.hinduscriptures.com. A global namaste and a welcome to you, Vaishali, on our Healing Our Earth platform. That's Dr. Vaishali Shah. Welcome to you.
Namaste to all the viewers across the world. I think it's such a beautiful platform and it's such a beautiful day outside. So before we start, I would like to do a small prayer because I always believe in giving my prayers to my gurus. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Shakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Those who are listening to this prayer for the first time, I would like to say that this is given in Sanskrit. It means that I pay my obedience to my gurus through which I have acquired this knowledge. The reason I do this prayer before starting my session is because I believe whatever I've got, absolutely whatever in terms of knowledge, everything is being given by my gurus, and a complete thanks to them who actually elevated me from a very ordinary soul to little better, that I'm sitting in front of you and I'm sharing my experiences and the knowledge which I've gathered from them to each one of you. So today's topic is a journey within through our heart, mind and soul. We all are here for a journey. All of us know that we are born whether willingly or unwillingly. We don't decide our birth. We don't decide anything about our life. For example, we don't decide parents, location, gender, our color, height, health, nothing. Isn't it right? So what decides all these things for us? So there is something, some mechanism, some God, some people consider that God, something it is nature, some superpower which decides for us. They tell us that, okay, this is your journey, you go there and live your life. So once we come on this earth, obviously we become a cost. How a cost? Because from a small tiny baby we grow to 5.6 or 6 or 7 feet, whatever, only through our food and air and of course water, isn't it? So then while we are on the earth and while we are consuming all this stuff around us, don't you think we have to make a very, very conscious choice in what we eat and how we live on this earth? Today's time is critical. I'm sure each one of us are facing it. COVID is just a tip of the iceberg, and also it's an alarming bell. It's a indicator that we have become so weak that we are not able to counter any virus. Whether it is today or whether it was, it happened 100 years back or it would happen in another 100 years. We have become weak somewhere. And the reason being is that we have overutilized all the natural resources what we have around us. This is the beginning of destruction of the nature. Actually, so we have done a lot of destruction, but I really say that we still have chances to cover up that loss, be more conscious about what we do on this earth, and at the same time contribute something so that our next generation can live happily. So today's topic, a journey within, it's more about how our heart, mind, body, everything we need to align on one goal, that we elevate to a next level spiritually. We make conscious choices in our health or our food, what we eat, and at the same time, we contribute something to the nature so that it thrives, it grows, it blushes after our contribution. So the first point I want to describe here is that yes, we are souls. We are not only body, we are mind, we have emotions. So if you see the construct of our body, it's mixture of all these things. Medical science, the modern science might be saying that we have some sort of consciousness, and then that consciousness goes away, so the body stops working and we die. But in our Hindu scriptures, we have defined something called Atma, or a soul, which resides in our heart, which is the size of the soul is like, maybe once you take the tip of this hair, cut it, the tip of the hair, you cut it into 100 parts, and then take that part and cut that into 100 parts, and with the size which you get, which is not possible to see through the lenses or through the microscope, that is the size of the soul. Now, where do I get this from? Is given in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2nd, I think 3rd or 4th, somewhere where Atma is described. There it is clearly defined how the soul is. Now, this soul, when it goes to the healthy body, obviously the soul is happy. But then we abuse it by having lots of other, say, things which we are not supposed to have. So let's see what we are not supposed to have. First of all, like us, animals are also have some lives. Maybe they don't have a intellect. They don't have speech. They cannot think to and do action accordingly, or they don't stand like us on 2 feet. They are on 4 feet mostly. So maybe because of that, you might think them as inferior, but yes, that does not mean that we eat them. Because if we eat flesh, because of course they have to die so that you can eat. So if you eat that flesh and that body which is already dead and then cooked on something, so then the pain which that animal had gone through, during the whole process, you take that pain on your body. So instead of giving you some nourishment to your soul gets burdened with all these karmas. And we don't, the modern science is yet to understand the importance of, say, our, action and reaction, and the journey of the soul. They've recently, very recently accepted that there is something called super consciousness. They have not said soul, or they haven't said Atma. They have said it as super consciousness, because of which we live, like we have something in our body which keeps us moving. But then in our scriptures it is clearly defined that it is there. So this burden which a soul gets because of all these killings, what you're doing for your body to sustain, it doesn't take you up. It takes you down and down and down. So I'll define you what is up and what is down. You will say that I have to eat because I have to live. But then, of course, God has given you all this flora, fauna. God has given you abundant of vegetables, grains, and all those fruits and whatever. There is so much, hundreds of varieties. Then there are thousands of recipes you can cook in whatever way you want to, and ensure that you can satisfy your palate. When you don't do this, I'll tell you what. So when the meat is when the meat is cooked, when the meat, you take the meat without cooking and without any spices or without salt, there is absolutely no taste. Nobody can eat. Why? Why? You have to ask this question, that why I cannot eat meat as it is without cooking and without spices, or even not even without salt. That is because meat has no taste. So when you eat, when you, of course, you cook your meat, you add some condiments, some spices, some herbs, something into it, which is always vegetarian. So then what is giving you taste? That you have to think. I'm giving you pointers to think. I'm not here to enforce any kind of diet onto you, but because we are here to understand the spirituality of our body, we have to understand that, and at the same time we are talking about healing the earth. So obviously earth has pressure of so many farmed animals, millions of them, million and trillions of them, and they're getting killed every day, every second in some part of the world, just because it has to reach our plate, isn't it? So this karma which we are binding, it is taking our soul down. Now I'll keep repeating this because I really want you to remember this. So I think keep repeating. So when we eat the food, like the meat, and after having some spices in it, it remains in our tongue only for 30 seconds, and then it goes into your stomach. One bite, yeah. So tell me, just for the pleasure of 30 seconds, the kind of damage we are doing. First of all, they are found impregnated the other animals, then they are produced, as in then they give birth to babies, then their babies are kept in some horrible condition in some sort of warehouse or some sort of places where they are being bred. Then you use ample of greens. One cow, I think it takes 3,000 kilo of grass in one life, which produces maximum 2 kilo of beef for you. And similarly, there are many other calculations given in my book, The Veg Safari, wherein you, if this one cow which you are eating only for 2 days, maybe it's feeding you, say, a family of 4, with the same amount of greens which you have used to fill the cow, and to raise the cow, so that, and then you kill, and then so that you eat this amount of greens, you actually can feed for 7 to 8 days, family of 4, and both the meals, and without wasting too much of water, because with that I think 300 gallons of water goes in its lifetime for maintaining the cow. So you can imagine the amount of burden we are putting on this earth. And the reason I have chosen this topic, I could have done many other topics, but I chose this topic because our today's topic and the platform is all about healing the earth. And that is the reason I feel that if we want to heal the things around us, it starts within ourselves. What we eat is what we are, is an English saying, but in Sanskrit it says Yatha Pinde Tatha Brahmande, which means what will go inside you will create a universe around you of the same nature, same statue, same element. Your aura will be the same. And for example, if you have eaten something after giving pain to somebody, that same aura comes around you. And then I know there are many people who don't believe in reincarnation. So when I said going down, it's a burden on your soul, which means that you are coming back to this earth again and again and again. Again, this is not my personal theory, it's something which I have found in our Indian scriptures, which are written thousands of years back. They are time tested, they are clearly defined, they are constantly the same for millions of years, surprisingly. They were taught in various thousands of schools in India for 100 years, till 100 years back. Now, hopefully, we want this kind of education come back to India. Let's hope that it comes. So let's talk about our journey. Since we are there on this earth, obviously we want to have something healthy, something better. We want to feel satisfied. We want to be happy. So all these things, where does it come from? Isn't it? So let me show you. Okay, I can't show you right now, but let's see what is the food for our thought. It's a very beautiful phrase, food for your thought. First of all, of course, parenting, what we get from our parents, what they have got from their parents, then what they have got from their parents. So some culture, some sanskara, which we call it as in Sanskrit, comes from our family lineage. Then, after getting that, of course, our environment and the society we live in, and the people around us, and the friends, and the education system, isn't it? It's a long list. So, what I'm made up of is all these factors. Now, when you want to cleanse yourself, how do you start? And the reason I'm saying is this because there is nothing like no point of return. Doesn't matter how much so-called crime in my book you have done by eating animals, there is always a hope. The god or that superpower has always given one path of return to everyone, that from there they can change their lives. We change our leaders in election in 10 years. We have changed our dresses in, say, 1 year, 2 year. We have changed our houses, our homes, our relatives, our so-called, as in, through our partner. So a lot of things change. And similarly, I am very sure that I can bring this change to you by putting your life into track. The first thing is, of course, food, as I told you. Then all the other factors which I explained, how to clean them, how to cleanse the aura. And I don't mean clean them or wipe them off. I mean how to clean their aura. The first step is food. Second step is what you read. Third is what you see. Now, for example, you have been watching some sort of criminal or crime series all the time. You have, fetish of seeing some dark movies and some horrible shows all the time. It will imbibe in you. So what we see is what we get. And this is my mantra because I'm very sure what you see is what you get as well. It's not only that what you eat is what you are. It's not only that. So I always say that you choose your television shows rightly. First of all, if possible, just don't watch it so much. Like, for example, I don't watch more than half an hour a day. Sometimes even that much doesn't happen. And of course, I have reason because I'm mostly in front of computer for various reasons. Either I'm writing or I'm doing any of these kind of conversations nowadays, and checking my website, interacting with my team. So I have a lot of reasons to be in front of computer. So I try to reduce my screen time elsewhere. But then if you choose some right shows, healthy life, for example, anything related to food, related to family dramas. Find some good, hilarious shows, some things, something which can elevate you. There are so many spiritual talks. Again, I'm not saying religious. I'm not promoting or criticizing any religious or religion or religious talk. No, here I'm talking about spiritual talks, which can actually give you some effect on your mind and body. So do meditation. If you know, it's fine. Then you don't need anyone to teach you. But otherwise, there are many people. Nowadays, internet is flooded with many sorts of meditation techniques. Just use them wisely. That is something which will fill your heart, and will actually give you some sort of activity in that not activity mode. Like you're sitting and you're meditating, you're being with yourself, you are letting the whole world go from uh, in a flash. You just disconnect, and that is the best way of meditating in any place. So of course, initially you start with a place which is secluded, calm, you're not getting disturbed. The moment you grow, this state of meditating will grow with you, and it'll take you places, whether you go to a pub, you are stuck in traffic, you will remain in that state of mind because you have acquired it through meditation of many hours in earlier. The next thing is your music. Your music. I used to be crazy after hard rock and all sorts of music in my teenage, and I thought, what is wrong in that? But then I realized that no, what music which we hear is also very important. Don't hear something depressing, so-called revolutionary, so-called upbeat, hard rock type of, because it pumps your heart a little faster. It takes away your energy, because here we are talking about saving the energy, being remain in your body, being with yourself. So in that in that process, right kind of music is very important. So find something music, some tunes, some songs which are very soothing. It calms you down. This is another factor. So here we are talking about creating an environment which can calm you down, which can help you to be with yourself, and at the same time you elevate yourself. Okay, so next, nowadays people have, I think, I'm not very sure how much people read. The next thing is reading. Something everybody knows, but I'm telling you and repeat it. I'm telling you, maybe I'm repeating myself, but it is very important. Again, in that, you read some Mills and Boons, or you read some sci-fi, you read some horror stories. So choose your readings wisely. This will again put you in a mode of self growth. It will put you in a mode of being confident, being calm, and it's very important what you read. Okay, so the next slide which I've created is about, as I said, the food, and it takes you to the higher level and to the lower level. Within these parameters, one more thing which I really want you to understand is that the world is definitely in trouble. In that trouble, how we can contribute is by reducing the waste. Because even while creating food, or while packing, or while delivering and eating, there's so much of plastic material is used. Now, can you imagine that by creating plastic products, what contribution have we done to the nature? Nothing. So, from how the plastic is made, it's made from the petroleum. Yeah, the moment we got the petrol, and you know the nature of petrol. Can you drink the petrol? No. Can you smell the petrol? No, it sucks. We can't do that. So after having found this petrol, how much poison have we added to our life? So ensure that your kitchen is plastic free, because what um, kind of material and whatever we are using is extremely dangerous to our health. And we have so many other lifestyle issues. We have issues like so many diseases. I'm very sure that there are many diseases like blood pressure, heart diseases, cancer, sort of thing. All are out of where the plastic is the biggest contributor. But if you don't believe that, at least believe that it is harmful to the nature. One plastic bottle takes 400 years to biodegrade, which is really very sad. So we have created things which cannot go back to the nature quickly. Whereas in India, till 100 years back, our lifestyle was whatever we had created was something which was going back to the nature quickly. Our place, food, the way our lifestyle was, we would not eat food which is cooked in the morning, in the evening, or the next day. So too much of respect for the food. We would not waste it. We would not throw it. We ensure that cow, crows, and birds and fish, and they all are fed. Dogs. That was our tradition. We were supposed to, and I still think that we have to feed them. They are our responsibility. So we were doing that. Now again, it's disappearing that we are not feeding animals enough, and instead we are feeding animals so that we can eat them, which is again a very big issues very big issue for us to, I really wonder, face the God Almighty or even face our future generation, because they will question us. They will not remember us in a good faith, in good taste. They will wonder that what have we created. As you can see, there are so many young leaders are coming up and they are talking about saving the nature, saving the earth, because it is required. We have already done the damage. So by using the less plastic products, plastic toys, plastic equipments, plastic, whatever you're using, reduce it and reuse it. If you have someone used it, reuse them, no problem. There is no clash of ego in using things which are used by somebody else. And I think I'm ending with my, I'm just going to, I think it's almost like 2 minutes more. So last thing which I would like to say is that if you want to have a meaningful life on this earth, within this body at this moment, and elevate our soul, then it starts with what we eat. So, what goes into our stomach goes into our head as well. If we have eaten pain and given put that into our stomach, it will go into our head, in our destiny, in our life, and in our account, because we have to increase our credit account, not the debit account. So, with this, I think, should I end or can I say a few more words, Lalitji?
That would be wonderful. Vaishali,
I'm done.
yeah, what we would love to do is just get one lovely tip from you before we finish, because the next speaker is almost ready with us. But we'd love to hear one final tip from you, Vaishali. You've said amazing stuff, and it's all food for thought. It's all about food and vegan and vegetarian and not killing animals. But we'd love to hear one final tip from you.
Okay, so one final tip is that, as I said, what we eat goes into stomach, goes into your head, and ensure that we become less cost effective to this earth, because we are cost to the earth. We ensure that we reduced the earth's cost account, because I come from a management background and a business background. So I'll tell you in this language, that ensure that our debit is less and credit is going up. Ensure that we are not cost to the nature on a very large scale, and ensure that we contribute something to the earth. With this, I really want to end. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Vaishali. Thank you
Thank
so
you for
much.
inviting.
Very, very inspirational talk. And we'll say Yatha Pende Tatha Brahmande. That's what we say.
Yatha pinde tatha brahmande.
Absolutely. So thank you for ending on that quote. Absolutely inspirational. You are what you eat. We got this amazing information from Dr. Vaishali Shah, who talked about the journey within the soul, the heart, and mind, and how do we go through that journey. Thank you for sharing that. We all loved it. Now, moving on from India, where you're based, we could actually, Vaishali, we could hear the rickshaws and the hooting behind. So that just took me to India, where it's nice and warm. And here in London, it's absolutely raining and dreadful, but never mind. So we love the India sound.
It's true. I actually live in Kenya, but because of this COVID, I'm stuck in India. But I guess by this month, I'm planning to go back to Kenya.
Absolutely. So enjoy your time in India. Enjoy the sunshine there. Thank you very much from our Healing Earth team, Dr. Vaishali Shah, for coming on and sharing your absolute amazing knowledge. Thank you. Now, we are fast actually going off to Vietnam from India. We started in Philippines. We went to India to speak to a very Kenyan lady. And now from India, we are going off to Vietnam. And let me tell you one thing, we are all very safe to fly right now, because we are taking every precaution to do that. Before I introduce our most amazing speaker, Trish Summerfield, let me tell you what the Healing Our Earth is all about currently. They have put up a lineup of amazing events coming up on Sundays. We have got on 17th of October, which is where the Indian tradition of Navaratri starts. the dancing with the sticks and the music, and everybody's going to be having a great time. So 17th of October till the 25th of October, there is events happening. So watch the space. Sunday the 11th, which is where we have the COVID-19, the impact it is having on the community. We got a super lineup of speakers for that. It's going to be an amazing event. Diwali in November, which is the festival of lights, which is universally celebrated, universally known about. And that's on the Sunday, the 1st. We got the virtual Diwali event at the Trafalgar Square. That's Diwali in London. So guys, you know what? We are all going to unite over here and be all together and celebrating these amazing events that are coming up. So stay tuned and catch up on our lineup on www.healingourearth.com. So amazing events coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Without taking much time, there is absolutely no turbulence on the flight going to Vietnam. We have landed safely and we are here to meet Trish Summerfield. Trish, are we connected?
Namaskar.
Namaste to you.
Namaskar, Lalit.
Now, before we let Trish take the stage, I would love to introduce her and tell the audience a little bit about this wonderful woman from Vietnam. And she's going to be telling us about the wisdom of letting go. Now, Trish was born in New Zealand, but has spent a lot of her life in Asia. She's an educator, a personal development trainer, and she's an author of 4 amazing books and a writer and presenter of over 150 television programs. As a volunteer trainer for several programs, including values, education, she has facilitated trainings extensively throughout Asia. Trish has been meditating since she was 19 and has a passion to share the magic of this practice with others. No one enjoys having a cluttered closet, do they? The same is true for the mind, and that is holding many, many unnecessary memories. Today's experimental seminar will offer to clear tools to step out of the past into a clear present with the ability to draw upon the wisdom learned. Let's clear out our closet to make way for the new one. And with that, Trish Summerfield, we would love to welcome you on Healing Our Earth with a global namaste to you, Trish.
Again, namaste to you, Lalit, bye, and to everyone, namaste. And really the feeling, I bow to the light in all of you and really appreciate Healing Our Earth team and the magic that you're offering the world at this really, really needed time. Can you hear me okay?
Trish, we can hear you, and let me say you're just absolutely glowing. That's super energy on your face.
You know, I'm thinking about being a teenager growing up in New Zealand in a small town. And every week we used to watch movies at the local theatre. And, you know, the only movie I can remember as a teenager is the one on Gandhi. And I can still, yeah, it's really touching. I can still remember so many scenes. And he remained a hero of mine as I grew up and until now. He's such a special person. And through, you know, bringing the country back to its own sovereignty, but doing it in such a magical way that he taught so many lessons through his acts. So it's very touching for me to be with you. And thank you again for the welcome.
Thank you. We just celebrated his 151st death anniversary, Gandhi Jayanti as we call it. It was his appearance day. So absolutely 2 days ago it was. So yes, we all remember him very, very nicely, close to our heart.
And I'm sure he's still doing magic in another way. He'll be doing magic.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, tonight, I mean, all of us have got our own wisdom on letting go. Tonight, I would like to share a few things that I've picked up as I've traveled along the way. And really to start with a story of a young lady, 21 years old,
And she found herself carrying this really, really deep resentment. I don't know if you've ever felt it, but she had someone in her life that she felt very uncomfortable with. Whenever she thought of them, she felt, or that person, she felt almost sick, nauseous, and really uncomfortable. A lot of negative thoughts would come in her mind. And at the age of 21, she learned meditation. And as part of that, she learned 4 tools. She thought, okay, let me try these tools. And so what she did each day, about 10 minutes, she practiced. And after 5 days, she found that when she thought of that person that previously she felt almost sick thinking about, she felt neutral. And in that period of time, she hadn't met them or had any connection. Another 5 days of practicing, when she thought of them, she felt like appreciation or acceptance. So over a period of 10 days, with just like about 10 minutes a day, it changed from nausea to acceptance and even appreciation. And, when I learned about this and these 4 tools, I thought these are tools that are really worth sharing. And so as part of the TV filming and TV writing writing programs for TV, one of the programs that we wrote was about letting go. And, the program was going to be 42 minutes, and we spent several hours filming it. And at the end of the program filming, the camera person came up, and he was about maybe 60, 65. And he said, thanks. I'm glad that I was filming today because I learned something from the process. And he said, I wish that I had seen this many, many years ago, because when I was young, as a teenager growing up in Vietnam, actually, I had a close friend, and we loved each other dearly. But you know how young people do, teenagers, when they argue, no one wants to be the first one to, say sorry. And so he said, we argued, we stopped talking, and we were stubborn. And neither of us wanted to be the one to say sorry or to make up or to make the first move. And in fact, then my friend went away, and he went away to war, and he never came back. And, he said, I've spent hours and hours and days and nights thinking about and saying, if only I had been the one and we'd made up, because with my friend, I don't get another chance. And, when I heard that, I just thought, wow, if only he was like that young lady and had learned those tools, then it would be a different ending to his story. And, when we were filming for that program, we asked people, is it important to forgive? And they would say yes. And they would talk about all the things that happen if we don't forgive or we don't let go. That we can get depressed if we suppress it. We can, have all sorts of problems in our life and feel very uncomfortable. Yet when we ask them, okay, if you see all the losses, all the minuses of not forgiving, then you must find it really easy to forgive. And then they would all shake their head and say, no, actually we don't. We know it's good, but we don't. And so we looked at why don't we forgive when actually we hurt ourselves so much by not? And we found there were many kind of myths that if we don't forgive, we somehow feel that, if we do forgive, we somehow feel that we're letting them off the hook, right? That we're letting them away with it. And in fact, that's a misunderstanding. And I think earlier a speaker was talking about an account and very, very importantly about our action in relation to what we eat. And in terms of the account of, if I create a negative act, absolutely I'm responsible. But if I hold resentment to someone else's negative act, well, I'm writing a negative account for myself. And so I have to understand that Yes, perhaps someone did something that I feel uncomfortable about, but yet if I project out a vibration of resentment, I am adding to a negative account for myself, and I'm lowering the global vibration, and it just doesn't need any more lowering. We know that. So there were several other reasons. I think some of us feel ego. Our ego just won't let us let go. But then ultimately, who suffers? What we found when we did the TV program is that by holding resentment and suppressing it, it can very often become depression. And in the Maya clinics in America, which is a series of very big clinics, insight-orientated clinics, they find that by helping people to forgive and let go very often, very, very often, a high percentage, and I think the figure that I remember was 95% of the people get better without taking medication. And so, yes, it's just such an important thing. And yet the only one that can do it is myself. And sometimes, it's hard to get started. But yet I still want to invite us, if I can, to do that for ourselves. And even if I feel I don't want to forgive that person, if I think globally, if I forgive, if I let go of resentment, I will help raise the global vibration. And right now, it's like a gift to the world. And so the first tool that young lady, you remember the young lady used, was acceptance. And I think when we hear that word acceptance, I don't know about you, but sometimes I go, really? 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 Yeah.
Absolutely.
Accept. And I think that's the thing. It's not accepted as I agree with it. No, I don't agree. I may not like it. I may feel uncomfortable that it's part of my story. But it's sort of like the train is going, the train is running. And if I jump up and down, no matter how much I jump up and down and say I don't accept it, and I do whatever and create a tantrum, the train is still going. And it's reality. It's part of my story. So accept it not as a victim, but as a master, that I know it is one page in my book and it's part of one chapter. And if I don't turn the page, if I don't accept, then I can't easily move on to the next part of my life. Otherwise, I'm seeing the next scene through the filter of the past. And so accepting as a master, it's not agreeing. And you know what I often suggest is when it's difficult, breathe. Because you know, when you hear the word accept and you think, all sorts of things happen in your body. But breathe and take the air down into your lungs. And even as I'm talking about it, for the viewers out there, you might like to hold an event in front of you, person. It could be a situation. It could be something from many years ago. And you might like to experiment with this. And again, the first step of accepting and breathing and letting, really breathing, filling your lungs with air and telling yourself, I'm doing this as a gift for myself. And when you notice noise in your mind and a reaction, but they did this, or but, you could even just for a few moments repeat back, listen to yourself. So you feel uncomfortable. So you feel they did this. And that's like active listening, that skill of just letting myself be heard, letting the reaction be heard and acknowledged. And if I do that as the reaction's coming in the mind, I very often will find the mind will become still and quiet. And there is a level of acceptance, but it may not come in a day, and it may take a few days. But that's the first and really most important tool, a very valuable one to move me on.
And then the next tool after I accept is to understand why. And you know, for that young lady, what came in her mind when she looked to understand was this little boy, 8 years old, going to his mother's funeral in a car, in the days when they didn't have seat belts, being in an accident and having all his front teeth knocked out, and being told by the adults in his life, boys, don't cry, don't cry. And as she saw that, she realized the impact on that person and why that suppression of his sadness and hurt, and why over a period of years later, when that person became her father, that he used alcohol to suppress his emotions and his pain. And when she understood that, it changed everything. And, you know, it may not be always that we can see as clearly as that young lady did, but I think we need to understand that people don't behave badly because they want to, but generally because they're compelled, just as I'm sure each of us, when we do something that hurts others, it's generally we're compelled by some emotion that we can't control, and we very often spend a long time regretting it. So understand that there is a weakness behind that behavior. It's not an excuse for it, but there is a weakness. And when we can understand, as I said, for the lady, it changes. And very often that does so much of the work of being able to let go. And then, if I can, after understanding, and it might again take a day or two, understanding what was behind it, and then I can move on to learning a lesson. And you know, for that young lady, she learned so much from that about suppressed emotions and alcohol and drugs. And she went on to create a program on values for young people in recovery from drugs, which was used in many, many places in several countries, and used a lot in helping young people recover. I have a personal experience of a situation that happened to me when someone was quite dishonest. And when I looked at it, I was, after I got over accepting, and I was, no, that's so wrong and that's so naughty and all of that. When I looked to learning a lesson, I saw a young person that I had given too much responsibility to. And I realized that, you know, we can trust everyone to a certain level, but I had trusted that person to a level that was too much for their age and experience. So instead of them being dishonest, I realized I wasn't fully honest because I didn't look fully at my responsibility. And so I learned a lot from that. And in fact, I wrote a book about honesty after that in several days. So I think if we can take and draw from these events a lesson, it can be just so enriching. It can be so enriching. It can be a bit painful, especially if we've played a big part in it. But learning a lesson and then finally opening the door to my mind and letting that event out, letting it go into the past. And if it returns, remembering the lesson and appreciating and valuing the lesson. And so they're the 4 tools. And yes, they can be done in a short time, but for things that are deeper, it may take several days. And, you know, just for things that are short term on a daily basis, how many people can't sleep? Yeah. And how many people need medication, and what's going through the mind? Very often unprocessed events of the day.
And so if I use these 4 tools on a daily basis, I will be able to sleep, you know, and even if I use these 4 tools after each event, and even if I use these 4 tools when I finish my working day, so that when I go home to my children and my family, or now a lot of us are home, but when I open the door to my children and family, I'm fully present and I'm not carrying the events that have happened during the day. I'm not carrying the hat of the day. So these 4 tools can also be really valuable on a daily basis. And so thank you for your patience. And that's just kind of a little insight into 4 tools that I've used and like to share. And if there's any questions or comments, I'd like to hand back to you, Lalit Bhai. Thank
Sure.
you.
Thank you. That was just so nicely put. However, Trish, may I request you one thing? Those
Why not?
4 valuable tools are so valuable, we can't put a price tag to it, but I would like you to repeat them just for the benefit of the audience so that they can take those 4 points very quickly, note them down. If you were to say 1, 2, 3, 4, what
Yeah.
are they?
So accept, and once again, it doesn't mean agree. Accept is part of my story. Understand what was behind that event, and learn a lesson that I can carry through in my life, and open the door to my mind and let it go out into the past.
You make it sound absolutely easy. Is it that easy to do that? Is it as easy as you make it sound that, oh, forgive and let go, open the door? I mean, it's a challenge. It's a challenge, Trish.
You know, Lalit, right? It isn't easy, but if I don't do it, it's much more painful, right?
Totally
So
agree.
it's not easy, but holding on is much more painful. And I mean, I've looked at some statistics saying that people an adult spends 75% of their time in the past, and very often unfinished business. But you know, a 2-year-old, what percentage? 0. And who smiles most, you know? And so really nowadays, I just think it's so important. The present is requiring so much of our energy. It's a gift for ourselves and it's a gift for the world. And I know Gandhiji would absolutely be behind it. And in a lot of his sharings, he was very much a supporter of letting go.
That's so nice. And I would love to say something to you, Trish. Today is one of the most important quote of Gandhiji is, be the change you want to be in the world. So, and you are absolutely doing that. And that's so nice to see. I mean, though we know that it was Gandhi Jayanti just 2 days ago on the 2nd of October, it's still after 151 years so strongly his ethos, his quotes, his way of life is being practiced. So wonderful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, Trish, you mentioned about your books. You said you wrote a book on honesty. What are the other 4 books that you have written? And my next question would be, where would they be available?
You know, I have to say, honestly, 3 of them are in Vietnamese. I did write in English, but they're in Vietnamese. So I wrote maybe about 12 years ago about positive thinking. And then I wrote more recently on the windows of the South. And then the other book in Vietnamese, it's kind of like shock absorbers for the South. And then I co-wrote a book on living values education for drug rehabilitation.
Wow. Okay. So is that the most current one that you wrote?
The most current one is the shock absorbers, but the one that's in English is the living values education for drug rehabilitation.
Wonderful. Now, where would this English version be available?
it's you can go through the Living Values website.
Okay.
It's online. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you tell us the website again? Would you spell it out? www.
livingvalues.org.
livingvalues.org.
It's an education program.
Okay, brilliant. So anybody wishing to connect with Trish's book is www.living. Go ahead, Trish.
Livingvalues.org.
Livingvalues.org. So yeah. Absolutely super amazing presentation with such great energy on your face, soothing, calming. Had an absolute awesome time. A global namaste and a thank you from the healing of.
Thank you so much, Limpai, and you're doing a magical job, and your energy and enthusiasm is just wonderful. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trish. Thank you. Unfortunately, the flight from Vietnam has to take off. We are actually going all the way to Cameroon. Time is up. Wow. Checking has taken place. So we'll have to say goodbye to you, Trish.
Bye.
We're going to connect with it. Absolutely. Bye-bye. We're absolutely going to connect with another awesome speaker from Cameroon, and she is Mirabel Gong. Is that correct? Are we connected, Mirabel?
Yes, we are very connected, Dr. Lalit. Namaste, everyone.
Namaste to you.
Very
Namaste
happy
to
be
you.
here.
Absolutely. Now, look, let me introduce you. This is Mirabel Gong, but you know what? She's an awesome speaker, and she's going to be telling us about believing in your inner self. Yeah. But before I do that, Mirabel, how is everything in Cameroon there?
Everything is going so well in Cameroon today. It's a very beautiful day, bright sunlight outside here, and everybody is very happy today.
Oh, good. Can you package some sunlight and send it to us in London, please?
Oh, yes, right away. Just receive it as I'm giving it now.
Thank you. We've got it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I would love to do is, first of all, before we go into Mirabel's presentation, I would love to say something to you that today's session is going on till approximately 7 or shortly after 7 p.m. And it is being broadcasted live on the Healing Over Earth website, which is www.healingoverearth.com. And it is also being shared on many partner channels, and they are Simran Ahuja, the official Facebook page, the Sunrise Radio UK Facebook page, the Hindu Matters in Britain, the Hindu Forum of Europe, Diwali in London, Enrich TV, Sarita Sabharwal, the official page, the Mental Health hashtag Connect, Mental Health _Connect, and Mental Health _Connect, and Inspiring Indian Women. Now, these are all the channels that this particular program is being broadcasted on. Anybody who wants to connect with us, just go on our website, www.healingoverearth.com. Send us an email, send us a WhatsApp message, send us a message. Let's connect the whole globe. Let's motivate them. Let's inspire them and make this globe a wonderful place to stay and to live in. And now we go to Cameroon, that part of the globe, where we have Mirabel Gong waiting to start her lecture. But before we start that, I'd love to share something about Mirabel with everybody. Wow. Mirabel is a communication professional and advocating for youth leadership in Cameroon and West Africa. She is the founder of Community Empowerment Program in Cameroon, an organization that focuses on promoting education and equipping young women with leadership skills for the sustainable development. Mirabel holds a bachelor's degree in journalism and media. She also did a Civic Leadership Institute at the University of Virginia, within the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders Initiative. Previously, she worked with Media Foundation for West Africa, Ghana, contributing to promote participatory governance and independent journalism in West Africa. While working with the Community Initiative for Development within a UN Women's Project, she advocated for girls' education using radio drama on community radio stations in the Northwest region. Under the same program, women have been trained to participate in the local governance and building political confidence, contributing in increasing the percentage of women elected to local councils in Northwest region of Cameroon. Mirabel has a strong passion for governance, education, communication, and peace building. A lovely personality, Mirabel. You're absolutely radiating awesome energy there. Mirabel, a global namaste to you and a warm welcome to the Healing Our Earth platform.
Namaste, Dr. Lalit. Namaste, world. I'm very happy and privileged to be on this platform today.
We are privileged to have you too. Go ahead, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Actually, I am very happy to be here once more today. And what I would love to do is, I will not be doing like a presentation. I'll be sharing. I'll kind of be sharing and having a chat with everyone. And what I'm doing actually is I would love to share my story. I grew up in Kumbu, a beautiful community in the northwest region of Cameroon. And in Kumbu, we've known lots of beautiful days. We've known so much sunlight, beautiful weather, beautiful family reunions, a nice time with family, friends, neighbors, and we've known so much peace and stability. That's why I love home so much. And within this beautiful environment, I grew up to be that girl. Despite growing up in a small community in a patriarchal society, I had that inner person, I still have, that made me believe that the world was, like an oyster in my hands. The world was beautiful, and there was that greatness in me that I could make the world a better place than I found it. And so most often my friends would tell me, "You dream so crazy." And I'll say, "No, there's some greatness, I feel it." And I happen to have very wonderful parents who would always tell us, we don't put children like boys and girls. We have all children in this house with capacity and the will and the ability to do anything in the world. And this belief actually pushed me forward despite growing up in so much difficulties with parents who barely struggled to afford education. But this inner person in me, the real me inside, pushed me forward to be this leader that has pushed me forward to do things in the world, like some of the things you have just presented now. And I've been really, really privileged to be of service to this world. I've been privileged to meet some of the world leaders that I used to look up to as role models. I've been able to meet great people that I used to read in books, and I've been privileged to use the knowledge I've gained from them to inspire young people, to inspire young girls and boys, to empower young women like me, and to make the world better in my own way. So it's really wonderful, and I've really loved it. And that's why I choose to talk about believing in your inner person. Because every time I had challenges, I came to the inner person. How do you see it? How do you see the world? What do you call you? Because most often we are born with this inner person who is like a child that believes in like the endless possibilities for us to do things, that believes and knows that we can do it all. But then as life progresses, we start to face pain, ego, challenges, and everything that starts to silence that inner person gradually. And as I was sharing, growing up in this beautiful environment, at some point, everything changed. Because from 2016, everything changed drastically. The beautiful place I used to call home became a war zone. And all we could see was war, gunshots, us running away from home, seeing lots of things that we never saw before. And that peace we used to enjoy so much, we started wishing for peace. We started wishing we could go back to those beautiful days. We started wishing we could just go home easily and freely as we used to go before, but it was already so different. And talking like a girl, a young man who has experienced firsthand conflict and pain from a conflict region, I'll tell you it's quite challenging. And most often, like I'll be sharing today, it's up to you to choose how you look at this adversity. Are you going to go down with it, or are you going to rise higher from adversity? So looking at what has happened in the northwest region of Cameroon in the past 4 years, where we've had like these clashes with government and civilians that has claimed 500 lives and counting, and rendered many people refugees and homeless. Every ill, everything that comes with war has been seen, like people experiencing pain, anxiety, depression, hunger, schools shutting down, transportation systems being seized, and all the things you can think of. But through this period, I had to look inside. Most often, there is a saying that you can't give out of an empty cup, because I noticed that I was being drained also. I was feeling bad and I was going down. But at some point, my parents, we had to come back and we talked as a family. We looked at ourselves and we saw, how can we build ourselves? How do we become strong in the face of adversity? And it came back to that inner person in us, that person we are born with, that person that knows limitless possibilities. We had to come back to our inner self. And I came back and, I cannot accept myself. I struggle from so much anxiety. With all of that change, I struggled with so much pain, so much confusion. But, like our previous presenter said, coming back and putting yourself together, looking at ways that can calm your mind, it helped me a lot. And from that adversity and from seeking help from people, from looking at family, from grounding myself, from coming back and believing in myself and doing all the right things I had to do to stand up on my feet, I noticed that I had gained so much strength out of this adversity of war in the Northwest region. And all of these things have pushed me forward to be able to found an organization that does all this great work, helping young women, helping children, helping the community, and peace, and building peace in the community. Because within the past 3 years, I've looked at it now like I'm not a war victim. I refuse to be a war victim. I look at myself now as a part of the solution. How can I be a solution to this? How can I use the pain I have gathered from this situation to make my community a better place? And now I use this association I formed now to do a number of things. First, I looked at how I could partner with friends to do things like organizing interfaith dialogue in the communities, because peace begins from home. It begins from the community, and we start building it. It begins from you, from our family, and we start building it layer by layer. And since I'd had that peace from my inside, my family, I brought it out to my community. And in these interfaith dialogues, I bring people from various backgrounds and various cultural backgrounds. How can we look at things as humanity? How can we look at things as people who are created in the same image and people who know the value of peace? And it's yielded fruit. Sometimes we join together in the process of peace. We carry out activities like learning some skills. The last interfaith dialogue I did, we trained ourselves how to produce some basic needs, like transforming soybean milk to help the children with nutrition problems, helping the young people to start up some small startup businesses to help themselves to stay grounded and to help themselves in the community. And also I do I'm a communications professional. So I use the media to preach the gospel of peace, or the message of peace to everybody every day. I produce radio programs, and I produce infotainment videos that talk about building peace, such as the latest one I've done is called Bridging the Gap, where I show people how we can all, in the midst of adversity, still come together, like disagreeing to agree. And through these videos, we've been able to reach out not only to our communities, to Cameroon, and to the rest of the world. And last year, the video was featured in the Lubin Video Festival in Belgium. So I also go ahead in the communities to see how I can empower these young girls, empower the girls that have suffered like pain, suffered anxiety, I share my story of anxiety, I share my story of the struggle, and I share my story, and we talk and we see how to build ourselves. And through this education, I share in my advocacy message to stakeholders on our need for peace. I write articles out there. So I'm looking at myself not as a victim, I look at myself as part of the solution, because I know to have peace, it begins with me. So my talk today, like when I sat down to think about talking what I'm to present today, I told myself I want to talk more to people who are out there who are experiencing conflict in one way or the other, be it conflict physically, like in war situations, violence, be it conflict internally or family conflict. I just want them to know they are not alone. I want them to know they are not alone. Everything happens for a reason. And the most important thing is how we perceive it, is how we respond to everything. Because every time we respond as a victim, we're going to be a victim and we are going to go down with the situation. But when we choose to rise, when we go inside of us, we start seeing all these limitless possibilities, all these opportunities begin to show up, and things start being different, and that perspective changes completely. So if you have been challenged in any way, just look at it as a way of building yourself up. Ask yourself, how can I excel? How can someone be happy tomorrow because I faced this situation? Don't waste your inner person. Don't waste that young person, that person in you, that child that believes. You know, I love to share. I have a little nephew back home, and every time we stay not very far away from the airport. And every time he looks at the sky when an aircraft is passing by, he always calls me and says, Auntie, one day I'm going to get you in one of these aircrafts and we're going to go visit grandpa and grandma. You know, he already believes he's just 2 years old, but he believes it's possible. And I'm like, do you know the cost of an aircraft? And I don't want to worry him because for him, he believes it's possible and he's going to do it. And I learn from it. Every time he does that, I ask myself, where is that inner person that used to be in me? What's hindering that inner person? And it makes me to go back and say, I want to have this belief again. I want to feel like my younger nephew. I want to do things. And I dive into things fearlessly. And bet you they always work. And that is that belief. It's this perspective that has carried me to places around the world, to international platforms, encouraging people every day. It's carried me, and the joy I feel when I see young people stand up and say, because I spoke to you today, I am better. Or because I spoke to you today, I can stand for myself. It gives me fulfillment. And every morning I want to get up and encourage somebody. I want to get up and preach the message of peace. I want to get up and tell everybody, look into your potential. It's possible. And as I'm speaking today, sometimes someone might ask, you know, if I'm going through this, where do I go to from here? How do I stand? And I have just some basic, like 5 points that might help you if you are in any situation of conflict, be it internal conflict, physical. First of all, go inside and be still. Because for us to discover our inner person, I came to learn from myself. I came to learn from my teachers, from my mentors, and from my creator, that to be still, I have to silence all those voices of doubt. Even your family, when they tell you it's not possible, the finances are not there, or you are just a woman. I've been told so many times. So, or they tell you, you know, you're just coming from a small locality, you're from Africa, but I didn't let that stop me. I look at the world as a global village, a community of people that love each other. And every time I send out that love, it comes back to me. Every time I project fear, I start seeing fear and people start, you know, behaving funny or strange. But I want to send out that love. I want to send out that vibration of peace and joy, and it keeps coming back in various forms. So be still, silence the inner person, and sit, be with yourself, live in the moment. And sometimes you can meditate. Sometimes some people pray, some people sing, just to calm that inner person. Meditation makes you to look inside, and it starts building that person you've been suppressing over the years with fear and ego and everything. And as you keep giving it a voice through that silence, it stands out and it changes your perspective, and you look at things differently. And it's so wonderful how the ramifications are awesome. Doors just keep opening to you, and you're like, wow, this is so beautiful. So it's possible. And the next thing I'll always love to say that the second thing is develop yourself. When you believe in yourself, develop yourself, because you can't just believe in yourself and say, I can do it. And you sit on your chair, watch TV and do everything and it's possible. No, get out there, look at your passion. What is this inner person telling me? What is that drive? How do I see myself contributing in this world, and build it? If you want to speak to the world, develop your skills in speaking. If you feel called to be a medical doctor, do it. Do everything you have to do to develop that skill, and reach out to people. Speak to those who have been there. Get a mentor. Get people to guide you while you believe in yourself and build yourself inside. The third thing I'd love to say is ask, seek help. Seek help. If you feel you're falling, it's normal to fall. It's very normal to fail at something. But the issue is, what do you do when you fall? Do you remain down or do you stand? All the times when I give talks, I tell young people, falling is not the problem. The problem is when you choose to stay down, that is when you fail. You can fall, but you should not necessarily fail. So when you fall and it's difficult to stand up, seek help. Before I came here, I think in the last 2 years, at that point where I had anxiety and so much pain inside and so much struggle, I reached out to people that I believe in, people that can feed life into me, people that put the right things in me. Because if you go out to the people that feed you with the wrong things, you're going to end up really worse. So I got out to people, I sought help. Even if you have to look for a therapist, seek a therapist. Get to family, the people that love you unconditionally. It helps, seek help. And the next thing is stay grounded. Stay grounded. Over the years, what's helped me from a childhood, from a young girl growing up in a small village to a girl, who's, moved around, done things, is I always look for my ways to stay grounded. And like my mom always said, what is your source of power? And I noticed that to stay grounded, my source of power came from, exposing myself to nature. My source of power came from seeking my creator and sitting with my creator and having those moments where you get power from within, divine power. I pray. And there are many ways of being grounded. Some people, they choose to be grounded. Like one of my sisters, she chose to walk on ground. She walks on the soil barefooted, and she believes when she does that, scientifically, and the way she believes it works for her. Look for what works for you. Is it music? Is it meditation? Look for that thing that when you're going down, it will keep you up. Some people, they write. One of my friends, when she's down, she takes a book and she writes it, a paper, she writes it down. And when she writes it down, most often the things that worry her, she burns them. And it helps her. For some people, they speak words of affirmation, speaking those words daily. So look for what grounds you. And always, like I say, stay grounded. And the last thing I'll always say, believe in yourself. Even when situations tell you no, believe in yourself and know it's possible. Because believing in yourself will help you to those open possibilities. It will enable you to wake up that sleeping giant in you. Believing in you helps you to bring solutions. And this morning I was having a moment with a friend that I look up to really so much, and she shared something. She said, most often we ask ourselves, why are we failing so many times? Life is so beautiful. Life is on our side. Life is on our side, and most often we fail because we are not ready for the things we are asking for. So as you believe in yourself, ask yourself, do I have enough knowledge? Am I building myself every day? Am I cleaning the inner person? Am I looking after my mind, my heart? Because at the end of the day, it depends, it all stands in the head, in the heart, and in our mind. So what am I doing while I'm using my hands? So every day, as you believe in yourself, you build yourself, you work on your mind, because our mind.
Mirabelle, I think we're losing some connection over
like
there.
a garden. I read a book as a man think it. Oh, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. You just got froze a little bit. That's all. It's all clear now.
Thank you. Thank you. So before that disconnect, I was sharing about a book I read as a man think it, where we look at our mind like a garden. that we have to tend all the times. Get out the weeds, because if you don't look after your mind, it's going to go wild. And once your mind goes out wild, you start having these things of stress and everything. So it's part of believing in yourself and taking care of yourself. It's part of self-love, taking care, being there for others, and serving the world. Because all of these things, like I always say, at the end of the day, we are here to serve. We are here to make the world peaceful. So whatever you do, make the world better by serving, by getting out that peace, that energy. So I'll sum it out like it's all possible, and it begins with you. Everything you want, if it's the peace you want, it begins with you. So go out and make the difference, because yes, you can make it. That's all. Over to you, Dr. Lalit.
Thank you very much, Mirabel. That was a very, very energetic presentation, and the energy with which you delivered it and the content you had was just super amazing. So just something that I really liked, and I would love you to, you've just absolutely shared some awesome stuff like Gospel of Peace, the videos that you have, the program that you call the Bridging the Gap that you have done a video for. How can the viewers today connect with you or get to see these programs, if you can share that information with us?
Yes, actually, like I said, the initiative I've started, it's called Community Empowerment Program Cameroon. So it has a website, which is CEP Cameroon, www.cepcameroon.org, www.cepcameroon.org. And we are also found on YouTube, Community Empowerment Program Cameroon. So if you go to our website, we really get all of these things together. And for some of the works I do in person, you could follow up my Facebook page. I shared on the website, Mirabel Ngong, and I share most of the work I do there. But on our website, we share everything on our Facebook pages, Community Empowerment Program Cameroon.
Okay, so on Facebook, you are as Mirabel Gong, is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm sure people would love to connect and find out all the good stuff that you're doing. And are you also on Instagram? Is that correct? You are?
I'm on Twitter, rather, and on LinkedIn.
Twitter and LinkedIn. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. So on Twitter, you're
I'm Mirabel. My Twitter handle is Mirabel_N. Mirabel with an underscore and small n.
Okay, perfect. Now, you've shared some amazing stuff where you said, don't waste your inner person.
Yes.
Shed a little bit light on that. You have about a minute to share that. Share that. What have you done to not waste that inner person?
I don't waste my inner person when I choose not to sit in self-pity. When you choose to doubt yourself, you waste your inner person. When you listen to people who condemn you or minimize your ability, you waste your inner person. And when you have that urge to do something and you choose to complain, you waste the inner person. Show up to the world and say, I can, and give your hand to something. If you fail, it's okay. But if you doubt, you go down, you cry in self-pity, you fall and remain down, you waste your inner person. You doubt yourself, you waste your inner person.
So you've got to be totally focused and have that one goal as to what you want to do and to move ahead in life. But sometimes that's not always possible, Mirabel, because you have got your surroundings that don't allow you to do that. You may have people who are pulling you down. How do you deal with those kind of things?
Yeah, like previously, like I said, I have had that in person, and those are some of the things that caused me stress and anxiety at some point. Because you have people that come and say, no, you can't do this, or you're coming from a conflict zone, or some people come and they look at your failures and they remind you of what you failed at. But at the end of the day, I have to come back and I have to sit with myself and I have to look at these people like mentors, the people who speak life into me. I do read books. I look for motivation. I look for voices that can speak to me when the voices that are coming into me get so loud. I choose what builds me. I go to these mentors. I think there are some of them that are actually on this platform. And, there are people who have come when I felt at those moments of doubt. There are times I gave up. I said, it's impossible. I let go. And they said, no, you can't. Stand up. And I stood up with pain, with tears in my eyes. And I'm happy today I stood up in those times of pain, of impossibilities, of failures.
Brilliant, 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 brilliant. Thank you for sharing that with us. Now, I would like to wrap this up with your 4 amazing tips that you gave us. I will say the first one, and if you don't mind completing the other 3, you said, actually, you said 5 tips. You said,
Yes.
Go inside and be still. That was your tip number 1. Your tip number 2.
Develop yourself.
Number
And yes,
3.
seek help when you need to seek help. When you fail, seek help.
And 4th one.
Stay grounded.
And above all, you said, believe in yourself.
Believe in yourself and serve the world.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Mirabelle. All the way from Cameroon in West Africa, we've had an amazing, inspirational, motivational talk from Mirabelle. So on behalf of the Healing Our Earth team, Mirabelle, a global namaste and a big thank you to you.
Namaste, Dr. Lalit. Namaste, world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we look forward to connecting, I'm sure.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an awesome presenting session with these absolutely super speakers from different parts of the world. We started our journey from Philippines to India to Vietnam and then to West Africa and Cameroon. And you know what? My time for presenting comes to an end. And I would love to introduce the next host for the session. She is going to be presenting with some super awesome speakers also. And that is Sarita. Look at her smile. Sarita, namaste to you. Lovely to connect with you on Healing Our Earth. And Sarita, before I sort of introduce who our lovely host is, Sarita, we are connected. You can see me, I can see you, and I can hear you. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Perfect, perfect. Sarita, you are an amazing personality. From what I have about your bio with me, she is a managing director of Indus, and this is a printing company based in Elstree in the United Kingdom. Prior to that, she ran a training business center which followed a career in the traveling sector. Sarita is also an NLP master practitioner and started her spiritual journey several years ago when she joined the Art of Living Foundation, the AOL, and is now an AOL teacher who conducts various well-being courses, including breathing techniques, meditation, and yoga. To connect with Sarita, it's www.indus, as in INDDUS.co.uk. So that is our lovely host for the next session, Sarita Menon. Welcome to you, Sarita. A warm welcome from Healing Our Earth to you today.
Namaste, Dr. Siva, and thank you very much. Thank you for the beautiful, beautiful introduction. And do you know what? As usual, you've done an amazing job of hosting. And I love the lineup that we've had thus far. It's been amazing.
My journey for the last couple of hours has been pretty much all around the globe, and I'm sure you're going through around the globe again to some wonderful speakers. So I wish you very well, Sarita. I don't want to take too much of your time because I can almost see your next speaker is ready there. So all the best to you and have a blast of a time like I did.
Thank you, Dr. Soda. And Namaste Globe, a very warm and loving welcome to yet another uplifting and amazing lineup by Healing Our Earth. Now, by the way, did you know that this is the 27th session of Healing Our Earth? We get feedback that our mission today is to bring love, unity, peace, harmony, comfort, and information to your doorstep, wherever you are on Earth. And our feedback is that we are succeeding. And of course, we intend to keep that up, right? So do you know that today's session from 12 to 7 p.m. is being broadcast live on our website, of course, healingour.com, on our Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter pages, which is healingour.com and whatever that is, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. Simran Ahuja Official /Facebook. Sunrise Radio UK /Facebook. Hindu Matters in Britain /Facebook. Hindu Forum of Europe /Facebook. Diwali in London /Facebook. Enrich TV /Facebook. Sarita Sabarwal Official /Facebook. Mental Health _Connect /Facebook. Inspiring Indian Women /Facebook. And other partner channels. So we've got a lot of people who are broadcasting us live. Now, to keep up to date with our programs and initiatives, please do go and sign up for our regular mail shots, yeah? And you can do this by visiting our website, which is healingourearth.com. And of course, if you'd like to get involved in this free global community channel, then contact us via our WhatsApp, and the number is on the website. Today, what is today about? Today is all about inspiration and motivation. Do we do our part in our little life to inspire and motivate the people around us? Equally, who do we get inspired and motivated by? Now, I love to quote our last speaker, Mirabelle said. She said, it's not wrong to fail. You may fail, but then you get up and correct it. Don't dwell on it. Think about this while I introduce our next speaker who's come all the way from India. Dimple Anil, who is going to talk about freedom and flight within. Now, Mrs. Dimple Anil plays many roles in her life. She is a clairvoyant, so a psychic medium, with an amazing educational background. She has a master's in English literature, education, ecology, and environment. She's also a radio broadcaster, theatre artist, a mother, a voracious traveler, and a life coach as well. Now, her mantra is simple. Smile, step back, relax, find a feel-good sport. Only then speak or take action. What you feel, so shall you sow, so shall you reap. Be just to yourself and to the world. Namaste, Dimpleji, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste. Globe, namaste. It's a matter of great privilege and honor to be here with Healing Our Earth. Thank you, Miss Menon, for such kind words and a beautiful introduction. Today I will speak on freedom and flight within. Flight within, not flying outside. I cannot do justice if I talk of freedom without mentioning Mahatma Gandhi, whose 151st birth anniversary we celebrated just 2 days back. He gave us freedom from the British rule. He tried his best to bridge the gap when he was thrown out of the train in South Africa from the first class compartment. He tried his best to bridge the gap between the different skin tones that was there and is still there to some extent. Bapu Mahatma Gandhi, the freedom that he gave us was tangible. We could see it. We saw the flag hoisting, the tricolor being hoisted, Tiranga being hoisted. We could feel the freedom. What was the feel like? I was not there at that time, but I can relate when I think, sit back, and realize what kind of a feeling we had when we got our freedom. It was aha. It was free of baggage. It was just beautiful. It was easing. People were rejoicing. We were happy. If all this is freedom, then why are not we free today within our own selves? I'm not talking of political freedom, social freedom, spiritual freedom, any kind of freedom. I'm just going to talk of freedom within. What is it that stops us from being free? Our doubts, our insecurities, our fears, our too much of emphasis on the perspectives that others carry about us. That is also very entangling, very gnawing. It tightens us. Then freedom from space reality. Now, what is space reality? Space reality is when we pursue our passion, time flies. They say good times just fly by. Why can't we just keep ourselves in good times? Why can't we pursue our passion? Why can't we just be smiling, happy, staying back, stepping back, and being at a spot which is easing and relaxing? What stops us? I keep wondering, when you and I, when we, the whole globe knows that fears, insecurities, anxieties are not leading us towards freedom. So, what is stopping us? Stopping us is our habit. We are habituated to lean to fears, anxieties, doubts, mistrusts. We are finding faults with persons, places, things outside of us. We will have to be a surgeon within. We will have to fly within. We will have to have a drawing board where we have the trajectory of our life, where we can smile. Today's scenario, COVID-19, there is anxiety, there is fear till we have the vaccine. Once the vaccine comes, we will have another kind of fears. It's not that I am propagating that let's be like a bird which puts his head in the sand and forgets about what is happening around. No. We have to be pragmatic. We have to be clear. Clarity is what we are lacking. If I, as a person, is disturbed by the news, why I am not able to switch off the channel? Why am I chewing, cutting on the not feel good factor? I must follow the social norms. I must wear a mask. I must have the social distancing and yet feel relaxed. There is somebody somewhere who is making things happen for me. The sun is rising in the east every day. It is setting in the west every day. I'm doing nothing about it. When I talk to you, as I'm talking to you, my digestion is working, my circulatory system is working, my heart is thumping, my respiration is going on. Let's have some trust somewhere. These things are bogging us down. We will have to look for freedom within. Some of the tools that you and I, we have, why we are not using, let's deliberate on that. The tools are: step back from a situation that disturbs you. Step back and look at the drama. Use your wisdom. Ask the Lord, ask your own Creator to shower divine wisdom on you so that you can think logically. You can stay at ease. You can be happy. You can be joyous. You can have that aha moment. As I talk, I'm reminded of something where the feeling that I have when we were paragliding. It's amazing. The first few seconds are full of fear. But the moment you are in the open skies, it's just amazing. It's timelessness. There's no fear. There's no anxiety. It's thrilling. Why can't you and I be on our parachutes at all times? It is all within us. Nothing is outside. Social political freedom, yes, it is from outside. But once we are free from within, first tool, as I said, step back. Second tool, let's divide our day into segments, into parts. My day is divided into 8 parts: early morning, late morning, early afternoon, late afternoon, early evening, late evening, early night, late night. Now, what do I do in these segments? It's a tool to remain free. I live each moment, each segment mindfully, consciously, and with awareness. I ensure that I do not get carried away by negativity, by fears, by doubts, by insecurities, by mistrusts. I'm a human being. I'm not a parallelogram. I'm not a geometrical pattern. Neither are you. We are not that. It happens during the day, a situation, or during a week, or during a segment in the day. Certain things will come which will give a bad impact. Bad, as I define it, not ease spot, not a spot where I can sit back and relax. What do? I step back. I look at the drama. I trust the trust in Him, my Creator, where everything is happening. The earth is inclined on its own axis. I've done nothing about it. As I told you about the sun rising and setting, my internal systems are working. So each segment, if we live mindfully, consciously, and we deliberately, third tool, deliberately create an environment of love, of happiness. After all, you and I know how it feels to be loving, how it feels to be hating. Why are we leaning towards hate? You and I know how it feels to be trusting than to be mistrusting. How it is to be fearless, how it feels to be fearless than to be in fear. Then let us not lean this side. We just have to make a step, take a step, short step, a baby step towards this side, which is joyous, which is aha. We can write the trajectory of our life. We can say, claim, and receive what we want only and only if we live mindfully, consciously, deliberately, we create what we want. As I firmly believe, as I sow my feelings, I shall reap the same crop. Once I'm convinced about it, I have experienced it. Why not sow good, happy feelings to have a crop which is lush green? I can, at this moment also, I can feel the wind blowing from that crop that I have sown. It's soothing, it's relaxing, it's beautiful. It takes me to a position where I bow. I'm in gratitude to the divine. Let's do it. It's not difficult. Yes, what is difficult is to break the habit of chewing on information which is not appealing to us, which is not making us feel at ease. One more thing, anecdote, you all must have heard about it. A frog is placed in a pan on a stove. The frog remains there, enjoying the warmth, and in a split of a second jumps out when the warmth or the heat is too much to bear. If a frog can do it, why can't you and I do it? Why can't we do it? Why can't we snap out from a situation which is not pleasing? Why do we enjoy? There are people who come to me saying that gossip is a part of their day. And now they realize that it is not giving a feel good factor to them. So snap out of a situation, come out of a situation which is not relaxing. We can do it. As I say, we are surgeons of our feelings. Let us go inside with a surgeon's knife, cut what is not keeping us happy. Let us not blame persons, places, things, situations. So, my mantra is sow your feelings as you want them to reap. Freedom and flight within, for me, are connected. They are not apart. They are in sync with each other. The moment I am in alignment, the moment I think, the moment I deliberate, the moment I'm conscious, the moment I'm mindful, I am happy. How can we do it? Now, the fourth tool, meditate. Sit back quietly. Let the thoughts come. Let the thoughts come and go by. Doesn't matter. Don't try and stop any thought. Just sit quietly. Look at the drama all around you. find a sweet spot. It can be in present, past, or future. Just find that sweet spot. You will see the feelings upsurging. You will feel a happy moment. You will feel good. Chew that feel good. Better will come to you. I can bet on it because I experience it. The next tool, talk to your feet. I do that. Tell your feet, take me to places that are happy. Take me to places where there is bliss. Take me to places where there is kindness. Believe you me, your feet will do that. Talk to your brain. Ask for divine wisdom. What is divine wisdom? Deliberately creating a situation where we smile, we are happy, we are joyous. You and I, we can do it. Healing our earth can do it. I must thank Neil, who's doing such a commendable job of bringing all the motivational and inspirational speakers together here. I conclude by saying freedom lies within. Please do not expect anything outside you to change till you make a deliberate decision to change within. Freedom within will transact, will manifest very wisely outside. Unfortunately, what are we doing? We are allowing the outside to influence us. My experience of life says, let the inner change bring about a beautiful outside. Let not the outside play on you. Let your inside, where you have deliberated, where you have worked consciously and mindfully, transact, transform your outside. Thank you. It's been wonderful to be here. I thank Healing Our Earth, Neil, and of course, Miss Menon for such a radiating smile that she has. I shall carry this with me, Miss Menon.
Thank you very much, Dimpleji. Thank you. But do you know what? If you don't mind, it's just what you were saying. You were saying about dividing the day into 8 parts so that it's more manageable. How will that help? Is that sort of being more awarely mindful? Is that what you meant by saying divide it into 8 parts? Is that how it helped? Or could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Absolutely, absolutely, because I'm living that. It's wonderful that you've asked me this. Dividing our day will certainly help us to be aware, mindful, and deliberately create what we want. Number two, do not carry anything from the previous segment to the next segment. Once we do not carry that, you will see it is beautiful. Yes, many people say when we have sessions with them that Dimpleji, it is very difficult. Agreed. You are staying under the same roof with, let's say, 4 people, 2 people. There has to be some kind of a discord. But when we have divided, and Miss Menon has clearly, very beautifully put that yes, we have to be mindful of that segment. It can be taking a shower. It can be as simple as that. Are we taking a shower as a routine, or are we enjoying every drop that is falling on us? It can be just a cup of tea. Do it. You will feel, savor each sip that you take. It is so beautiful. At times, I can feel that sip of tea or water entering my gullet, my esophagus, going down. I feel that coolness also. As I talk now, I get goosebumps on my body. It is so beautiful. Each segment of the day has to be lived mindfully, with awareness, consciously. Catchword is, do not carry anything of the previous segment into the another segment.
Wow, that's amazing. And does that get getting used to? Does that take getting used to? Do you need to sort of learn to get used to it?
you have to practice this. It's a process and a practice.
Right.
You may forget, doesn't matter. Don't beat yourself. Don't be hard on yourself. Smile. When I started, I was merely 28. Now I'm 60. I started at the age of 28, and when I would forget and do something which was not pleasing or making me happy, I would just give a slight smack on my head. Oh, you forgot? Doesn't matter. So it's a practice and a process.
Amazing. And how do people learn to be more aware of when it's time to break and move away from negativity? When can people be more aware that they're going into negativity?
Again, it's a practice and a process. I may sound repetitive. Another thing is you can get aware by sitting, doing nothing, looking, it's a practice, looking at the same thing for a week. Just sit back and look at, let's say, a corner in your bedroom. Just look at it and observe. You will see this will sharpen your mental faculties of observation. The moment you start observing, the role that comes is you are stepping back and you are observing. Gradually, with practice and process, the observer and the observation will align. And that will lead to awareness, consciousness, mindfulness, awakened state. As I speak, I am reminded of my days when I used to watch Tom and Jerry. Jerry would put toothpicks in its eyes to keep them open so that lest it falls asleep. So let us walk, talk, breathe in an awakened state. Let us not sleepwalk. I'll tell you, freedom is a blessing which comes to those who are awake, who are not sleeping. Let us be awake. And as you asked me, Ms. Menon, it's a practice and a process. Observing the same thing for a week will sharpen your observational skills.
Amazing. Namaste once again. And thank you very much for coming here today, Dimpleji. That's absolutely been amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me over.
Our pleasure, absolutely. And do you know what? The most important thing I think that Dimpleji has said, which we really have to be aware of, is not just physical freedom, but mental freedom. And enjoy that freedom, enjoy that the exhilaration of that freedom. Amazing. Now, with that, let me go on to tell you a little bit about this program, Healing Our Earth. You probably know that Healing Our Earth is an e-community channel, an initiative by our producer director, Nil Kumar, and his team, who produce various global free sessions online on topics that matter to the community. And we welcome contributions from people of all nationalities and faiths. Now, all team members and all facilitators, all contributors are completely, simply volunteers, and they do not charge for their services. That's another thing that makes Healing Our Earth so special, makes it so from the heart. Yeah. So without much ado, let's go on to our next session with Amarjit Kaur Dua from Thailand. So Amarjit Kaur Dua is going to tell us a little bit about Win the Mind and Overcome Anger. Amarjit Kaur, she has been an educator her whole life, is currently doing her PhD in Ayur Yoga, counseling, and total wellness, and has been practicing and guiding experimental meditation for the past 25 years. She has been a speaker representative for inner and world peace and climate change issues in the UN, URI, and Brahmakumaris, and served hands-on in world disasters through the United Sikhs. And today she will talk to us about overcoming anger and manifesting virtues in life, like I said before. So Namaste Amarjit ji and Om Shanti.
Namaste ji, Om Shanti, and thank you for that lovely introduction. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can do. Thank you.
Okay. And yes, so thank you Namaste world, Om Shanti everyone, Sat Sri Akal. And I would like to thank the Healing Our Earth team to give us this opportunity to share and be part of this beautiful project that you all have created. And it's really a pleasure. And I've been listening to all the beautiful speakers that have been online. And it's really, really wonderful that we are having this gathering. And when I was approached by Neil, I first felt which topic to speak on, because there's so many things we can talk on. And because we are celebrating Gandhiji's birth and United Nations International Day of Peace, I decided on nonviolence. But having heard a lot of speakers earlier this evening in Bangkok, so I realized that we all did touch on nonviolence, but from different perspectives. So my take on nonviolence will be focused a bit on anger and the negative in us that comes up in our lives. And a lot of speakers also addressed that. So I'll try to focus on my practice that is very simple and easy. But before I go into the solution, I just want to overall touch on the topic of anger. And what Gandhiji says about anger. Anger is the enemy of nonviolence. So there we have it in a simple sentence. And the next part of the sentence is very important. And pride is the monster that swallows it up. So these two go hand in hand. When we say anger, their pride is. Why? When we talk about our vices and the vices of the soul or the mind, we hear about the 5 Ks in the Indian language, which is Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Ahankar. And that's anger, greed, attachment, ego, and Kam, Krodh, and lust. So actually lust comes first. But we are focusing on the mind and anger. And anger and ego go hand in hand. Why? When we notice in our lives daily, what do? When do we get angry? If we just come up with the situation in our minds, everybody who's listening, we'll realize that anger comes out of attachments, mainly with people we love. Yes, on a broader scale, in terms of the earth, we could get angry again at people who are doing things that we think or believe are right and they don't follow us. So again, we have our belief systems, we have our benchmark that we hold, and in accordance with that, we judge and we become angry. I want to narrow it down to family. Even and hear about children. When we raise children as a mother, as a grandmother, we're always having children around us. And I was noticing that this generation is, our generation was a bit different. We were very obedient and we listened to our parents very easily, and maybe because we were many siblings in a family, many children in a family. But the children nowadays, parents are becoming more wise in the sense that they don't hit the children or they don't scold the children too much. But something that we use is, if you don't do this, mama and papa will get angry or mama and papa will get upset. And we think that's fine. Because we think that only violence is only hitting. But anger is, like Gandhiji says, the enemy of non-violence. So when we are actually telling our children that if you don't do what we say, we are going to get angry, we're actually, what they hear is mom and dad are angry. So it would be better actually if we say, if you do this, we will reward you. I know it sounds like bribing, but it works and it's positive. And little children, it's better you give them a treat or a token than to, tell them that I'll get upset or I'll get angry. Because what happens is when you don't do what they want, then they also get upset and angry. And that's definitely what we don't want. So this brings me to a story of our revered saint Faridji. So it's not something that hasn't been taught to us. Faridji was a saint, but when he was a child, his mother would try to connect him to God. And every time, and he was not interested like all children. He wants to play and have fun. But what his mother did was she told him that every time he thought of God or prayed to God, there would be a sweet under his pillow. And every time he prayed, she put a sweet under his pillow, and he thought, oh wow, I'm getting a sweet because I've done something good and that God is pleased. And it worked. So treating, and I won't call it a bribe, but it's definitely better than saying I'm angry. And there are a lot of these beautiful examples that we can pick up. Not to say that I personally never get angry. I'm on the path of at least trying to reach the goal of not getting angry. I mean, irritation is a branch of anger. So maybe not angry, but irritation and sad and hurt. These are all branches of anger. And which brings me to this quote of Gandhi that I was reading. We may never be strong enough to be entirely non-violent in thought, word, and deed, but we must keep non-violence as our goal and make strong progress towards it. So while we may not be able to do much about not getting irritated or angry, but of course I'm going to share with you the tools that work in my life. What I can say first is that though I get irritated and angry sometimes, which has become very, very rare, I am able to overcome it very soon. So the time that we take to overcome our mistakes is important, because what happens is normally we hold grudges and we feel sad or weak or tortured or anything negative for days and sometimes for weeks. And though we do our meditation and we do our prayers, and what happens is when we do our meditation and our prayers, everything is beautiful. Or when we go to the temple or the churches or the gurdwaras, during that time we are fine. But what about when we step out of that space, when we come out into the world, when we are not in that space of where the energy is good? Because what we need is a practice that carries on in our lives in every moment, when we're going to live with people that are going to be troubling us, because situations will always be there and we are not in control of the situations, but what we can control is ourselves and our mind. And that comes to the topic that I want to address deeply, is our mind. So let me compare let me just give you a little analogy about this. When we go to the doctor, while we're at the doctor, and we can tell the doctor what our illness is and everything, but yet when we step out of the doctor's office, or when we come, or the clinic or the hospital, and we come back home, we have to carry on doing what the doctor says. So same, when we do our prayers, the point is to carry on. And though we've got a lot of suggestions from a lot of speakers on awareness and on non-violence as well, and things that we can bring on in our daily routine, which is all very beautiful. And I'm sure each one of us has tried hundreds of things in our lives. And one of the things I'm sure we've tried is also non-reaction, that don't react. And responsibility is responsibility. So these are words and things that I feel we all have done. But I want to ask you one thing now. When I'm going to talk about the mind, I'm going to focus on the mind. I want to ask you, who do you get angry at, which we talked about earlier? And who do we not get angry at? Do we get angry at our bosses? Never. Why? We don't get angry at our bosses maybe because we earn money from them or we serve them. So that means in our mind there's a hierarchy already created. So in order to realize that, well, if the bosses give us money and we don't get angry at them, then the people around us can give us happiness and love if we don't get angry at them. But somehow it doesn't really work. But it is a thought to hold. But how do we see? It would be nice if we could see everyone as our boss. That would be a good point. So here in my life's journey that I have been through a lot and done a lot of spiritual lessons over the years and been on a spiritual journey. And I even reached a point in my life that I realized the mundaneness of life, that you just get up and eat and earn and take care of your children. And is it all that we're here for? And there was a hollow in the heart, the soul seeking something that even at that time, I didn't understand that it was the soul. Is it okay? Am I being heard? Okay. So while we crave, I came into this path that I've put a bindi here on my mind, on my forehead, because we as a soul reside in the center of the forehead, and this bindi that we in the Indian culture put is actually reminding me that I'm a soul. And the practice that I do and that has brought me great power. We need power inside in order to be able to be happy, in order not to get angry. These are the power of the soul, which has deteriorated over time from birth till now and over lifetimes as well. As we can see, the era that we are passing through, this age, is like the dark ages. And yet everybody's awakening to spirituality, which maybe 40, 50 years ago, there was not so much hype about spirituality. Everybody was too busy just working and earning and living day to day. So the dark ages also has an advantage of the awakening within. So when I say I'm a soul or the mind is part of the soul. Why do I say that? Very simple. When we look at the end of our life, we can see our life from the birth and the death. So when we look at the end of our life and we just take a look at our dead body, which means that nothing is working. It looks exactly like I'm alive. Supposing I have a heart fail right now, and I look at my body, what do I see? I see exactly the same alive being as the dead and alive looks the same. But yet there's a difference. The alive one is moving and it has everything, and the heart is beating, the blood is circulating, whereas the dead body looks exactly the same. 1 minute ago I'm alive and the next minute I'm dead with a heart fail. And I noticed that everything is missing. The entire life force, life energy is missing. And my eyes are there, but it cannot see. My ears are there, it cannot hear. My mouth is there, it cannot taste, it cannot eat. And so nothing is working. And yet when I'm alive, everything is working. Another thing that's missing, because all this that I just mentioned is the automatic part of the soul. But there's one part that is different in each human being, and that is the mind. In the dead body that is lying still, the mind is missing. Me, I have an identity, I have a mind, and my mind thinks, has memories, has my character, has my sanskars, has my impressions, has my whole memory, has everything that is Amarjit. But the dead body is no more Amarjit because that identity is gone. That mind, that ability to think, that memory, that is all gone. And so this dead body is burnt or buried. So I, the mind, am in the body when it's alive and not in the body when it's dead. And that's why the dead body is no more. So the soul is not only a life energy factor, which brings a body alive and gives it movement, but it's also the mind. So once I understand that the mind is part of the soul, that means it's eternal, because by now we can see that if the law of the universe is fair and square and everything is equal in this world, then why are people born beggars, and why is someone born a king, and why is someone born rich, and why is someone born poor, or why when someone is born they don't have they are paralyzed, or they're blind, and someone is born beautiful. So these are all based on some past karmic accounts, because the law of the universe is fair. So we as a soul, we've traveled through many lifetimes. And I think right now in the world, a lot of us have realized, because every day we wake up, we are not thinking of death. We don't think we're going to die. We live as if we're going to live forever, which is beautiful. But if you reflect on that thought process within us, we can also realize that it's wise. Why is that? It's because we actually don't die. Me, the soul, the mind. Yes, we forget. And it's good to forget, because imagine this, even this lifetime, I can't remember what I did when I was 16, 17, or what I ate 5 days ago, or what I wore 10 days ago. A lot of things we don't remember, even in this lifetime. So over lifetimes, it's good to forget. Imagine we remembered how we died the last lifetime, and we'd carry all that burden, because negative things tend to remain in the mind a lot. So it's good that we don't remember a lot of things. So this is the amnesia of the soul. When we don't remember the past, and it is, we also forgotten that I am the soul. But when I understand that I'm the soul and I'm a life force and energy, and I just use this body, I'm coming to the part that we can practice in order to overcome anger and overcome a lot of vices and overcome negativities in life very easily. When I see myself as a separate entity from this body, and I see myself as a twinkling little star in the center of my forehead, behind, and I start seeing others also as entities within their body, twinkling little stars. Imagine everybody's a twinkling little star, and the body is a costume, and we are playing roles. I'm playing the role of Amarjit Kaur, and everybody else is playing their role. My husband, my father, my mother, my brothers, my sisters, my friends, everyone is playing a role. Then we are just actors in this play, and we are just following, what actors do, they act well. So then we start realizing, and we can separate ourselves from emotions, because emotions is what drags us into depression, into anger, and emotions come from attachment, and the first attachment is attachment to this body. Because the moment I am Amarjit, immediately I have brothers, sisters, I'm from this religion, I'm from this background, I'm this and that. I have a lot of labels. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, I'm a woman. If I'm a soul, all these labels drop. Then I'm universal. Then the other person that I look at is also a soul, is universal. So we are brothers and sisters, no matter what our complexion, no matter what our gender, no matter what our religion, no matter what our beliefs, no matter what our emotions, we are siblings. We're all here together on this beautiful planet Earth, and we are playing our role. And each of us, no matter what we believe, actually each of us has the core quality of love inside. Sometimes we just don't have enough of it because we've lost our powers. Now the powers of the soul is important. Love, happiness, joy, peace, purity. This is what we want. It's the opposite of anger, greed, attachment, ego. So when we want these beautiful qualities, it's good to realize that everybody else around us also wants that. So these qualities are not to be asked for, but to be given. When we start giving, which brings me a very beautiful quote of Gandhiji that I also came upon, which is to do with the qualities of the soul and how each one has to find his peace from within. And peace to be real must be unaffected by outside circumstances. So The soul has its qualities of peace and all, but what we've done is we've allowed the outside circumstances to affect us, to affect our equilibrium. So our peace and our love and our joy wavers, and we start reacting and we start giving back what we get. You know, another thing that I've told my daughter this from when she was born, and it's something that I live by. Don't become the person you don't like. And nobody likes anger. So don't be angry. And so whatever the other person does that you don't like, you don't do that because you don't want to be like that. Because you have to live with yourself and you have to love yourself. So you can't love the person that you don't like, right? So why should we become the person we don't like? So again, what do we like? We like peace, we like purity, we like the true qualities of the soul. And joy, happiness, knowledge. Knowledge helps us to discern what is right, what is wrong. It gives us the powers to tolerate with love. The way a mother tolerates the tantrums of the children, and no matter what naughty things your children do, you still love them. That's tolerance with love. So when we start seeing each and everybody as a soul, it's about using the third eye. These eyes, external eyes, there are stories of saints that have been lured by these eyes, and so they actually blinded themselves, Sudas, so that they don't use these eyes to see, and so they don't get distracted by these eyes. Because these eyes, these ears, this mouth, this nose, these are the five senses, external senses that take us away from who we are within. So when we actually start seeing inside, then we see outside, but outside we see is a play, is a role play, is a drama, is the whole world is one, and we're just playing and acting. But we are beyond that. Then we see the soul with the third eye. And we see ourselves first, the practice of seeing yourself as a soul and everybody as a soul. Once we see everybody as a twinkling point of light, let me give you this little dot is a good one, but something like that, a little dot. The thing is, when I say star, we tend to see a black background, but this time, no. Let's see a twinkling light with a golden red background. So that gives you a energy, that the soul is energy. So it's like the sun. So the sun, but a tiny one that even if you cut the human body, you can't find it because it's Atma, it's tinier than an atom. So now when we practice seeing ourselves as souls and we see everybody around us as souls, then there's nothing to get angry about, because that person is just playing a role to be angry. When we see actors and the actors we like playing a negative role or a positive role, it doesn't mean the actor is bad. It's just, he's just playing a role. So same way we are just playing a role. Sometimes we play it wrong, sometimes we play it right. So but it's okay. And all is well. And what hurt me in the past is not hurting me now. And what is hurting me today will not hurt me in the future. So it's just these emotions that we go through because we are stuck with this external identity. So the practice of being a soul, the practice of being in that silence that I'm a soul, and a peaceful one, Om Shanti we say, which means Om is soul and Shanti is peaceful. So I love it. And the next one that I like is Ekonkar, means you and I, we are one. So if we all are souls, then where do we come from? Not this realm of matter, because this realm of matter is where the five elements of the body is, and where we all are playing a role. So home is where we go to recharge. So when we connect with the Supreme Soul, the soul, or the realm from where we come, the realm of silence, the realm of peace, where there's no acting, where there's no five elements, beyond the five elements, then we use our mind, because our mind has a thought and has a vision and has feelings. So when we use these three, thought, vision, and mind, and we see ourselves as a soul and we connect with the divine light, me, light, and the divine light, we combine as one. Jyoti Jyotirali. In my scriptures, it says that very beautifully. Then we the energy from the divine or the universe comes into me, because energy flows from the higher source to the lower source. So when I receive that energy with love, I fill up within. Then I can give. I can be a giver, because I have to charge my battery. When the phone battery is low, we have to charge it with the external source. So the energy flows in from the external source to me. So likewise, when I use thought power and vision and feeling, and I connect with the eternal source or the supreme source and the divine, then I receive love and light and all the qualities and the powers and the virtues that I want. This is shopping free for virtues and powers. And then I can become the giver, because every time I want, I go back home and I take it and I give in this world. I don't ask from people for love anymore, but I become the giver. So this is a practice that I do every day, and it's changed my life. And I've been doing this for the past 11 years. Before that, I was a seeker and searcher, and this has transformed my life. And that's all I do. And you can do it every second, because it's not using your mouth or using your eyes, it's just using your mind to connect. And first thing in the morning, last thing at night, every hour for 1 second, every time you're going to drink a glass of water, you can just set a routine to do it anytime. So this is how I overcome my anger when I get angry in any moment or irritated. Because of my practice, suddenly I see the other person as a soul, and I see myself as a little star, and I detach and I connect and give my negativity to the divine and take on the beauty from the creator, and immediately I detach, immediately I'm fine. And I smile, and smile with me. So this is what I wanted to share today. Thank you so much. And thank you, over to the host. I think I'm up on my time. Sorry for that.
No problem at all. Actually, we have a few seconds left. Do you mind if I ask you a quick couple of questions, please, Amarjit?
Sure.
So question number one, you spoke about pride and anger being the two things that go against non-violence, against ahimsa. So what about pride? Just if you could was to say a couple of lines about it, what would you say people need to watch out for in terms of pride?
Pride, number one, pride is ego. And the first ego is the false identity that I am this body. When pride is ego, just remember that. When you have pride, it's not the positive pride that we have in being who we are. We're all beautiful human beings. But when we see pride as an ego, that we think I know it all and the other doesn't know, or I have an identity and this is me and these are my labels, then I fall. So that is responsible for attachment, for greed, for anger, for lust, for everything. But the moment I let go of my identity, that I'm just playing the role of Amarjit, I'm not Amarjit. This life, last life I was something else, next life I'll be something else. Then that pride or that ego drops. And then I'm just this beautiful spirit to share and to love and heal our earth and heal ourselves.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. Namaste. And thank you very much for coming. That was absolutely amazing. That's a beautiful new perspective on life, and a very humbling one, if you please, to think I'm a soul and so are you. And so let's look at each other as souls rather than as human beings. And like you said, people don't get angry with their bosses because, so let's treat every one of us, every single person in that sense, in that way. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Namaste. Thank you for having me and healing our earth. You're doing a beautiful job. Thank you so much. Carry on and with all our blessings.
Thank you very much, Amarjit. Wasn't that beautiful? Now, you know what? Today is 4th October and it's also World Animal Day. Now, you know what? We sometimes acknowledge that human beings need to be loving, caring, compassionate towards each other. But please consciously extend the same courtesy to animals as well. Please be kind to animals and look after them as best we can. So here's to World Animal Day. Now, Healing Our Earth would like to acknowledge all of our contributors. Honestly, Earth bless you all. And remember, we are all volunteers, each one of us. And we work together to make these programs possible for everybody. So for today's program, we thank the technical director, Nishit Kotak, the media team, Kesh Majaria, Anita Nomila, and Varsha Mistry, the host team, Dr. Lalit Soda, Savita Menon, and Simran Ahuja, the backup team, Varsha Mistry, Dr. Milan Shah, Prash Kotecha, Malesh Kota, Jayashree Chaudhary, Bhavi Ram, Dr. Sheila Dobi, Renu Gidumal, Dr. Nora Vyas, Deepa Vitlani, and Ramesh Kumar Singh, and also the facilitator team, Sister Jayanti, Clyde Masmela, Vandana Joshi, Meeta Joshi, Beeta Sethi, Ritu Sharma, Minaben Kagram, Maria Regina R. Rencioni, Girish Jogia, and Sumit Tapu. So, thank you, everybody. And I hope you're all enjoying yourselves as much as we are with just hosting this program. So now from Thailand, let's go back to India and to our next guest, who is Sudeep Banerjee. Sudeep Banerjee belongs to a legacy of Begum Akhtar because of his guru, Srimati Shanti Hiranandanji. Sudeep is one of the most promising ghazal singers in India. He has over 10 solo singing albums and around 150 albums as a music director in Mumbai. Sudeep has shared stage and work with almost every famous Indian singer and has performed in many prestigious music festivals, both in India and abroad. His latest album, is in collaboration with Vishal Bhardwaj and is called The Ghaliban. Namaste Sudeepji, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaskar, namaskar. How are you doing? It was so nice to hear Amarjit ji. It was so divine performance. Loved it.
Just absolutely.
Yes, yes. It has
and
been
now you're going to take that divinity to a notch higher and bring some singing and more love into it.
My way of divinity and religion and motivation, whatever you say, is through music. Because I feel music and words, they have an important power to play and a very important role to play in our lives. So without talking much, I would like to start with a very famous bhajan of that was loved by Mahatma Gandhi ji, Vaishno Janato. Here I have small new songs I would like to sing if time permits. I hope the sound is coming clear.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए मन अभिमान नाड़े रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे सकल लोक मां सहुने वंदे निंदा ना करे के नीरे वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी तेनी रे वैष्णव जन तो
तेने कहिए जे। समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी, परस्त्री जेने मातरे। जिव्या थकी असत्य न बोले, पर धन नव झाले हाथ रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे। वडलोभी ने कपट रहित छे, काम क्रोध निवार्या रे। भड़े नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता, कुल एको ते तार्या रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे।
Thank you so much. So this was, of course, a very known bhajan that we all have been hearing and singing since our childhood. But similarly, there are some very interesting couplets, which some modern poets have written. Very secular poetry where you have Ishwar, Allah, Ram, Bhagwan. Everyone is same. Everyone is same if you come to think of it. It's a beautiful bhajan that I had released last year, so I would like to sing it. I hope you like it. This is my own composition.
पतित पावन विघ्न हरता, तुम ही हो भगवान। तुम ही अल्लाह, तुम ही ईश्वर, राम तुम घनश्याम। तुम ही मेरे कीर्तन में, तुम बसे हो हर भजन में। तुम ही सुबह हो शाम, तुम ही अल्लाह, तुम ही ईश्वर, राम तुम घनश्याम। तुम ही अल्लाह, तुम ही ईश्वर, राम तुम घनश्याम। तुम ही दीपक, तुम ही ज्योति, तुम ही सागर, तुम ही मोती। तुम ही दीपक, तुम ही ज्योति, तुम ही सागर, तुम ही मोती। तुम ही नैया, तुम ही साहिल, तुम ही राहें, तुम ही मंजिल। तुम ही मेरे कीर्तन में, तुम बसे हो हर भजन में। तुम ही सुबह हो शाम, तुम ही अल्लाह, तुम ही ईश्वर, राम तुम घनश्याम। तुम ही अल्लाह, तुम ही ईश्वर, राम तुम घनश्याम। गीत तुम हो, तान तुम हो, बुद्धि तुम और ज्ञान तुम हो। गीत तुम हो, तान तुम हो, बुद्धि तुम और ज्ञान तुम हो, आत्मा तुम, प्राण तुम हो, भक्त का कल्याण तुम हो, तुम ही मेरी अर्चना हो, तुम ही मेरी प्रार्थना हो, तुम ही सुबह हो शाम, तुम ही अल्लाह, तुम ही ईश्वर राम, तुम घनश्याम, तुम ही अल्लाह, तुम ही ईश्वर राम, तुम घनश्याम, तुम ही अल्लाह, तुम ही ईश्वर राम, तुम घनश्याम. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now this was a Hindi bhajan, and similarly you see poets of different languages. Now we'll come to a Urdu ghazal, but
Actually, before you do that, Felice, if you don't mind, for us, our viewers that don't understand Hindi, would you just do a quick translation of what that song meant? Just so people can all appreciate that.
Of course. I
along
love
with the fantastic singing, also understand
this bhajan that I was singing. This was about God, not just God. It was about that power, the universal power that we pray to. He's Allah, He's Ram, He's Christ, He's Bhagwan, He's everything. It's just a power that we are looking at. We are praying at a power. He's the one who is our destination. He's the one who is the light. He's the one who is giving life to everyone. So it is about, when I say tum, that tum is He, that He is the universal power we are talking about. So that is all. So similarly, we have a very similar kind of a poetry in Urdu, which is written by a very great poet who's no more with us, called Nida Fazli Sahab. And this, I remember I had sung last year in London when I had my concert. I had sung it for the first time, and people loved it. The words are धड़कन धड़कन धड़क रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम. Now, every beat is talking about Allah. And when I say Allah, it is not just Allah. I also say धड़कन धड़कन धड़क रहा है ईश्वर तेरो नाम. That every beat is talking about you. पंछी पंछी चहक रहा है. Every bird is talking about you. My heartbeat, the birds, the whole nature is talking about you. धड़कन धड़कन धड़क रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम. धड़कन धड़कन धड़क रहा है ईश्वर तेरो नाम. पंछी पंछी चहक रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम. धड़कन धड़कन धड़क रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम. And in the next couplet the poet says, even a small particle of maybe gold or silver is nothing but you. अंबर सोना धरती चांदी माटी हीरा मोती. अंबर सोना धरती चांदी माटी हीरा मोती. बाहर भीतर चमक रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम. Bahar means outside, Bhitar means inside. Bahar, Bhitar, outside, inside. There is nothing but your name. Bahar, Bhitar, चमक रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम। पंछी पंछी चहक रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम। धड़कन धड़कन धड़क रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम। यमुना जी के तट पर गूंजे तेरे नाम की मुरली। यमुना जी के तट पर गूंजे तेरे नाम की मुरली। यमुना जी के तट पर गूंजे तेरे नाम की मुरली। गंगा जी में झलक रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम। पंछी पंछी चहक रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम। धड़कन धड़कन धड़क रहा है अल्लाह तेरो नाम। ईश्वर तेरो नाम अल्लाह तेरो नाम। So I think this was all about my dedication, my spirituality, my motivational thoughts that I think that I can as a singer give through my music.
And you know what, Sudeepji, that is amazing because different people can contribute different things towards being inspirational and motivational, and yours is obviously singing. Some people it's about spirituality, other people are about doing good deeds, whatever. So it's all different things, and the amount of compliments we've been having coming in after listening to your singing, can I just say you've been absolutely amazing. And
thank you so much.
And is there any other song you can sing for us? I'm not ready to let it go yet.
Okay, I'll sing one more. There's a beautiful song which I'm sure we all who have grown up in India or with Indian music, we know this song as a bhajan also, and in our school we always used to sing this song. I'm sure you also know this song, Humko Man Ki Shakti Dena, Man Vijay Kare. It's a beautiful song which gives you power, which is very motivational for any student, any person in life who is going through a bad time. I'm sure many people who know this song would love to sing along with me, so they can sing along wherever they are. हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करे। हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करे। दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करें। हमको मन की शक्ति देना। भेदभाव अपने दिल से साफ कर सके। Such beautiful couplets which I feel is apt for today's world, whatever is happening everywhere. भेदभाव अपने दिल से साफ कर सके। दोस्तों से भूल हो तो माफ कर सके, झूठ से बचे रहें, सच कदम भरे, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करें, हमको मन की शक्ति देना। मुश्किलें पड़े तो हम पे इतना कर्म कर, साथ दे तो धर्म का, चले तो धर्म पर, खुद पे हौसला रहे, बदी से ना डरे, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करें, हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करें, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करें, हमको मन की शक्ति देना। Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And CG, you'll be very pleased to know we've got like lots of comments coming in, all positive. And there is a request from you, for you even. Would you be able to sing us something, again, inspirational, motivation, high tempo, if possible, please?
Let me think. I didn't work on that. I'm sure there must be something.
No worries at all.
Yes, yes, yes.
And a film one, if possible, please.
A film one?
Yes, just to make your life
Okay.
much more difficult.
Yeah. The thing is, actually, most of the film songs, and they are devotional, so
Yes.
they are not very peppy. But there's a very nice song which I would like to sing. Just give me 1 minute.
Please do. If you need a couple of seconds, please take that.
Yeah. I'm nearly done.
No worries. In the meanwhile, I'll just tell our wonderful viewers about the song that Sudeep ji sang first, which was Vaishnava Janako. It was a song written by Narsingh Mehta, who became very famous, and the song became very famous because of Gandhiji. And in short, it means a true devotee of Vishnu, which is the Vaishnava, is one who knows and appreciates the pain of others. And he keeps his promises and he keeps his thoughts pure. He respects women, he never steals. He is unattached and not affected by the general vices of life. And again, so isn't that beautiful? So with that, we will go back to Sudeepji and he's ready with his song.
Okay, I came out to something else. It's a nice Sufiana Qawwali,
Okay.
and of course I have never sung a Qawwali on a Zoom meeting, so I don't know how will it sound.
I'm sure it
Because
was fantastic.
but the words are very nice, and this is all about again spirituality, motivational, and I'm sure everyone know about the song. ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो बला झूले लालन, ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो बला झूले लालन, सिंधड़ी दा शेवण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर हो लाल मेरी चार चराग तेरा बरण हमेशा चार चराग तेरा बरण हमेशा चार चराग तेरा बरण हमेशा पंजवा में बारन आई बला झूले लालण सिंधड़ी दा शेवाण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर हो लाल मेरी हिंद सिंध पीड़ा तेरी नौबत बाजे हिंद सिंध पीड़ा तेरी नौबत बाजे हिंद सिंध पीड़ा तेरी नौबत बाजे नाल बजे घड़ी आल बला झूले लालण सिंधड़ी दा शेवण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर अली दा पहला नंबर हो लाल मेरी This is all I could do in a fast track.
That was absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
My
much
pleasure.
for coming here.
Thank you so much.
And I'm sure we will hopefully invite you again for a session, and I hope you will not let us down.
No, thank you so much. I'm so happy I could join you all for this great work, and all the best to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow, amazing. So from that beautiful music, all that inspiration, all that motivation, all that upbeat tempo, if you please, let's go to our next slot. And what we're about to see is a little documentary film. Now, this is the first ever documentary film on Gandhi's Ahmedabad Times from 1915 to 1930. Gandhi at Ahmedabad is directed by Dr. Dhimat Purohit and produced by Dr. Maneklal Patel for Gujarat Vidyapeeth, with Tushar Gandhi as anchor, and for the Hindi version, the narrator is veteran actor late Sri Om Puri. Dr. Dhimat Purohit, who directed this film, has made this documentary available in 3 different languages: Hindi, Gujarati, and English. Dhimat is also the editor for newsviews.com with a career of 31 years in writing and journalism. He was former bureau chief for Aaj Tak news channel of India Today Group for Gujarat and worked closely with them, with the then CM, the now Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. His film highlights Gandhi's stay at the Sabarmati ashram, freedom struggles initiated from there, and Gandhi's journey from MK Gandhi to Mahatma Gandhi, while laying the foundation of 4 major institutes in Ahmedabad. Now, we're going to be presented this beautiful film by Meeta Joshi. Meeta Joshi is a chaplain, a speaker, TV and film producer, physicist, IT telecoms engineer, sociologist, well-being and executive coach, Reiki master, teacher, yoga instructor, interfaith professional. Oh my God, that list is amazing. Namaste, Meeta ji, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste, Sarita, for
such a long introduction of me. Thank you so much. And thank you for introducing the film, and Dhimant Purohit, who is a good friend of mine. We studied together, Mass Comm, Developmental Communication at Gujarat University. And he had the privilege to produce this film, which is the first ever film produced in 100 years by Gujarat Vidyapith, which was one of the main institutes started by Mahatma Gandhi himself. And so I'm so privileged. Namaste to everyone at Healing on Earth, Healing Our Earth, and also to the global audience who is listening and watching this film. Special thanks to Nil Kumar for organizing this, and to everyone who is involved in this wonderful platform. This film is, as I said, the first ever film by Gujarat Vidyapith, and it has had to go through a lot of research of around 2 years, making sure each and every message which is displayed in the film from Gandhiji is accurate, quality assurance. And Vidyapith has a very simple living high thinking motto, because I did my one of my projects in post-graduation, adult education project at Gujarat Vidyapith. So I have lived that life for that during that time, which involved, also using the spinning wheel, ratio, which is called in Gujarati, also involved simple food, which sattvic food, helping sweep the floors and doing pratna together. So it brings wonderful memories. Now, without ado, I would like to share my screen. If you can bear with me, I'll show you the documentary from here. So just if you can bear with me, I'm just sharing my screen.
No problem, Neetaji.
Ahmedabad, in the early 20th century, 500 years old, an extremely calm and laid-back city. About 100 years ago, in 1915, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi stepped into this city for the first time. The reverberation of his footsteps impacted not only the city and the entire nation, but the rest of the world too. Ahmedabad. This very city transformed Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi into Mahatma Gandhi, and because of the Mahatma, Ahmedabad secured a place on the international map.
For my grandparents, Mahatma Gandhi and Kasturba, Ahmedabad was not merely their home, but the stage for the freedom movement of India. With deep consideration, Bapu, with the objective of the freedom of our country, created 4 great institutions over here. Satyagraha Ashram, Gujarat Vidyapith, Majur Mahajan, and Navjivan.
The evening of 1st February 1915 was historic as Gandhiji came to Ahmedabad and was given a grand reception. He was the guest of Sheth Mangaldas Girdhardas. On the following day, Gandhiji took his lunch with Surendra Rai Med. On the same evening, Gandhiji was publicly felicitated with a certificate enclosed in a silver casket by Sir Chinubhai Baronet, the renowned industrialist and the chairman of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. 2nd October 1869. Gandhiji was born in Porbandar of Gujarat in Western India. He lived in India and England for 24 years and thereafter in South Africa for about 21 years. He returned to India in 1915 when he was 45 years old. He made Ahmedabad his home from 1915 to 1930. This documentary narrates the story of that period. Gandhiji had a clear picture of the future in his mind.
he would make Ahmedabad the headquarters for his clarion call for the War of Independence. But his path was unique, as it was to begin with the ashram life. Gandhiji had received several proposals to set up ashram from various cities, but Ahmedabad had won his heart.
I had my eyes quite settled on Ahmedabad. Being a Gujarati, I always believed that I would be able to serve my country more through the Gujarati language. It was also believed that Ahmedabad was former center of hand weaving, and hence the work of spinning wheels could be carried out more effectively here. Moreover, it was expected that Ahmedabad, being the main city of Gujarat, the wealthy people of here could be able to help financially.
However, Dr. Hari Prasad Desai had already insisted Gandhiji that he make Ahmedabad the hub of all future political activities. Moreover, Sheth Mangal Das Girdhar Das had also shown his willingness to bear the expenses of the ashram for 1 year.
For Bapu, ashram was not merely a structure made out of brick and mortar. It was actually a laboratory to implement his great ideals. Many experiments were conducted over here, which are source of inspiration for us even today, and the torchbearers to understand the ideology of Bapu. Today, even after 100 years, many people, not only from India, but also from around the globe, converge over here to seek inspiration from this land of Bayan Bapu.
The world-renowned Sabarmati Ashram came into existence much later. Barrister Jeevanlal Vrijlal's Kochra bungalow in Ahmedabad had the honor of being the first ashram of Gandhiji in India and was given the name Satyagraha Ashram.
I had a long deliberation with my friends, and eventually the institution was named Satyagraha Ashram. I have dedicated my life to the discovery of truth. I insist to live for the truth, and if need be, I would even die for it.
गांधी जी मानते थे कि व्यक्तिगत विकास और सामाजिक परिवर्तन के लिए सत्याग्रह जरूरी है। इसलिए गांधी जी ने आश्रम को सत्याग्रह की प्रयोगशाला बनाया।
On 20th May 1915, Gandhiji observed the housewarming ceremony and came to live in his new house after a couple of days. On 25th May 1915, the ashram became operational with about 25 men and women. Gandhiji formulated 11 vows for living the simple community life. He laid down all the rules in his own handwriting. But it was not a smooth ride for Gandhi. Trouble started on 26 September 1915. When a Harijan professor, Dudabhai Dafda, came to live in the ashram with his family, people resented it and protested on the issue of untouchability. Gandhi's elder sister, Rariyat Behan, left the ashram, and subsequently, several Hindu families stopped providing assistance. But Gandhi did not retract from his stand.
और किसी देश में लोग पूछते अस्पृश्यता क्या चीज़ है मालूम ही नहीं है और हमारे अस्पृश्यता कहाँ नहीं है ये मालूम नहीं होता है इतनी नस नस में घुसी हुई अस्पृश्यता है.
A time came when the ashram faced a financial crisis. During this time, a trader donated 13,000 rupees to Gandhiji confidentially. His name was Ambalal Sarabhai.
It was not for the first time that such a fate had befallen me. The God has always helped me in crisis.
In 1917, the epidemic of plague broke out in Ahmedabad and the number of deaths increased every day. Kochrab too was not spared from this epidemic.
We couldn't have protected the children, and hence, as a caution, we loaded the bullock carts with necessary things and came to Sabarmati. The moment we got the possession of the land there.
The land of Sabarmati Ashram was purchased at 2,553 rupees from Acharya Manishankar Pitambar Das. The registration was done on 31st May 1917 and on 17th June 1917, the Sabarmati Ashram started functioning. Gandhiji used to talk about this ashram with great pride.
On one side of the ashram is a crematory and jail on the other. Hence, the inmates of the ashram receive the training of not fearing either the jail or death.
उद्योग करना, अपने हाथों से काम करना और आश्रम स्वयं निर्भर हो, आश्रम का परिवार और आश्रम के लोग अपने अपने शरीर श्रम के आधार पर काम करें और अपना जीवन चलाएं, वो दोनों कोचरब में संभव नहीं थे। तो एक तो आश्रम की सामाजिकता और दूसरा आश्रम का अर्थव्यवस्था, दोनों के लिए कोचरब से बाहर निकलना उनके लिए आवश्यक था।
The heart of the Sabarmati Ashram was the residence of Gandhiji, Hriday Kunj. This name was given by Gandhiji's associate Kaka Kalelkar. Gandhiji lived here from 1917 to 1930. Here Gandhiji used to meet the national and international leaders, and this was the place where the dreams of an independent India were visualized and strategies formulated for the freedom movement. This is the land that has witnessed much upheaval and decisions taken by Gandhiji in the face of difficult challenges. Community prayer had a great importance in the ashram life, and Gandhiji used to pray here every day with the inmates of the ashram at 4:15 in the morning and at 7 in the evening.
और प्रार्थना के बारे में वो इतना उनका अनुभव रहा कि वो कहते थे कि मेरे प्रार्थना का कोई प्रत्युत्तर ईश्वर से नहीं मिला है, ऐसा कभी बना नहीं।
To Gandhiji, the meaning of ashram was as clear as a picture drawn on the wall. He has even written about this.
Here, the meaning of ashram is collective religious life. Such ashram was inherent within me.
Another facet of Gandhiji's nature deserves mention. Sometimes, the grandchildren of Ba and Bapu would come to live in the ashram. Then, Gandhiji used to make Ba pay for their food and lodging expenses. Such were the ethics of Gandhiji for public life. Based on this idealist philosophy, a rigorous 17-hour timetable from 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. was set for the ashram life. There were 3 main activities. 1. Community spinning program. 2. Community cleaning program. And 3. Community prayer. These 3 activities started a unique cultural, economic and spiritual movement which was to lead the nation towards independence. The 15 years between 1915 and 1930 had a great significance in Gandhiji's life and in the history of the nation. Later, the following became his symbols: 3 monkeys, spinning wheel, spectacles, watch, walking stick, slippers, short dhoti, the Gandhi cap, fasting, vow of silence, the Gandhian philosophy, the Gandhian path.
The fight for independence was not merely a political fight. For Bapu, the meaning of independence was not limited just to be free from the Britishers. Bapu's struggle was aimed at making India a country of free people in every sense of the word. According to Bapu, the role of education was very important in the discovery of freedom. This was the thought that gave birth to Gujarat Vidyapith.
Seldom do you find any other university where students are engaged in such cleaning activities. Perhaps there isn't another university in the world where students begin their daily lessons with prayers and spinning activity. This tradition, maintained in the university for a century, makes it unique. Gandhiji was aware of this at the time the university was set up. So he said,
I had only given the mantra. If you feel that son of a merchant could do something worthy of not, in that regard, I have done a saintly deed by establishing the university.
Gandhiji established the Gujarat Vidyapith on 18th October 1920, and on 15th November 1920, it started functioning in this bungalow of Daya Bhai Ijjatram. From 1922 to 1924, Gujarat Vidyapith functioned in the Aga Khan estate at Nehru Bridge. Since 1925, it has remained in the current premises. On 9th March 1923, the foundation stone of the Pran Jeevan Vidyarthi Bhavan was laid by Dr. Praful Chandra Roy. Out of 2.5 lakh rupees donated by Dr. Pran Jeevan Mehta, the building of the institute was constructed with 1.75 lakh rupees. The bricks used in the construction had an imprint of the spinning wheel on them. On 14th January 1925, the Vice-Chancellor Mahatma Gandhi inaugurated this building, and he retained the post throughout his life. The chief aim of the university was to build the character of workers for the attainment of self-rule, to inculcate the pride of hard work that is acknowledged in the syllabus of the university, to abide by the principle of cooperation without seeking any help from the government, to help to educate on equality of all religions, to adopt the use of khadi and spinning wheel, to educate only in the mother tongue, to educate keeping the rural areas in mind.
चरखा का मतलब सिर्फ कताई नहीं है, विकेंद्रित व्यवस्था की बात है। तो अगर विकेंद्रित व्यवस्था की बात हम सोचते हैं तो उसमें हमने बदलाव नहीं लिया है कि वो तो रहना चाहिए, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ अगर कंप्यूटर आ गया तो हमने कंप्यूटर को भी उसमें साथ जोड़ दिया। विकेंद्रित व्यवस्था में ये भी एक अच्छा माध्यम है कि पूरी विकेंद्रित व्यवस्था को ये बढ़ावा दे रहा है। तो इस प्रकार से बदलाव आते रहे, लेकिन जो मूल बातें हैं उसमें मैं मानता हूँ कि विद्यापीठ ने कभी समझौता नहीं किया है।
With the changing times, the university has also changed. Along with the spinning wheel, now computer lessons are also given without making any compromises on Gandhiji's fundamental principles. Even after 100 years, the Gujarat Vidyapith is marching ahead on the path shown by Gandhiji. The university that started with just 59 students has gifted the nation with a number of Gandhian workers, writers, journalists, government officials and leaders in these 100 years.
The relations between labor and owners still remains an unsolved puzzle, even after so many years and major conflicts too. When this matter came for the first time to Gandhi, he must have hardly had any doubts about it. For Gandhi, labor and owners are like two wheels of the same vehicle. In other words, they complement each other. And this very thought gave birth to the first and unique labor union, Mazdoor Mahajan, in which laborers and owners worked hand in hand.
On 25th February 1920, Mazdoor Mahajan Sangh was established and the name was given by Gandhiji.
कि महाजन मतलब बड़े दिल का आदमी, तो मजदूर भी कोई ऐसा छोटे दिल वाला नहीं है। तो जब भी अहमदाबाद शहर में कुछ भी आपत्ति आती थी तो तब वो अपना भी कंट्रीब्यूशन देते थे।
Gandhiji's magazine Navjivan originally belonged to Indulal Yagnik, and its original name was Navjivan Ane Satya, which Bapu borrowed from Indulal Yagnik as a medium to spread his ideology and thoughts, and renamed it Navjivan.
7th September 1919. The moment Gandhiji's name was linked to Navjivan, the number of annual subscribers went up from 600 to around 2,500, and around 5,000 copies of the first issue were sold straight away. The circulation figure went up to 40,000, which was several times higher than that of any daily newspaper. Such was the popularity of Gandhi's Navjivan, although he wrote with his own conviction and ideology. However, he neither accepted any advertisement nor made any compromise. To him, journalism was for the service of the people of the nation. Gandhiji had a clear vision regarding his journalism. He himself has wrote about it in the Navjivan.
I am very keen to make sure that the Navjivan should become easily available to the huts of farmers and houses of viewers. Navjivan would never hesitate in the assertion of truth. Having said that, it would never be impolite in its process either.
Gandhiji already had a newspaper called Young India, and now Navjivan in Gujarati was added, that was later published in Hindi too. From 1942, the publication of Harijan also started. All these newspapers became the primary medium of communicating Gandhiji's ideology and the activities of the freedom struggle. The world-renowned autobiography of Gandhiji, The Story of My Experiments with Truth, was initially published in Navjivan as a weekly column, and later Navjivan Prakashan gifted it to the world in the form of a book whose 53 lakh copies have been sold till date, and that is a record in itself.
गांधी जी के 3 पुस्तक हैं, एक सत्याग्रह इन साउथ अफ्रीका, हिंद स्वराज एंड ऑटोबायोग्राफी। ये 3 पुस्तक ऐसी हैं जो एक बार आदमी पढ़ ले तो उसको गांधी, अगर जिसको नहीं पढ़ना है, ये 3 पुस्तक अगर पढ़ ले तो गांधी, समग्र गांधी के विचार जो है इसमें आप पा सकेंगे।
You may only call it the specialty of Gandhiji that he took care of his mother tongue even while fighting against the Britishers and published the first spelling dictionary of Gujarati language. Commenting on it, he wrote,
After this, no one has any right to change any spelling willingly.
Gandhiji's ideas about literature were very clear. He always used to say,
I want such a literature as can be understood even by a farm worker.
In 1915, when Bai and Bapu came to Ahmedabad, they were all alone. But in no time, the entire nation joined them. However, the people who sensed his greatness even then were from Ahmedabad. He got the lifelong companionship of people like Mahadev Bhai Desai and Sardar Patel from Ahmedabad itself.
1915 to 1930. In these 15 years, Ba, along with Bapu too, led the nation. The place of Kasturba has always been prominent, be it the personal life of Gandhiji or the ashram life. Gandhiji had confessed that his life was incomplete without Kasturba. Like any other couple, they had their share of conflicts too, but they always ended in an amicable manner. The greatest virtue of Kasturba was her courage. Gandhiji had learnt the lesson of non-violence from none other than Kasturba. In the meantime, Mahadev Bhai Desai met Bapu and the world witnessed a unique story of sacrifice, service and dedication. Prior to his entry into the world of politics, Barrister Vallabhbhai used to make fun of Gandhiji, but he was impressed by Gandhiji's courage during his work in Champaran. In the year 1928, Vallabhbhai started the Bardoli Satyagraha movement, and it was due to his successful leadership he began to be called Sardar.
ये है कि इवन जवाहरलाल नेहरू भी बोलते थे कि हम गांधी जी के कई विचारों के विरुद्ध थे, मगर ऐसा गांधी जी में क्या था कि मैग्नेटिक पर्सनालिटी, लाइक ए मैग्नेट वी ड्रू टुवर्ड्स हिम, और एक लीडरशिप क्वालिटी गांधी जी में, सेंस ऑफ सेक्रीफाइस, लोगों खास करके गरीबों का उत्थान के लिए करते थे, और गांधी जी सबके लिए करते थे काम.
Gandhi was the first commander in chief whose army only utilized weapons of non-violence and satyagraha. Gandhi fought many such unique battles from Ahmedabad itself, which the world had never witnessed or heard of before.
1917, Champaran. 1918, the strike of laborers. 1918, Kheda Satyagraha. 1919, Rowlatt Act. 1920, Swadeshi. 1921, the first flag with spinning wheel. 1921, the non-cooperation movement. 1922, Chauri Chaura. 1922, Great Case. 1924, Kohad. 1924, Vaikom Satyagraha. 1925 Congress President. 1928 Bardoli Satyagraha. Through his satyagraha, civil disobedience, non-cooperation, non-violence and hunger strikes, Gandhiji led the nation to the path of freedom.
मेरे पास के घर में, बगल के घर में या नीचे एक जो गरीब मुस्लिम बुनकर कुटुंब रहता था, उसकी आंख में उस दिन आंसू थे जब इन्होंने ये पढ़ा कि कोई एक बड़ा आदमी पकड़ा गया और अपने को बुनकर कहता है। तो इसको लगा कि मेरा जात भाई पकड़ा गया है। तो हिंदुस्तान के हर आदमी को अपना जात भाई लगे, ये गांधी की विशेषता है।
The Dandi March. Among all of Gandhiji's movements, the Dandi March occupied the topmost position. The idea was Gandhiji's, a satyagraha against the imposition of unjust taxes on salt, a movement that initially even leaders like Sardar Patel and Jawaharlal Nehru were not aware of. Gandhiji declared that,
First, I myself would break this law of salt and would march to Dandi for the same.
to undertake the 3-week journey, 79 Satyagrahi male soldiers from the ashram were chosen from 14 regions. Prayer meetings had begun on the bank of river Sabarmati a week before the march. Gandhiji emotionally expressed himself during that meeting.
My birth is meant for the destruction of the British Empire. This might be my last speech on the bank of the Sabarmati, or this might be the final speech of my life.
These words melted the people's hearts. 12th March, Gandhiji left Hridaykunj at 6:10 a.m. and all set out singing the hymn Vaishnav Jan at 6:30 a.m.
12 मार्च 1930 के दिन इसी रास्ते से गांधी जी आखिरी बार कूच कर गए अपनी अहिंसक सेना के साथ दांडी यात्रा के लिए। आजादी की लड़ाई, अहमदाबाद और गांधी जी तीनों के लिए दांडी यात्रा का महत्व अनूठा है। वो दांडी यात्रा ही थी जिसने अंग्रेज सल्तनत की जड़ें हिला दी, और वो दांडी यात्रा ही थी जिसके बाद गांधी जी ने अपना शहर अहमदाबाद छोड़ा।
The manner in which the 61-year young Gandhi walked, it seemed that he would wrest freedom on that very day. During the Dandi March, he had said,
Without Swaraj, I will not see the ashram again. I shall die the death of a crow or a dog, but I will not return to the ashram without attaining Purna Swaraj.
Gandhi was an iron-willed man. He did not stay in Ahmedabad ashram after 1930, as per his vow not to return to the ashram until he achieved independence. Yes, he did visit Ahmedabad 16 times for one or the other reasons.
After 1930, Bapu was the hero of the struggle for freedom which lasted till 1947. Eventually, we won the battle and the country became independent on 15th August 1947. On the one hand, people rejoiced due to independence, and on the other hand, there was grief due to partition and bloody riots. But the greatest shock was yet to come. 30th January 1948. We lost our beloved Bapu within 5.5 months after independence.
In 1948, Bapu finally came to his beloved city Ahmedabad, but alas, in somewhat this manner.
साबरमती के संत तूने कर दिया कमाल रघुपति राघव राजा
Life is my message.
Wow, what a wonderful film, what a wonderful message by Vidyapith, a gift to the world. It
Yes.
reminded me, brought, goose pimples to me because reminded my life in Ahmedabad. People who have not visited Ahmedabad, they should. It's a beautiful city of different cultures, different communities, very lively culture. I used to go to Sabarmati Ashram as a teenager and pray at the spot where the prayer spot was in the evening with one of my friends and plan about future, what we can do to make the difference in the world. Gandhiji's philosophy has made a lot of difference to the world by means of many great personalities such as Martin Luther King Jr., Nelson Mandela, and Dalai Lama, and everyone is touched by his message. So thank you so much, Healing Our Earth and Neil Kumar, for giving this opportunity to view this film. I'm ever so obliged, and thank you so much to Vidyapith as well.
Thank you, Mitaji. Mitaji, just a quick question before you go. What if people want to learn more about this project and about the director? Who can they contact? What website? What sort of things what URLs can you direct them to, please?
I can, send the direct contact of email address of Dhiman Purohit, so they can directly contact him over there. I'm the person over here. If someone wants to get in touch with me, then I'll also share my contact details over here, which I'm part of the team anyway. So, so I can share, both. Would you like me to do it now or later?
Actually, I'll tell you what, if any of your viewers want to connect, then please do write in and we'll give you your details. So Mitaji, if you can just give your details to our project director, to Nil Kumarji, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarita.
Thank you.
Thank you so
and
much.
Wow, that was amazing, wasn't it? For those who haven't been to Ahmedabad, I'd say this is a good time to go. It is a beautiful place. I've been there. And yes, now, you know what? I've had a few messages asking me about our future programs. So let me tell you a little bit about it. On the 11th of October coming up, we have a COVID-19 special event. So that's about how to protect yourself, how to protect others, and the impact of COVID on our community. 17th of October is the start of Navratri, all the way till Dasera on the 25th of October. Now, we will have Navratri special sessions every single day. So watch this space, www.healingourearth.com, for further details. Just because you're not able to go anywhere to play Garbas doesn't mean you cannot enjoy Navratris and play Garbas in your own home with loads of other people online. 30th of October is based on Sharad Purnima, the full moon event day, and the day to mark the start of autumn, and also the day for Lakshmi Puja. So you have that as well. And in November, we've got Diwali coming up. And for those people who go into London to celebrate Diwali on Trafalgar Square, braving the weather, don't worry, given the current climate, we probably cannot have a live Diwali show on Trafalgar Square, but come what may, we will enjoy the joy and spread the light of Diwali here on our forum. So on the 1st of November, there is a virtual Diwali on Trafalgar Square hosted by the Diwali in London committee. And this time we will also celebrate the 5 days of the actual Diwali, which is the 12th to the 16th of November, with virtual events every single day. Right, so if you want more details, like I said, look up www.healingourearth.com. Now, our next guest is also from India, Dr. Bhagirath Singh V. Jadeja, and is going to talk about the 3 beacons of light, the Krishna, the Buddhist, and the Gandhian philosophy. Dr. Jadeja is the founder and chairperson of Avahan, Your Inner Calling, a corporate and education consulting firm. He is a student of the life coach, Mr. Anthony Robbins from the USA. He is a leadership trainer, an NLP coach, NAC trainer, psychologist, counselor, mythologist, and also a therapist. His aim is to help people discover what they are truly capable of. Namaste and welcome, Bhagirajan Singh Ji, and welcome to Ho. And before we go into what you're about to present today, let me also call on Dr. Lalit Soda, my colleague and co-host, as he'd like to have a quick word with you as well.
Hello, Sarita. How are you?
I am good. Dr. Soda. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yes, I'm so excited to say a big hello to my dear friend, Bhagirat Singh Jadeja. He's an awesome speaker and you're going to love it. So, global namaste to you, Bhagirat Ji.
Global namaste, Lalit Bhai. Thank you so much. It's so lovely to see you back. I was just going through the list and I thought, okay, you are not hosting when I'm going to speak, so I'm going to miss you. But I think you read my mind.
We were definitely destined to meet today, but I'll let you carry on with your talk. People are excited to listen to you, so you carry on. All the best. Thank you very much.
Actually, before you go, Dr. Soda, since you've got the first-hand knowledge on Dr. Jadeja, why don't you give us a quick three-sentence summary on what you believe Dr. Jadeja is about, so it can get the people more excited.
Absolutely. This gentleman, again, my contact with him is pretty much from social media and the social media platforms. We've conducted a Zoom session personally with him where he came and spoke immensely about the mind and how we should focus on getting ourselves ahead in life. A student of Anthony Robbins, who I also have been one. So it was just a great connection coming from the same school of thought. And his way of talk, his explanations just hits home. So a super amazing and exciting speaker.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Dr. Soda. Over to you, Dr. Jadeja.
Global namaste.
Global namaste.
First of all, Sarita ji, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I'm deeply honored. It is an immense honor and a privilege to be here, to be invited by Healing Our Earth group to speak on this session. This global free online motivational and inspirational session. It's a privilege. It's a total honor and privilege. When Nil Kumar Bhai approached me for this session, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Lalit Bhai and also Meena Auntie for recommending my name here, that he is a speaker who should speak. So when Nil Kumar Bhai approached me, he sent me that wonderful poster, this poster of the event, and I saw that wonderful quote that was written on that: "Be the change you want to see in the world." That's one of my favorite quotes of Mahatma Gandhi. So when he asked me to speak, he said, would you speak something on Mahatma Gandhi? So I was like, okay, sure, I'll speak on him. But then I started asking myself, what should I speak? Because I didn't want to speak on nonviolence, because that is spoken by so many people. And Gandhiji is known worldwide for his nonviolence, the movement that he did. And also, I never wanted to speak on relevance of the Gandhian philosophy in 21st century, because there's so much debate and discussion going on there, pros and cons, both. So I said, no, I want to speak something different. So what should I speak? So when I was asking that question to myself, and when I was seeking the answer to it so desperately, something hit me. And that was the journey. The journey of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi to Mahatma. And I was like, okay, this journey is really interesting. This has some subtle messages, some learning, some philosophy that can be shared. But then I asked myself again, is this the only journey that can give inspiration to people? And I looked back in the history and I got many other journeys. And I selected 3. The journey of Mohan, which is one of the name of Krishna, the journey of Mohan to Dwarikadish, the Lord of Dwarka, the journey of Siddharth to Buddha, and journey of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi to Mahatma Gandhi. So I selected these 3. Yes, obviously there are many other wonderful journeys of Kautilya to become Chanakya, the journey of Chand Ashok to become the Samrat Ashok, the journey of Shankar to become the Adi Shankaracharya. There are many, but I selected these 3 particularly because these 3 people have not just inspired the generation, they have inspired the culture, and also they have triggered the idea of a nation. And that's very important because we are living this philosophy. Whether we agree to that, whether we don't agree to that, we are living this. So this 3 beacons of light is a talk from Mohan to Mohandas, the journey that was traveled, and what are the teachings for that. Okay, so I'm not going to go into the journey of each, but I would rather select 5 teachings that I want to share with you all, because these 3 have much in common. They have traveled a lot, they have thought a lot, and they have influenced the masses. So they have something in common. So I have gone through all the 3 lives, and I have selected 5 things for you people, and I want to share that with you. So I'll quickly go through that. First, one thing that I found very interesting, the first preliminary thing in all the 3, that is Lord Krishna, Lord Buddha, and Mahatma Gandhi. In this journey of a man becoming a god, man becoming a religion, and a man becoming a Mahatma, the 3 journeys have one thing in common. The first and foremost, they worked on themselves. That is first very important thing. They worked on themselves. If you look at Lord Krishna, when he defeated his uncle, the king of Mathura, Kans, he was offered the throne of Mathura, but he chose not to go for the throne. He chose to go for the Gurukul, to study under Rishi Sandipani. He chose to go for that. And that made all the change. He chose to work on himself. Result, instead of taking the throne of Mathura, he was able to build the golden city for himself, the city of Dwarka. And not just that, he became the kingmaker. He visualized an entire empire, the empire of Aryavrat. And he united all the states into one nation and built an empire and made Yudhishthira the emperor. So Krishna chose to work on himself. Same goes for Lord Buddha. When he was Siddharth, he was actually searching his answers. It was his suffering. He chose to live his state, his palace, his everything, and go for a life which was full of trouble. He chose to work on himself. He chose to seek the answers, and that answers took him to become Lord Buddha. And Mahatma Gandhi, his book, The Experiments of the Truth, autobiography of Gandhi. We were just seeing this wonderful documentary just before my talk. We were seeing this wonderful documentary. And in that documentary, we saw how much he has worked on himself. People say the trigger period in Mahatma Gandhi's life was when he was thrown out of train, when he was traveling in South Africa. I think no, the trigger period started, his change, his way of working on himself started when he accepted whatever he did wrong in front of his father. I think that's the moment the change started. So first and foremost thing that these people have in common is they worked on themselves. That's the first message that they have given to us. Second teaching. Now, before I go for the second teaching, I would like to make the connections also. So when you decide, okay, I want to work on myself, the first question comes to your mind, how? What are the tools I have in my hand? What do I have in my hand that I can use to work on my own self? That's the first question that comes to mind. So answering that, we have the second teaching. What they had in their hands? What was the tool that these people used to work on themselves? That leads us to second teaching, pain. They took pain. They have suffered pain a lot. If you study their lives in detail, how much ever you agree with them, how much ever you criticize them, you will have to agree these three people have suffered a lot. But they made that pain their tool, their weapon to work on themselves. Take the life of Krishna. Take the life of Krishna. We have Bhagavad Gita. In Bhagavad Gita, the chapter 1 is Arjun Vishad Yug, the pain of Arjun, but no one talks about Krishna Vishad. When Krishna had to kill his own uncle, how much pain he would have suffered? He was blamed, he was insulted, he was abused throughout his life. He was told he was a politician, he was fighting someone else's war, and he had to take a curse of destroying his own entire family. But he took it, he accepted it, and that made him Lord Krishna. No one talks about the pain of Krishna. Krishna has suffered immense pain. No one is discussing that. I am recently writing a book. My novel is based on the pain of Krishna. That is what Krishna is. If you go to Lord Buddha, Buddha's journey started with pain. He could not see people suffering. He was suffering. He was feeling their pain. If you go to the stories of Buddha's life, you will find that, he saw that animal fighting that was an annual festival in his father's kingdom. When he saw that, he was crying. His father said, "What happened?" He said, "I cannot see these animals in pain." He was suffering that pain of people. And not just that, no one is asking this question. When he left his palace, wouldn't Prince Siddharth would have felt that pain of leaving wife and a newborn child? Obviously, he would have suffered that pain. But he took that pain and he went in search of the answers which can put mankind in a state where there is no pain. And that actually led to his journey. And Mahatma Gandhi's journey is also full of pain. He is still abused for many things when he is not even alive. The pain is still continuing, but he chose to make that pain his path. Whatever insult that he faced, whatever abuses that he faced, whatever negative emotions that he faced, during his stay in South Africa, even when he was young, he was very skin-thinned, slim person. He was bullied by other people. He has suffered that pain. But these people, they chose to make the pain their weapon, and they worked with that weapon. If I can summarize that pain wala into a formula which I can give you today, I'll put it in a simple way. Something that happens in your life plus acceptance is equal to positive emotions. Something that happens in your life plus non-acceptance is equal to negative emotions. Suppose something happens in your life. If I give an example, if something happens in your life which is not okay according to you, if you accept it, it is tolerance. If you don't accept it, anger. Positive, negative. If someone has got something that you don't have, if you accept it, it becomes inspiration. I don't have that today, but maybe I'll have it tomorrow. That's inspiration. But if you don't accept, yes, someone has something that I don't have, jealousy, negative emotion. So if you accept something, positive. If you don't, negative. That's a simple formula. They choose to accept their pains. Pain became their tool. So first, they worked on themselves. What tool they used? They used pain as that tool. Now the question comes is, how to implement that philosophy into action? How to use that pain into action? So that takes us to the third teaching from their lives. Use small things, put small actions, take small actions, take small steps. They did small things. I meet so many youngsters every day, and this is what I face every day. When I talk to them about their dreams, their ambition, their goal, They come up with, I want to do this, I want to be Ambani, I want to be Zuckerberg, I want to be Jobs. But you start with something small first. Look at Krishna, what did he do? He used to steal butter, Makhan Chor. That is what his name was. Why he was stealing butter? Because butter used to go as a tax to the king of Mathura. He was attacking the economy. He inspired the people not to worship Indra, the lord of the gods. But he said, instead, worship Govardhan, the mountain. Nature awareness, going towards nature. He was inspiring small things. Rasa Leela, a social function, promoting art. He was doing small things that connected him to people. That is what Krishna was. You take Buddha. One simple breathing technique he used and he gave to people. He used it for 7 years. He got enlightenment. He gave it to people. Vipassana. That is inspiring the whole world today. Small thing, no big thing. Simple. Focus on your breath. Simple thing, small thing. Imagine small thing. You focusing on your breath, changing your life. He never gave many complicated techniques. Buddha gave one simple technique. Focus on your breath. Vipassana. You take Mahatma Gandhi. He was doing small things. Non-cooperation movement. Dandi salt satyagraha. Khadi movement. Ayurveda. What was all this? The small thing. Start with something small. People always aim to do something big. No. Big things happen because of small steps. They forget that. If you want to build a house, start with a brick. They forget that. And that is making the whole difference. I see people, and when I take sessions, no, they are talking about health. I take on mental health and all. And when they are saying, sir, I'll start from tomorrow. I'm going to work on myself. Tomorrow, I'm going to run for 10 kilometers. Guys, start with 10 minutes. You know you're not going to fulfill that. And therefore, you won't be consistent in that. So third thing is take small steps. So first was work on yourself. What is the tool you have? Pain. How to implement that philosophy? Take small steps. How to make it consistent and how to achieve success. That is the fourth question that will come in mind. So fourth is connect to masses. They connected to masses. See, that's a one simple, natural thing in us, in our mind as human. When we go and commit anything in public, we will not allow any of our fear to fail us. Krishna, Buddha, and Mahatma Gandhi connected to masses. Imagine a shepherd, a gwala. Right now it is my Krishna for everyone. He connected to so many people. My Krishna, Mera Kanhaiya. Buddha, my Buddha. Buddha is now icon. Imagine Krishna, how much Krishna inspired. If I tell to youth, I always say, he is not just Yogeshwar. One of the Krishna's name is Yogeshwar. He is not just Yogeshwar, he is Yutheshwar also. He is inspiring the youth. The Lord of the youth. If I put it in terms of, like, for example, every king was wearing the crown. He chose to put a feather, style icon. He was connecting. He was connecting to the mass. Buddha is the icon of spirituality. If you go to any place who is showing, advertising spirituality, they will have an image of Buddha. If you go to Feng Shui, laughing Buddha, sleeping Buddha, Buddha in meditative state, Buddha is the icon of spirituality. He is connected to the masses. When Buddha was born, it was prophesied either he will be an emperor or he will be a great person who will inspire generation. He chose to be the great person. He could have been the king, but then the empires came to his feet. Imagine the great Ashok took the Buddhist religion inspired by his teachings. He connected to masses. So same goes for Mahatma Gandhi. There are so many freedom struggles. You may criticize Gandhi at many points. You may agree with Gandhi's philosophy. You may disagree with Gandhi's philosophy. But when people ask me, what is the difference? between other freedom struggles that happened before Mahatma Gandhi came into picture and the freedom struggle that Mahatma Gandhi led, there is only one major difference that I can see. When the wars of freedom struggle were fought before Gandhi came into the picture, it was fought by an army. And when Gandhiji led the freedom struggle, it was fought by the people. He connected to the masses. Now that is 4 things. Work on yourself. Use pain as your tool. Take small steps. Connect to masses. But then, how do you keep going? How do you get new ideas? How do you update yourself? Because you have to. That brings me to the last teaching that is coming from these 3 people. That is, be your own inspiration. Don't rely on outside source. Be your own inspiration. Krishna gave entire Bhagavad Gita. There can be no spiritual greater message of spirituality than Bhagavad Gita. But at the end of Bhagavad Gita, when he is telling Arjun what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, what should be done, what should not be done, he says only one sentence, Yathechasi tatha kuru. Do what you feel is right. That is the message of Krishna. What did Buddha say? Buddha was on his deathbed. He was about to die. He called all his students or his pupils, his followers. They were all surrounding Buddha. Buddha said, I'm about to leave my body. I'm about to die. Is there any question in your mind? You may please ask me. So all said, no, you taught us for 40 years. You answered our questions for 40 years. Now we don't have any questions for you. But there was one disciple of his own cousin, Anand. He was crying very badly. Buddha said, why you are crying? Everyone has to die. I'm also going to die. You are also going to die. Death is certain. Death is the only truth. Why are you crying? And at that time, Anand said, I'm not crying because you are going. I'm crying because I am with you since 40 years, but I never got enlightenment. What will I do if you are gone? And Buddha said his last teaching, Apa Dipo Bhava. Be the light unto yourself. And the day Buddha died, next day Anand got his enlightenment. That was Buddha's last message to the world. And Mahatma Gandhi, it is in the poster of this session, be the change you want to see in the world. They are asking you to be inspired by your own self. The world has teaching. Inspiration comes from within. Motivation comes from outside. If you want to really do something in your world, something for yourself, something for people around you, something for people whom you love, you have to get inspired by you. So 3 beacons of light, the Krishna, the Buddhist, and the Gandhian philosophy has 5 major teachings that I predict. First, work on yourself. Make pain your tool. Take small steps. Connect to mass and be the inspiration for yourself. So if I have to connect, Yathechasi tatha kuru, apadipo bhava, and be the change you want to see in the world, and conclude this into one sentence, then do what you feel is right in your life, because you are the light for your own self, and you will have to do something, you will have to take action, because you only can be the change you want to see in this world. Thank you. Over to you, Saritaji. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Yes, please. Sorry, it's just that was absolutely amazing, and they're all really understandable, really relatable points you've given out as well. So let's actually start with point number 1. That you work on yourself, right? So what can people do to kickstart that work onto themselves, as in their work? What do they need to do?
I think first and foremost thing that people need to do is accept themselves. You need to accept yourself. We are not living our lives. We are living lives with mask. And we think that mask is our reality. No, we need to accept ourselves. We need to accept our life. We need to accept it is okay to be happy. It is okay to be sad. It is okay to be angry. It is okay to feel down. It's okay to feel depressed. It is okay to fail in life. It's okay to not to reach to your goals sometimes. It is completely fine. I think first thing that we need to do is accept ourselves. We are not accepting ourselves. We are trying to live someone else's life in someone else's terms and in someone else's way. So I think the first thing we need to do is accept ourselves. And I am telling Saritaji, very, very small thing. The day I started accepting myself, okay, this will not work for me. I am this. And that made all the change in my life. We want world to accept us, but we don't accept ourselves. There is a saying in Gujarati, કોઈ આપણને જાણે એ બહુ ગમે, પણ કોઈ જાણી જાય એ ન ગમે. ઓળખે એ ગમે, પણ આપણને ઓળખી જાય એ ન ગમે. That means, if I translate, we want the world to know us, but we don't want the world to know real us. And then we expect, everything in the career. If you are working, you want your boss and everyone to understand you, understand your situation. You want your family to understand you. You want your partner to understand you. You want the whole world to understand you. But do you accept yourself? Do you understand yourself? So start with that. Accept yourself, whatever it is. Change happens once you accept it. If you don't, nothing is going to change in your life. So I think that's the first step, I think, where people should start with.
Okay, so now let's go to the second step where you said use pain as a tool to make things happen. And there may be some people in our audience who say, what pain? I don't actually feel pain. So does that mean I have to feel pain to make things happen? Or are there other ways I can make things happen? Or can I use anything else as a motivation to make things happen?
I think the problem starts is this. We are being taught ever since when we were a child that there are some things which are good and there are some things which are bad. So you have to accept the good, you have to reject the bad. Now the fact is, there is no universal definition of good and bad, right? Something that is good for you is bad for me, and something that is good for me may be bad for you. And the pain actually starts from there, where I have been taught to reject something, but I have a deepest desire to do that. And I get into a struggle with my own self and I end up in pain. And then, we are asking, what should I do? What should I do? So yes, it is not necessary that you always have to end up in pain to start your journey. The point is, you need to accept whether it is pain or pleasure. You need to accept it and you need to work on it. If I put it in terms of my guru, that is Anthony Robbins' word, everything that we do in our life is either to avoid pain or to gain pleasure. And most of the time it is to avoid pain. I read in your bio, you are also NLP master, so you know this much better than me and you will be able to understand and connect much better. People run away from pain. I want to just put it is not necessary to start from pain, but the fact is this: when we start rejecting some portion of our life, we don't accept some portion of our life, that's where the pain starts. So the moment you face that pain, that portion is accepted. The portion, when it is accepted, the pain has become your friend rather than your enemy. So I think that's what people need to do.
Amazing. And the next 3 points are completely self-explanatory in terms of the baby steps, the connect to the masses, and to be your own inspiration. I think you're absolutely right in that unless you want things to happen, things won't happen. So you just have to be your own inspiration. So completely agree with that. And I can see that Dr. Soda is back as well. So I wonder if he would like to add anything at all, Dr. Soda.
All I can add is thank you, Sarita, for saying that. I had to step out for a few minutes because I was on another call. But yes, as I said, I'm sure this was so inspiring, talking about Krishna talking about the Buddha and the Mahatma Gandhi in you. And let me say, this is the philosophy Dr. Bhagirath is also following. Be the change you want to see in the world. He's out there to conquer the world, I can tell you that. Thank you for such an inspirational talk, Bhagirath ji.
Thank you so much, Lalit Bhai.
Thank you, Sarita.
It's an absolute honor and privilege to be here. And I'm deeply grateful to Healing Our Earth group for inviting me here. And I could connect with so many wonderful people here. And it was an honor to meet Sarita ji here. And we have something in common, that is NLP. And I also go for NAC, that is Tony's neuroassociative conditioning thing. That's advanced version of NLP that he has done. So there is much in common, but I'll surely get back to you very soon on that, and we'll connect on that for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. And sorry, Dr. Soda, did you want to add anything else?
No, I'm glad I know we are pretty much on time here. So absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Sarita.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very much, Dr. Jadeja. It's been amazing. It's been a pleasure having you. It's been absolutely informative. It's been, honestly, the baby steps thing is the best thing I like. I think if everybody follows that, then everything's within reach. So thank you very much for your time, Dr. Jadeja. And certainly we must connect again. And I hope to see you again soon as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. And namaste. Right now, with that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next guest, who is a singer from Italy, the Mexican musician Carlo La Bandera has a musical aim to bring joy, freedom, and harmony through music by allowing musical traditions from different continents to meet through minimal electronic music. Wow, that's amazing. His electro ritual music project recreates the necessary atmosphere for a cathartic experience, bringing music back to its powerful origins and becoming an instrument of healing as a harmonizer that may bring us back closer to nature. So with that, let's welcome Carlos La Bandera. Namaste.
Namaste. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hope you can hear.
It's not loud enough. Is it possible to make it a little louder, please?
Of course. Maybe can you hear better?
Not great, but maybe you can, I don't know, maybe try talking about it. Sorry.
Here we are.
That's better.
That's better. Perfect. So namaste. Hello, everybody.
Namaste.
Nice to see you. And I'm very, very happy to be with all you here. I'm Mexican, as you have said, and but I'm living in Italy, in Bologna. And actually, as you were saying, the project of music, I believe it has much to do with spirituality than it seems. Because as I was hearing all the other colleagues here, actually, in fact, we are energy, and energy is frequency, and so frequency somehow is sound. So actually we are music, kind of, right? And I'm not going to speak too much, but I just wanted to say that what I have understood till now in 40 years of my life, and through studies of music therapy, different types of music like Mexican music, Spanish music, Mediterranean music, and Indian also. What I have understood is that our traditions somehow can bring us back to our own roots. And by coming to our own roots, coming back to the seed we are, which is energy, and this I learned it with the Brahma Kumaris, Raya Yoga, we can discover actually our essence, our truth. And I was just reading that somebody was just writing that, of course, we are everybody in sorrow, somehow a little bit there's sorrow in our lives. So I just wanted to say that what I have experienced is that the only way to come out of the sorrow is to be ourselves, to be honest and transparent, just as my colleague before was saying. Actually, it is about being, right? So the invitation, of course, is to heal the world, and to heal the world through our music, through our own sound, because that's what I believe we are, right? So here we are. I will show you some things about my musical project, of course, but I just wanted to underline that actually we can heal ourselves and we can heal the world through music, and mainly through our voice, and mainly through our own sound. So just to say to you, it's like a kind of a, I'm launching to you a kind of a stone, or a kind of a, you know, like a possibility, an opportunity, an invitation to discover your own sound. And your own sound relies inside of yourself. It's a frequency, and you can hear it. So, of course, I will try to give you the experience of it, and hopefully you can enjoy. But beginning, I would love to, first of all, begin thanking, giving thanks, gracias, diciendo gracias, grazie, to thanking our Mother Earth, the place where we are now and where we can enjoy. Is like the platform where we can enjoy our experiences, right? So why not to thank Mother Earth? And this song, it has been written to give thanks to Mother Earth. So I hope you will like it and enjoy. I'm going to turn down this mic, but hopefully you will hear okay. Just let me know if you are not hearing enough, all right? Even if you do like this or that, I will understand. Meanwhile, I can say to you, this is a Mexican guitar named Jarana, which is from the 1600s. And well, the guitar is, of course, from nowadays, but it has been done on the 1600s style. So it's kind of, it has a particular sound. Perfect. So this is Mother Earth. ¡Vamos! Nada más bello hay que tu madre tierra. No hay nada más bello hay que tu madre tierra. Nada más bello que tú.
was so beautiful, my mother, my earth. Son tus ríos, caricias eternas, son tus colinas, aroma eterna. No hay nada más bello hay que tú, madre tierra. No hay nada más bello que tú. Nada más bello que tú. My experience in music is the simplest things is the best, because it can allow us to come closer to our heart, to our experience, to our emotions, to our feelings. So actually, studying music and realizing the powerful of music that can allow us to, in a moment, in just an instant, hearing a song that we like, or either a song that we have never heard before, but maybe we just hear it at the best at the specific time, then it can allow me to just go up with my energy, right? Just to go beyond whatever situation I'm living in. And mainly nowadays, where we are living in such a crisis state, continuous state, it is very important to protect ourselves, to be very, very close to what we really are, and to allow ourselves to have high frequencies. Of course, it all comes from the mind, from our thoughts. So what I'm going to propose you now is to experience, to bring you back to our own sound, to bring you back to your sound. So what are we going to do is we're going to use different instruments, from some bowls, Tibetan bowls, some from Rajasthan also, and other flutes from Mexico, and some, how you say it, percussions maybe. Well, actually, I don't know how you say it in English, but so you just have to close your eyes and let yourself allow the sounds bring you to yourself. So just close your eyes and feel and be on the present and try to enjoy this moment. It is very special for me to be here because you are amazing. Everyone is amazing.
Just relax and enjoy the sound. I can feel my breathing, my breath. now I can allow myself to imagine the light, the divine light that I am, lies like a star in between the eyes. And I can hear its sound. It's like a frequency, a subtle sound. A subtle sound, like a smile. Now I'm inside myself, with myself. And I can allow myself now to create a sound, to allow the sound, my sound, to come out with an M, for example. And at last, M-O-M. And while I'm still, with eyes closed or inside myself, I can feel the drops. I can feel the sound of the new world. So, namaste. Thanks to everyone. Thanks mainly to Mother Earth. Thanks mainly to Mother Earth that give us support and give us the time, the space for being with it, with nature, with the elements, but also with everyone else around, and allows us to experience in between us. So thank you, thank you, thank you, Mother Earth. And thanks to every one of us, of you, of everyone, that allow ourselves or yourself to come back to who you really are. Shanti, Namaste.
Om Shanti and Namaste. Thank you very much, Carlos. That was absolutely beautiful. And you spoke about music having an energy and a frequency that can take you back to you. And you've honestly proven that with your session today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. And of course, you can find all my musical projects online on Carlos Lavandera. And hope to see you soon. And thank you to everyone, Sarita, and to Neil Kumar, to everyone there, to everyone who is listening, to Mexico, to India, to Italy, everywhere. Thanks from the heart. Namaste.
Thank you. And that was amazing, absolutely amazing. So with that, let's go to Mayur Nanda from India. And his session today is going to be about finding purpose and to connect to happiness. So Mayur is a director of World Human Development Center. He's been a life coach and a business coach since 2004. And Mayur is an expert business consultant and has trained many top-notch corporate and social groups. He has transformed more than 20,000 individuals, both nationally and internationally. So namaste and welcome, Mayurji.
Namaste, Globe. Thank you, Sarita. Thanks a lot for inviting me on this dais. Thanks a lot, healingourearth.com, for hosting this wonderful event out here and remembering Mahatma Gandhi today. That's a very noble thing to be doing at 151st anniversary of his birth. Thanks a lot for inviting me on this wonderful platform. And today my subject, which I'm going to speak about, is find your purpose and connect to happiness. So purpose being each person, each individual, what I believe is in among 7.8 billion people, there is no second you in this entire universe. what you possess, what you have, no second human on this earth has. So the moment you understand and realize the importance of your uniqueness, automatically you will realize you've unleashed an unlimited potential and unlimited treasure for your life. And that's what I intend in the next 20 minutes to give you, to make you realize what is possible if you unleash this potential. And how do we unleash this potential? How do we realize this? How do we realize that purpose? So question comes always, okay, why is it that purpose is so important? Why is it life's purpose so important? Why is it important to find our purpose? So let me tell you, my friends, just as today we are remembering Mr. Mahatma Gandhi, similarly, all the extraordinary individuals in this world who have been the most powerful, influential people, who have been able to impact the world, all these people have one common thing. What is that thing which makes them extraordinary? It is their purpose, it is their vision, it is what they found was their life purpose and they pursued it. You see, all the kind of influential people, if you see all across the world, I'll just show you. These are the amongst top 25 influential people, where in fact Wikipedia identifies Mahatma Gandhi at the number 4. Some 6 individuals of the world were able to found 6 very big religions. If you see the world's biggest religion, the top 6 ones, they all have been founded by some individual. If an individual visualizes his extraordinary vision, automatically he becomes extraordinary. He becomes the most influential person. So Gandhi, what was him? He was just a normal barrister. He was a young enthusiast who wanted to just pursue his career and wanted to run away from his home, frankly. And he pursued his studies in UK. And then again, he did not settle in India. He went to South Africa to search for a successful career. But if you see in his life, he just failed as a barrister. Where was he successful? He was successful when he started realizing that what he is meant for, the purpose behind his existence. And that is what we need to identify. The day he started working towards the freedom of the people out there in South Africa, everything changed. He received everything, whatever you want in an ideal life. We all want to be recognized. We all want to be identified, and we all want to be remembered years and years after our death. Isn't it so? But what is it? What action are you taking today so that people can remember you centuries after that? What is that thing which you are working today so that you can be remembered all years across, all across the globe? What is that thing which you can do? If you see amongst the 780 crore people, the 7.8 billion people in this world, I have a small graphic about this, how people are living. What is the kind of status they are in. So we see there is a huge number of people, 97% of people, they are just existing. I call them living dead. Why? Because as a person, you don't see life in it. Because they are living a purposeless life. A purposeless life is what? Living a routine life. You lead a routine, morning 9 to evening 9. Your routine is set, day in and day out. What are you behind? In Hindi, we say roti, kapda, makan, the basic necessity. You are just focusing on your basic need, and that's it. So you just exist. You're born, you study, you work, you get married, and that's it. Life is over. So to say, 97% of people, they are leading this kind of life. It's a machine life. It's a robotic life. And that life is what we exist in, which we need to overcome. So that's when the moment, we are able to overcome this, that's the next layer which we reach to, the next level of consciousness, the next level of awareness. And this awareness, which you see, this is of the people who are pursuers and achievers in their life. Okay? These are the people who have aspirations. These are the people who have dreams. These are the people who really plan if they have to achieve something. And their execution varies. Whatever they plan, whatever they think, it varies from achievement from 0.1% to 90%. So they wish to achieve something for themselves, for their family, for their community. They work hard towards it and they seldom achieve it also. So this is a large number of 2.97% people. So that is, so to say, the remaining 3% of the population who are somewhere pursuers. And my dear friends, the people who are watching this video do come in this category, because you are logged in today to motivate yourself, to get some, seek some inspiration, so that whatever aspiration, whatever dream you have, you can achieve them. And that's why you come in this category. Then there is a third category of people. These are the people who are the leaders of the world. They lead others. They have a vision for others. They contribute and drive the world. So their purpose are not mere their own personal aspiration. These people, they are the people who live for others. They impact the world. Their institute, their company, their brand, or their work, it impacts the world. It impacts the thought of the world. It impacts the way people think. It impacts the people around them. And it changes the face of world. They make a difference in people's life. These are the leaders of the world. Roughly around 2 million people who are really, really, really leading the world right now. It is because of them the world exists, the world is moving, the world is smooth, the functioning smoothly. Whatever crisis we are into, right now we are in a pandemic crisis. These are the leaders who are on field. They are constantly working day and night towards finding solutions for the world. And then there is a small number, very few thousands of people who have become legends. They are the people, they have fulfilled their vision. They would be remembered for centuries to come. They rule the world. When I say they rule the world, there is no intention of ruling the world. The intention is to guide the world. The intention is to tell people what works for everybody, is to tell people what will make you happy. Simple funda of happiness. Suppose I have this one Bluetooth device, okay, and I have a pen out here, okay. Now both of them, each one of them has a different face, different features, different existentiality, right? Why? Because each of them, their purposes are different. Now, how about if I ask the pen to function like a Bluetooth speaker or like a Bluetooth headphone? Can I replace this headphone by a pen? No, right? And how difficult it is going to be for this pen to function like a headphone? It's going to be next to impossible. That's what our life has become. I am a Bluetooth headphone and I am expected to function like a pen and write something down. It's not going to be possible. No matter how much hard work I do you think I'll be successful? It's not possible. The chef of KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, till the age of 65, he was a failure. You know why? Because he was not utilizing for what he was made. He was made to become a unique chef. And he did that. He realized at the age of 65 and he made a KFC, which is a success story which everybody of you know. When Gandhi realized his purpose, that's the time the graph of his life started growing. So to say, I have a small anomaly or small synonym of how to see this. It's a small story. How to understand yourself into this, okay? The same thing what I've explained, I'll explain in a different manner, in a different function, so that it makes you get it clear. So every human, every individual, he's a born lion, okay? Lion, as we all know, is the king of all animals, right? Is the king of the jungle. So every individual is a born lion. You are supposed to become the king of your jungle. There is a jungle which is ready for you to take the throne. You are meant to possess, to realize, and to realize that throne for you, so that the entire empire is owned by you. Nature, Mother Nature is functioning that way. Imagine 7.8 billion people having unique destinies, unique treasure. So that treasure is awaiting your place. The moment you sit on the throne, automatically the entire treasure, entire empire is yours. So that's the lion which you all have within you, which all you are born with. Tell me something. Does the lion have to take efforts to create his jungle? No, right? The jungle is ready-made. He just goes and marks his territory. This is mine. Similarly, your empire is ready. You just need to command. This is mine. I am this. I want this. And I am this. This is what I'm made for. But what happens with us? Everybody around us, right from childhood, the kind of school we go, the kind of environment which we are brought up in, everybody expects us not to be a lion, but be a bear. Why bear? Bear has the strength of the lion. And bear is a person, a family person. He stays with the family and he's ever adjustable. He can adjust into any conditions. Any climatic condition, he is adjustable. He can live with vegetarian food also, as well as non-vegetarian food. So he is the good boy, a person who lives in the community, a person who follows the guidelines given by the society, doesn't indulge into any fight, doesn't indulge into any argument, and fulfills his duty 100%. Lion is a lazy person. Lion doesn't go for hunting also. Lioness will hunt for the lion. Lion always sleeps. Lion just orders, just declares. So let us not be a lion. Lion is a loner. In every jungle, there would be one lion, not more than one. So we don't want to be a lion. Let us be a bear, right? So the school which you went in, your parents, your ancestral traditions, your religion, everybody influenced you and told you, don't live like a lion. Live like a bear. If you want to be in the society, you need to follow these guidelines. You need to do this, and you can't do this. But what did we do? We are that child who likes to find what is there behind the closed door. What if I break the rule? What will happen? So we are those chimpanzees. What are chimpanzees like? Chimpanzee is a very intelligent animal. Okay, and he's a very high IQ level. Why? Because he challenges the status quo. He's a person who will always prove that he's smarter than you. By how? By copying you, but becoming a better copy. He's the rebel in you who always takes up challenges in life. So if you have achieved anything or something in life, if you have raised your bar, if you have reached to certain heights, somewhere you must have realized that you rebelled at some point of time. You took up that challenge and you went on to become this chimpanzee. But Mother Nature is saying, boss, I made you lion. Lion has his own unique identity. You don't need to take any kind of effort. You don't need to prove yourself. It is already proven that you are one among 7.8 billion people. There is no second you. You don't need to prove. Do I need to prove that I am a man? Do you need to prove that you are a man or a woman? You don't need to prove. Similarly, you don't need to prove how different you are, how able you are, how capable you are, what you can do indigenously. You don't need to prove that. You need to believe that and just start. Just find that jungle and start. But we keep on working as a rebel. And what is the outcome of it? Finally, we become a burdenized person like a donkey. A donkey is a person who is burdened, and we lead a life of burden. How many times at the end of the day of your life, every day, before going to sleep, do you feel relaxed, peaceful, no stress, not a single worry about tomorrow? How many times during the day, morning, when you wake up, you're motivated that I want to take on the world today. I want to create something which will make a difference in somebody's life. How many of you wake up joyous, happy? It's not possible if you don't wake up alive. You always wake up like a donkey who's struggling to write like a pen, but he or she is just a headphone. So you need to find your purpose to unleash the true happiness which you can get. Whatever success you want, first find what am I for? What am I made for? What are my talents? What are my skills? What is that thing which is so good about me? What is that one thing which whenever I do, whenever I utilize, whenever I be, automatically everything starts happening? Identify that. Release all the burden. Don't live life of an obligation. Don't lead a life where you just commit and overcommit to people. Don't lead a life where you're leading life just like a duty. I ask several times people, what is the question? What is life? So people say life is the time spent on earth. I say, is it that enough? So are you leading life? Are you living life? Or you are just spending time one day after another? And if you are leading one day, morning 9 to 9, the same routine for several days, are you living one day, 7 days, 70 days, or 700 days? They all mean the same. It means you just lived for one day. You did not live for several years. So I say people live for only 7 days. Ella, generally, what happens with us, we'll live only for 7 days. How is that? So we say when a child is born, in childhood, so Monday was a day of schooling. We went to the school, right? So we complete our studies, okay, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, 28 years. We complete our schooling. After schooling, what do? So we start working. We start generating income, start earning money so that we can fulfill our daily needs and everything, whatever we want. That's the Tuesday. What do we do Wednesday? The moment you are earning and you become responsible, your parents want you to become more responsible. What is more responsibility? Bind you more so that you don't unleash your lion. So get married. I don't say marriages are bad. Marriages are made in heaven. But what for? It is for that purpose. Thursday, parenting. What is parenting? After marriage, what is the next chronological order? Children. So you raise your child and you tell your child, beta, what I didn't do, you do. The child is the person or the human who is born to make you famous, to make the family name famous, to make the family proud. That is parenting. What do you do after that? Retire. So day of celebration are remaining. That is the Saturday and Sunday. Death day and rebirth day. These 2 days are days of celebration in our life. So we lead a life of 7 days only. So friends, don't make your life a week life. Okay, 7 days life. Wherein Monday to Friday you work, and Saturday, Sunday you just celebrate. So Saturday is the death day you celebrate and birthday you celebrate. But it becomes a rebirth because Mother Nature says, if you have not fulfilled your purpose, then go back. If this pen doesn't do its work, if it stops writing, what will you do? You will throw it away, right? You will throw away the pen. Similarly, if you don't do your purpose, if you don't realize your purpose, your life would be thrown. So find your purpose and you'll see automatically you'll become happy. Thank you so much for listening to me so patiently. Thank you, Sarita. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Healing Our Earth, for inviting me today. Any questions, if anybody has, they can definitely ask. Thank you so much.
Yes, actually, I do, Mayurji, if that's okay with you, if you have a few seconds.
Yes.
So, you spoke about finding the purpose, right? And it all comes back to that. You said see what you enjoy, see what you know. What if people have done the scope, they've done the whole curve of
Search of it, yeah.
yeah, you know, trying to find what their purpose is, but they haven't come up with something. They haven't come up with something substantial. They haven't come up with something that they really feel they're destined for. Then what?
Correct. Wow, very good question, Sarita. Very good question. So it happens that we start searching within our talents. We start searching what am I enjoying, what I am passionate about. If you don't find a purpose there, you need to start giving, start contributing in people's life in whatever way you can. Not charity. I'm not talking about giving money to somebody. I'm talking about contributing in that person's life. So start helping people around. So if you are working at in your workplace, you are at a job, okay, out there, you think, can I contribute? How can I make it better? How am my action helping my colleagues, helping my clients, helping my bosses, helping all the people around? At home, start thinking on that area. How can I contribute in that person's life? The moment you start thinking about contribution and you start giving, you will realize your talents, they start unleashing, they start opening up. Then you just need to expand that scope. Keep on expanding it slowly and steadily. So every extraordinary individual, if you see, that person first has started thinking about contributing the people around him. And automatically the purpose, the vision comes to you. Same thing happened with me. I had always dreamt to be a best friend for all of my friends. So I used to always go on helping them. I'm an engineer. I'm an electronics and telecommunication engineer. I was working in Citigroup of companies in India as a software engineer. Within a year, I realized I'm not made for this. I cannot sit in front of the computer and be 8 hours just with the machine, because I will become a machine. I like to interact with people. And immediately that's where I started searching for my purpose. 3 years I was unemployed. In 2004, that's where I got connected with World Human Development Center. And that's why I realized, okay, this is what I am. I want to contribute in people's life, and I'm a good speaker. I can communicate well, and my words have an impact on others. And that's where I expanded that vision. Okay, Sarita, I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, you have. That's absolutely amazing. But I've just had another question which somebody's texted, which is, how do we handle families' expectations? How do we say to our family, for example, that this is what we want to do, and it's contrary? So, for example, when you became an engineer, I don't know if you have had issues with saying, "Now that's not what I want to do in the end."
Yes, absolutely. I definitely had issues. My father was absolutely stunned and he was shocked that how can this be possible? And back those days, in fact, this as a profession, this was not accepted. Being a coach was not accepted 15, 20 years back. But then definitely there are tough times, but you sail through the moment you keep on yielding, keep on contributing in people's life. So nature also supports you. When you take work of nature, you take work of universe, okay, I am born for this. When you start walking that path, automatically help comes to you, support comes to you, but you need patience, and that patience will help you to become more passionate. So it's not that you are not going to be objected or stopped, but at the same time, understand, nobody on this earth can fulfill any second person's expectations. That's never going to be possible. Even if you did what your parents expected from you, or whatever people around you expected from you, even if you did it, can you guarantee that they would be happy or they would be happier? That's never the case. Happiness is within. So as Mahatma Gandhi says, be the change you want in the world. I say, be what you are born for, and automatically you'll see everybody around you is happy. It may take, the process may be slow, but then ultimately, finally, you will see everybody's happy.
Wow,
Right?
that's amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for your lovely session. Very well presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, with that, you know what, my session's gone through very quickly, and I'm going to hand over to the bubbly, energetic, charismatic host from Healing Our Earth, who is Simran Ahuja. Simran won the title of Miss India in 2013 and is also a rising star in Bollywood with her recent debut movie Zindagi Tumse. She is an accomplished international celebrity anchor and has been associated with the prestigious IFA Awards, Filmfare, Oscars, Academy, and many more A-list global events. She is also the recipient of India's prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke Award for Anchor Par Excellence. She also excels in Indian folk dancing, having won 18 consecutive folk dance titles in India and in America. Simran has also been India's cultural ambassador of folk dance. Now, Simran Ahuja is the official talk show presenter on USA Channel TV Asia, interviewing all the top stars of Bollywood. She's known as Simran Ahuja Yoga Lover and goes live every day and has attendees from all over the world. Namaste, Simran, and welcome.
So sweet of you. Thank you so much for your extremely kind words. I'm blessed to be here. And Sarita, after taking a look at your beautiful smile and, of course, your peachy cheeks, I must take this opportunity of truly, truly thanking you from all my heart for the lovely intro. And we had such a wondrous session by Mayor Nandu, where he mentioned that we need to realize what life is all about. And as he mentioned that, feel you're the lion and you're the king of the jungle. So Sarita, I'm going to tell you that, we are the lioness here today, and we feel like the queens of the jungle simply because we have this beautiful platform. Every Sunday is extremely special. We always say Sunday, a fun day, but I'm going to say Sunday is Healing Our Earth Day, simply because we just come here and we feel completely rejuvenated. We don't really need to go for a weekend rejuvenation, go to a spa to feel rejuvenated. All you need to do is just be here with us on Healing Our Earth platform with all the facilitators from across the world, and the wonderful crew of Healing Our Earth truly makes us happy. Sarita, how do you feel being the queen of the jungle?
Feels fantastic. Feels absolutely fantastic. I think go there, conquer it all. And you know what? Lockdown notwithstanding, we're still going to have a fantastic time, aren't we?
So true, absolutely. And I think we must thank, our Mayor Nandu for giving us, this line. And, at the same time, when you feel like the queen of the jungle, remember, even the queen has her own challenges. And, everything can be overcome simply because, when you are humble and you accept everything with gratitude, things just fall in place. And Sarita, it's been such a lovely feeling to be here with you. I want to thank you and, thank you once again, especially to do a wondrous session. I've been with you since the past 3 hours, and thank you because this is the best platform ever. Lots of love to you, Sarita.
Lots of love to you too, Simran. And I'm sure you're going to go ahead and absolutely have a cracking time for the next couple of hours too. And I'm looking forward to watching you as well.
Thanks, Rita. Wow, what a great feeling to be on the most amazing platform. At first, I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking each and every one of you for the abundance love. This month is extremely special. And 2020, this October month is all about giving. And they say, if in this particular month, you really give anything, it could be, in form of advice, knowledge, it could be love, or it could be suggestions and help anybody. We always say it's always good to give, be a giver. We've all learned the art of living. It's time for us to learn the art of giving. We're going to start with a beautiful quote of Mahatma Gandhi, who says that the greatest of humanity is not by being human, but by being a good human being. And this is what we all are striving for. And when we talk about what is life, this is what really takes us ahead. As we always say, self-realization before God realization, before we realize how this entire world was created and why are we born as these beautiful souls. So I truly welcome you to this very, very amazing motivational and inspirational session that we've been having from 12 in the noon today. And I must definitely mention, I'm truly delighted and excited to welcome our speaker and our facilitator all the way from Spain. Now, I must talk about enthusiasm. Now, this is truly the need of the hour. You know, we say, where do we get enthusiasm from, especially when the whole world has gone through that everything we've experienced? But this is the answer to this. Release your spiritual power and live a life of enthusiasm. It's a great honor for all of us to welcome Enrique Simo, who is a member of the National Coordination Team of the Brahma Kumaris in Spain and the coordinator of the headquarters in Madrid. He has collaborated and promoted programs for peace, the development of values and spirituality with various organizations. He is a Raja Yoga meditation and a personal development teacher with more than 30 years of experience. Enrique is very committed to its purpose of offering spiritual knowledge that really helps every individual find their way and be able to live with peace and happiness in their lives, and thus make this world a better place for each and every one of us. Enrique Simo works as an executive coach and as a facilitator in leadership development programs, helping senior managers and their teams meet their personal and professional goals. He also collaborates as a coach and a lecturer at Francisco de Victoria University, Madrid. He's a faculty at the IE University. I'm truly delighted to hear from him as much as each and every one of you from across the world is. So, may we please hear from Enrique Simo on the subject of mindful leadership and self-development. Ooh la la la. Post which we have a lot of enthusiasm for now. Please, let's get into the right kind of leadership, the right kind of self-development, and who better than our very, very global coach with us, Enrique Simo. Global namaste and a wholehearty welcome to you.
Thank you so much for this beautiful introduction, Simran. And Om Shanti, greetings of peace and namaste to everyone. It's a privilege for me to have been invited to this Healing Our Earth team on this pre-global online session, Motivational and Inspirational. So I will be sharing about how to release our spiritual power and how to live with enthusiasm. As you said, I'm a coach also. I work as a coach, but main thing that creates in me this inner power, this spiritual power, is the meditation. I've been meditating for many years, and I've been observing in myself the change that happened when this energy that all of us have inside ourselves release and becomes something practical in our lives. I believe, and I've seen that in my coaching sessions and in my interaction with people and giving courses and trainings and courses of meditation, I've seen that everyone has this resource of power within. Everyone has energy within that allows us to deal with the challenges of life and to live a life of peace, love, and enthusiasm. Everyone. But the thing is, why we don't use this power? Why we don't experience this inner power? And well, I've observed that most of the people lives with their attention outside. They are connected with everything that's happened outside. And nowadays, more than ever, we have so many distractions, through the media and through the news and through internet, so many things that takes our attention from within to outside, and we connect with circumstances. And there is a sentence that I like very much, and it's, where attention goes, energy flows. And where energy flows, there I create my experience. Where my attention goes, energy flows. And where energy flows, I create my experience there. So if my attention goes outside and flows my energy outside, I connect with the things outside, and my experience in life is connected with what is happening outside. And now we know and we see that what is happening outside is not really very powerful. It's very confusing, is very a lot of fear. So if we connect outside, we bring this energy inside, and then there is no power. There is not spiritual power. So to experience this inner power, we need to draw our attention and draw our attention within. And for that, we need something very simple, but not many people can do it or want to do it. And is to stop and to pause and to be able to go inside and observe your inner world. And we need to develop this art of observing with our inner world, because observation is like being a little bit detached from everything that's happened outside and be able to be in a space, internal space, where you can see things without being involved in these things. So when you create this healthy distance between what is happening and yourself, there you can find there is a resource of power. There you can gather your energy. There you can what do you say in English? You can you can activate your energy. Because when you connect with things outside, you lose your energy. You use energy to connect with things and to deal with these things. But when you are inside yourself and you gather this energy and you just observe, then you have the space and time to think, to decide, and to use the right energy and not to lose your energy. So now neuroscience has many studies, and they are very clear that our thoughts create our experiences. This before, for me as a meditator, was clear, but now science is reinforcing this idea. And it's very clear now because they see that thoughts create connections in your brain. These connections create chemicals. These chemicals go into your blood, and then you feel an emotion. An emotion is connected with these chemicals. So thoughts activates these chemicals, and this creates emotions. So this is very clear now. So when we create the art of being the detached observer, we also can create our thoughts, be the creator of our thoughts. And when we realize that we can create thoughts, that thoughts doesn't come from the outside world, but we are the creators of these thoughts, then we can create our experience. And this is where power, spiritual power lies. And it's very important to connect with, with our identity, with what do I identify myself? When we go outside with our attention, we identify ourselves with our role, we identify ourselves with our body, we identify ourselves with what we have, with what we do. But when we go inside ourselves, we start to understand that there is an energy, there is a life force that gives life to this body. There is a life force, it's like the actor inside that is acting outside and acting with the character that you are performing in your life. But you know that you are the actor. And we can call it the soul, we can call it the spirit, we can call it the life force. But in meditation, when you are able to go inside yourself, when you are able to connect, to bring your attention, remember where attention goes, energy flows, to bring your attention to this little point in the center of the forehead. In India, they say the third eye, no? Where is the third eye? Where they put the tilak here, no? In the center of the forehead. So this is a very powerful place. And when you bring your attention there and you focus your energy there, you can feel that there is energy. Now, if you are listening to me, you can also try to bring your energy, bring your attention to this point inside yourself. It's like being behind your eyes. And from there, you're able to see the world, to observe the world as you are in a control table, no, inside, where you can control everything that's happened outside. And in this space, you can find that there is a lot of power. And then this power is not physical power. This is not the power to be controlling other people. This is not the political power. No, no, this is very soft, very beautiful, very gentle, very loving power, very compassionate power. Is an energy. We call it power, but it's an energy that allows you to have a big heart, allows you to be compassionate to the rest of the world, allows, like Gandhi did, no? He connected with this power, and then with this power he knew that he needed a lot of power to be able to do all this immense work that he did. And so he started to meditate deeply, and he followed so many disciplines, no? The ahimsa, I think it's called in India, no? So all these disciplines, these disciplines allow you to tap into your power and bring this power outside and be able to deal with very difficult situations as he was dealing, no? So every one of us can connect with this inner power. And for that, we need to understand that we are much more than this body. We need to understand that we are this living force that gives life to this body. And in meditation is where you can start to understand these things. When I started to meditate in the Brahma Kumaris, I already was meditating before, but the first time I went to the center and I met the sisters there, and well, we had a very nice chat, and they invited me to sit in the hall of meditation for a while. So I sat there, and after a few minutes, I felt like a shower of peace, or like a cascade of peace over me. So my mind was quiet, my heart was quiet, my body was quiet, and I was aware. It's not that I was sleeping nowhere. No, I was completely aware, and at the same time, everything was still, quiet. I've never had before this experience in my life, never. So when I had this experience, I thought, wow, what's this? This is beautiful. This is something that I've never had. Such a beautiful peace, stillness, and like energy of enthusiasm also, because it was like life energy, it was not passive, it was energetic. So I said, well, I want to do more about this. She said, okay, take the course. So I took the course, and well, I'm practicing. And I have had many times this experience, not always, as you can imagine. Sometimes you lose this energy and you lose this connection, but other times you are connected again. And this is a journey of all your life. But when I experienced this several times, I took a decision inside myself. It's like a purpose in my life, no? And I said, I don't want to lose this energy for any reason. So anything can happen outside the world, but I don't want to lose this energy, because so beautiful this energy that I don't want to lose it. So this decision, this thought, determined thought inside myself, helped me in difficult situations during my life, dealing with challenges, with difficult people, many things. But I remind myself, hey, don't lose this beautiful energy that you have accumulated inside yourself, this beautiful power inside yourself, because of an external situation. So things happen, but I become a little bit the detached observer. I understand that something is happening there, but I'm not getting involved. My attention doesn't go there. My energy doesn't flow there. So I remain in my power. And from there, I respond. It's not a passive attitude. It's not going out, no? It's being there, present, but not losing yourself in the circumstances, in the situation, but being able to observe and from there to respond. And then your response is very powerful, because the response comes from this inner spiritual power. And of course, I am not able to do all the time this kind of response. Sometimes I react also, and I get involved in the situations. But I can say that more and more and more, I'm developing this art, because I feel it's an art. And I enjoy a lot having this inner spirituality and not being affected by the external things. And then the second thing to recover this inner power is to connect with the supreme source of all powers. When you go inside yourself, when you experience this silence inside yourself, when you understand that you are a soul, are pure energy, are the force of life of this body, then you start to remain in silence, and you experience a beautiful space inside yourself. And in this silence and this space, you feel that there is another being, there is a higher consciousness, and you can connect with this being. And with the time, when you practice, you can also develop a relationship with this being. It's not something that is everything. No, for me, it's a personal relationship with God, with the divine, with the source of powers, with the ocean of love. You can put the name, whatever name that you want, no? But this connection is a connection that transforms you inside yourself from within and makes you into a human being who is more stable, who is more peaceful, who is more enthusiastic, and who is more loving, more compassionate. So this energy is like awakens your spiritual energy, and not only awakens your energy, but gives you still more energy. Because enthusiasm comes from the Greeks, and the meaning of enthusiasm is in theos. Theos means God. In theos, enthusiasm. So this energy of enthusiasm is the energy that comes when you are in God, with God, connected with God. And then this energy gives you a new life. This energy gives you a new understanding of life. And this energy becomes a source of inspiration for many people, for many others. As Gandhi said, no, that become the change that the people want to see in the world. So then with this spiritual energy, you become a reference for other people, saying, okay, it's not easy, yes. It's not difficult, yes. But there is someone here that is practicing this and is giving this experience to other people. So if this person can do this, I can do it also. So this is the beautiful thing, no? And I move myself in the field of corporate people and business people, and there they don't think much about meditation in general. But when they see me and they know me and I talk to them that I do meditation, they see my stage, that I'm peaceful, that I'm happy, then start to ask me, how you are like this, how you don't react so quickly, how you remain so stable. So this is my responsibility, to remain and to continue to practice, because words don't reach people now. It's the experience, your personal experience, your energy, your vibrations that reach people, especially these people who are so busy and so engaged in their business. They are very smart, very clever, but they need time to connect with themselves. And now I can see that more and more people are connecting with meditation. And also, for my happiness, meditation is being introduced in many corporate fields, and really is becoming something very important, and a resource that many companies start to understand that is important. Maybe sometimes it's in the form of mindfulness or in the form of relaxation, but they start to understand that it's so important. So I would like to finish just with 1 minute. 1 minute of concentration and 1 minute of connection inside, in silence. So let's be there, just 1 moment, maybe 2 minutes, but breathe deeply and let your breath go in and go out. Just be there, connect with this present moment. Yes. And connect with your inner life force, with the soul in the center of the forehead. Just feel that there is an energy there, beautiful energy of light. Wonderful. And now feel that there is a pure ray of divine light coming from the universe, descending to your soul and giving you this beautiful light, this divine light, this powerful light, awakening your spiritual power. And just be there in silence for a short moment. connecting with the source of power. And now you can breathe deeply. Om Shanti. Namaste. Thank you for your attention.
Om Shanti.
Om
It
Shanti.
really felt extremely beautiful. And yes, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. And we did speak about the spiritual power and, of course, how to really feel energized. We spoke about ahimsa and Gandhiji, and we also spoke about silence. Now, Gandhiji always believed in fasting and fasting of speech as well. That is, to really have silence, because he said the answers are within us. And thank you for that lovely divine feeling. You told us to just feel, and it was, fractions of seconds, and I won't even say minutes, but fraction of seconds where we could really feel at peace. Now you look very calm and relaxed. So I'm going to ask you, in a world of today where we are truly throughout the day, busy with gadgets, with sounds coming from our mobile phones, laptops, phone bell ringing, and the likes, how do we really make sure that every few hours we really take everything off and have the focus? So it becomes difficult for us because we all have become global citizens, to have the focus at that point of time. So should we just leave everything, and how do we actually start getting into this beautiful feeling of feeling peaceful from within and finding the answers within?
Good question, and very important nowadays. I always say the same. You need to convince yourself. You need to sell to yourself the product, like marketing. When someone sells us a product, they give us the benefits, they give us everything, no? And you read a list of many things, and at the end you say, yes, I buy it, because you see so many things. And now it's very often you find an email or some marketing advice, advertising. So you need to sell yourself the product. You need to convince yourself. You need to read, you need to talk to people, you need to see the benefits. And if you don't create this energy, forget it, you will not do it. I'm aware of this. I have many examples. People say, yes, yes, I will do it. I will try to do it. I see, no, you will not do it, because you need to be convinced. You need to create this motivational drive, no, this inner energy, because you see that it's important for you, and you need to transform something in your life, and you want to be peaceful, and then you will do it. But if you are not convinced, you will not do it.
Beautiful. I just want to compliment you, but I was busy looking at you and I really was trying to pen down some notes, because I just liked what you said: when tension flows, energy flows. And when energy flows, we all create our own experience. How is it that you are so relaxed and you look so charming, and you don't belong to this world? It seems like you come from some different world. So how is that? Please tell us and reveal your secrets to everyone in the world today.
Well, the only secret is to have a very natural life, vegetarian life, and to wake up early in the morning, have a good meditation, do some kind of exercise, a yoga. I like very much yoga. Not much time, but every day. I would say that the main thing is consistency. It's not a lot of hours one day, nothing another day, but every day, same time, consistently, do your exercise, do your meditation, have a good, healthy diet, and have positive thoughts. And these will rejuvenate your life, and this will give you a very happy life, and peaceful life.
No wonder, your serene smile says it all. You did mention about the showers of peace. We do face a lot of challenges in our life where essentially we don't really feel comfortable in everything that we're receiving, from, we believe we call it any divine power, we call it love, or we call God. So, how, at that point of time, when we face challenges, how do we at that point of time think every time that it's a blessing in disguise and we need to feel the showers of peace at that moment? Is there any mantra or anything to do, or is it that it's just that life teaches you, experience that? How do we go about that?
Well, I think what I've done is to change the perception of situations. So yes, we are used to react to the bad situations in life. And we have learned that from our parents with the best intention, from our teachers, from our gurus, or from everyone. But now we have to change this and see that circumstances come to help us to grow and to more develop more and to teach us something. So you need to work on that inside yourself and change the perspective, how you understand life and circumstances and situations. And then, as I said before, you need to practice so that you can experience some kind of peace or silence or happiness inside, and then decide, very determined decision, I don't want to lose this energy for any reason. And you have to have patience, because this is not something that you say and happens. It happens after many years, and still sometimes you react. But every time you react less and less and less, and then you are more inside yourself and be able to respond instead of reacting. And with practice, with patience, with determination, you need practice, constancy, determination, and time. And then you will enjoy, because you will see that slowly, gradually, you are becoming this. And you have all your life to practice. But the main thing is start now. Don't delay.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So this is the moment for all of us to start now. I have one last question,
Okay.
Enrique Simo. I want to know, we spoke about feeling enthusiastic with the power, spiritual energy. We always say, food is energy, and eating positive food will give us, that energy. What is the difference between the energy we get from food and the energy that we get from spirituality and prayer? Is there a difference as far as the, enthusiasm levels are concerned and the energy is concerned from both these aspects, spiritual energy and energy from food?
Yeah, very good question, because the energy of food is physical energy and is very important for your body, because the soul needs a healthy body. But if the body is not so healthy, not because of your things, because sometimes karma, no, or sometimes your nature from your family, whatever, then when you connect with the spirituality and the spiritual power, then you have the power to feel peaceful, happy in life, even if the energy of the body is not strong. But if you are able to have the physical energy and the spiritual energy together, then you have a whole life and much better. But spiritual energy is a higher level and physical level. But if physical level is not growing well, if you don't eat well, you don't do exercise, then it's very difficult to connect with your spiritual energy. So there is a big relationship between both of them. And if we can put attention to both, this is the best thing we can do. Mm-hmm.
This is truly amazing, and thank you for really giving us the clarity between the energies. So, yes, we always say we are what we eat, but we are also what our mind eats. So,
Exactly.
thank you for having that and giving us that clarity. And we have Enrique Simo here with us from Spain. And when both the energies meet, you will definitely aesthetically and inwardly look like Enrique Simo, where you have showers of blessing and peace. Our humble thanks to you, and thank
Thank
you
you
for
so much.
giving us the clarity in our thoughts, and they will all stay deep within us from the entire world. I'm going to take this opportunity and the platform of Healing Our Earth. Om Shanti, and a
Om
humble thanks to
Shanti and
Enrique.
Namaste. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm like, all over, feeling enthusiastic that now it's going to be not just, what you eat, but what the mind eats. And that's all about let the soul feel happy. And it's the spiritual energy, which, we also need to focus on. Besides, we're talking of the food and the energy which we get by having good foods and the superfoods. So I want to once again take this opportunity of thanking our Healing Our Earth platform, because they really, cover every aspect of being a good human being. And we all need to remember the saying of Saint Mirdad, who says that, yes, we are all the beautiful spiritual souls going through this human experience. And let us all do it together, because love is the most important essence of life. And we only feel it after we have the spiritual energy along with the worldly energy together. So thank you very much. And that was Enrique Simo. And we have yet another interesting session from USA. But I want to take this opportunity of thanking all of you, everyone who's present here from all across the world, to be with us on this very amazing 27th Healing Our Earth event. And the mission is to bring love, unity, peace, harmony, comfort, and information at your doorstep wherever you are on this earth. Our special thanks to all our contributors and the session, which is on from 12 in the noon to 7 p.m. British summer time. I'm going to truly thank everyone who's present here with us, all the facilitators from across the world, of course, the entire family of Healing Our Earth, and to every viewer who's watching us live. I'm also going to take and request all of you to kindly share this on your social media handles, because you never know, which topic or which sentence could change someone's life. And let us all try and be of help to everyone. So please feel free to share every single information or to have a watch party as well. Our website is www.healingourearth.com, where you'll get all the information about our forthcoming sessions as well. We are also live today on Healing Our Earth Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, on Simran Ahuja official Facebook page, Sunrise Radio UK Facebook, Hindu Matters in Britain Facebook, Hindu Forum of Europe Facebook. Well, my dear lovely friends, I'm also going to take this opportunity of telling you all that please feel free to share every single, if you go on every single page, it could be YouTube and Insta and Twitter, please feel free to share those handles as well. Thank you very much to Diwali in London Facebook, Enrich TV Facebook, Sarita Sabrawal official Facebook, Mental Health _Connect Facebook, Inspiring Indian Women Facebook, and other partner channels. A humble thanks to all of you. We request you all to kindly sign up for the regular email shots of weekly events. Kindly do visit our website, www.healingourearth.com. Well, my dear lovely friends and lovely souls from across the world, if you wish to get involved in this free global community channel, then kindly contact us on the WhatsApp number, which is already mentioned on the website. Healing Our Earth is an e-community channel and initiative by our producer and director, Neil Kumar, and his team, who produces various global free sessions online on topics which really matter to the community and welcome persons of all nationalities, all faiths, and those of none to present, facilitate, and join the production and the promotion effort. All team members and facilitators and contributors are being here absolutely as per their own wish as volunteers with all love and faith. Well, my dear friends, we do have our future events, and I truly want all of you to make a note out of this, of all our future events, which you can take a look at the website. But as I mentioned, this is extremely special month. So on the 11th of October, that's the coming Sunday, we have our session on COVID-19 community impact. On the 17th of October, which is very close to my heart because it's Navratri and it's all about the dance of the goddess. It starts from 17th of October till the 25th of October, that is Dasera. So we have the celebration of 9 nights of Navratri and the Dasera celebration. And on the 30th of October, the Sharat Purnima. Wow, it's going to be a beautiful full moon on that day and tons of positive energy. We're also going to celebrate Diwali, which is a festival of lights in November. Virtual Diwali, we're going to have this time, which is on Trafalgar Square by Diwali in London on Sunday, the 1st of November. And from the 12th to the 16th of November, we have non-stop 5-day celebration of Diwali. Wow, that calls for a great celebration. And, there's a lot of positivity and light and brightness all around us in our lives. So it's time for all of us to realize that and feel the divine love within us. So keep on plugging www.healingourearth.com at all times. And I just want to mention this to everyone that this is truly the most amazing platform, Healing Our Earth, where we all feel completely rejuvenated and healed. And I'm truly delighted to welcome Desi Tahiraj, all the way from United States of America, who's our next facilitator. Oh my God, look at her magnificent smile. I'm so excited. But before I welcome you, please allow me to introduce you, Desi Tahiraj. Well, let me tell you what the session is all about. You know, we've always thought about ourselves, am I successful? What is the definition of success? Well, let me tell you, all you need to do is, even if you fail, just get up and never give up. And this is all from our Desi Tahiraj. She's an executive and expert in burnout and productivity and success principles trainer, business consultant, HR professional, international speaker, and author. She's currently proven herself as an expert in many arenas. As a dynamic, results driven leader throughout her career, she's developed a deep understanding of what causes high achievers to burn out. And as a result, Desi has established a methodology to help people avoid it. Desi studied and practiced law at the Tirana City Hall, Albania, and she's a trusted human resources and academic affairs manager at Columbia University in New York. She holds licenses in executive education and coaching and driving performance change, both accredited by Columbia University. She was selected as a top transformational coach of the year by the International Association of Top Professionals, IAOTP, for her outstanding leadership and commitment to the profession. Recently, Desi Tahiraj was recognized by the marquee Who's Who for their Lifetime Achievement Award. With a beautiful namaste, I'm going to truly take this opportunity of welcoming Desi Tahiraj with all her energy, and she's here to bring a change in our lives for the betterment. Thank you. How are you doing, Desi, today?
Namaste, high achievers.
Wow.
How many times you try and you failed, but never give up your dreams?
Wow.
How did you rise from adversity and never give up your soul love? And how many times you have bounced back from the business failure? Well, I have a news for you.
Wow.
Success is not final. And failure is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts. Sir Mr. Winston Churchill. It's amazing to be part of this amazing community. I started because we all want this planet to thrive. And I want to present you with fail and get up and never give up. Let me share my screen with you because I love, as academic, we love to share what we search in academic place. So to fail and get up and never give up is my motto as a high achiever. We are all high achievers. And of course, the day without left is a day vested. And that's Charlie Chaplin, because give us beautiful hormones that make us drive the smile, the change, the life itself. Today's session, because I searched so much about that, and of course, as you say, Simran, I searched law. So as analytical brain and working in academic place at Columbia University, I went through all the research and wisdom and what is spiritual and everything else. As a high achiever, we want to bring that holistic way of healing or bringing solution to any problem. So by being high performance trainer from Canfield methodology, we combine all this knowledge and wisdom together and how to bring back control into your life. It's all in our hand. And the definition of burnout in workplace and everywhere in the world we live today, and to find our blind spots and to our patterns is our duty as a human in order for us to thrive and to survive in all times. And to align as previous speakers speak, and I love the speech before me, Mr. Enric, that to align inner self with outer action is a must in order for us to be high achiever and not to get burnout. So, and the self-awareness and mindfulness in workplace, thank you, God, that realization in organization, now they see that as a must, and they incorporate in organizational change, because we are going to embrace the changes we are going through today. And how we do that? Many people go through stress and burnout. 40% of population go through burnout without noticing. And that is not good news. What is burnout? It is a slow process of chronic stress and led one to completely burn out. Are you familiar with these pictures? I am. So, because we are high achievers and we are from around the world, we come from different cultures, from different nations, different language, different family background, and then we come to work in a multinational society, and we tend to do this fight and flight move, right? The one my previous speaker says. So I try to do this, that, these million things, and of course I got burned out one day. And I didn't pay attention to the yellow alerts or to my friends to tell me that slow down and try to take the time, one thing at a time. Instead, I was a high achiever, right? I come from a country closed mindset, not a growth mindset. And from that paradigm, I was operating. And that's why come the cause of the burnout. Creator shingles burnout is a process that can kill you actually as a person. So to come to that point when the hormones, because whatever you put food in that chip, which is behind our neck, we call subconscious mind, is like computer. Exactly. Whatever you put in, that's what the result is. And what happened? I end up in hospital and almost died. Don't try that at home. So from that on, I come to the conclusion that as a high achiever, I want to find out what takes for a person and how we can heal all this population that going through kind of depression or anything in between. I assure you that the greater force helped me to get through my chest and be able to express with you today is unfaithful, undivided faith, love and trust in God. We live in multinational world. How we can make this happen? Because you see that cell phone in the middle, that changed the way people interact, work, and do jobs. You see, today I am in New York and you are in London and we are like in the same room. It's a beautiful that we come to this point in a life. However, how we can leverage this kind of innovation in our world today, because we share the same ocean in different boats, but we share same destination, life. So how we defend that? The facts of today, we live in a VUCA world. We search that in Columbia University, in Harvard University. It's volatile, it's uncertain, it's complex, it's chaotic, and ambiguous. How we can make that to serve us better and how we can embrace the change we try to do. So research and mental health is very important to the population, to the workers, to everybody in a life. we are working from home today, how we can help our employees, our leaders, to be in a place that can be functional, high achiever without burning out. Because coronavirus, what happened, we lock inside our home, and some people who are outgoing, it's very hard for them. So we experiment the research, scientific research, social research, medical research, and what kind of studies going after, and brain image of the person who is in high stress changes. And that, my friend, is a bad news. So the solution is very simple. We are deadly biased, all of us. So based on our perception, how our perception is created from the day we're born, experience, the parents we talk, and the teachers we talk, and later in a job, our friends and everything, and our perception. So through our perception, we create our judgment. And that's here the bias. Did you notice sometime that you see the same accident and you ask 5 people 5 different things they tell you? They perceive that same accident in 5 different ways. That's how you need to see that when someone's speaking to you that you don't like what you hear, you ask yourself once more time before that. And how I find my blind spots. How did I find my blind spots? I found with a lifeline methodology and journaling. Because whatever I teach you today for high performance or how to get out of burnout, 10% of that information, what I'm saying to you today, you're going to get. But if you practice and when you write it down, 70% you get of that information. And when you teach, it's 95%. So in that case, by journaling, and by putting lifeline and to see where you are at and what kind of thinking you was doing in that time. Because normally what happened is that our brain, when I give you new information or I receive new information, my pattern, my brain don't like cognitive work because it's a lot of information for the brain to perceive and to work on. And after that, I need to apply. And our brain is lazy and take us back to the familiar. That's why they call that neuron then fires together, they wires together. It's scientifically proven. Why? Because in a time of stress and continuously these neurons come together and they fire, you're stuck in that pattern. That pattern is going to bring your brain, and of course, as we says, that the chemicals go through your body and then poison your system, and then you get sick like I did, with the shingles all over my body, with a ear infection that didn't go with antibiotic at all, with my throat, I couldn't speak anymore. Heart, I go to that's what this chip we have behind our neck, we call subconscious mind, is exactly computer. It's a virus in a computer. We need to get it out. So in that case, it's crucially important to choose what thoughts you put inside your brain, because we cannot feel anything in our body without thinking first. First is a thought, then is a thing. That is crucially important before you choose a thing to find. So, effect of my research and everybody's research, which I already, because I am high achiever, I want to know exactly how I can help people. In that case, I studied 6 different coaching methodologies. Why? Because I need to go, different people have different kind. That's why, and different methodologies I can use with the different kind of characters. So in that case, when we are self-aware, that meditation and mindfulness that Mr. Enric introduced is so crucially important in a workplace because decreased stress. You are aware of what you are doing and improve attention span and decrease the job burnout in workplace. Oh, I need to do that. The to-do list is endless, right? So the tips I use and we use in corporations is that incorporate your network. Ask your coworker, ask your husband or wife or parents or friends, people who you trust, and then ask them to give you honest feedback and insights because they are a reflection of you. Whatever you put there, where attention goes, yes, that the energy goes. So in that case, give the feedback from them. It's a gift for you. When someone criticizes you or give you feedback, it's really a gift. It's telling you that you are out of the alignment inside in and outer world. And then you increase your awareness, understanding your strength as a character, as a person, and your weaknesses. We all have them. We have weaknesses, we have strength, and we have limitations. And how we gather and process this information is crucially important, the decision we make in a life. Because we are normally in fight and flight mood, we make a decision that we get tomorrow. So to be in a place that to be self-aware and to monitor your mood during the day, 24 hours a day, from the moment you get up in the morning until you go to sleep. Because how you handle these stressful situations, how are you perceived by and interact with others is so crucially important. I work with 20 or more different nations. How I incorporate that in my work. Before, when I was closed mindset, I was thinking my word, and I was from Albania. Today, I am growth mindset, and I am citizen of the world. Now, as a high achiever, we have a structure. Without structure, you cannot do any change, or you cannot make any project or mindset or changes you drive through the life. It's a frame. Can I change? Many people think, why should I change? You need to find your why, how important it is. All of us, we have one why. I have a 16 years old boy. His name is Arthur. That is my why. What do I do differently? What I need to do as a leader, as a mother, as a father, as a business owner, what can I do differently to change, and how can I get there? Before I was thinking, oh, I am high achiever, I can do that myself. It was not, because the coach or the consultant or mentor can see what you don't see. That is the blind spot, that you need someone to help you, that something that you don't see. And the requirement, as we know, there are requirements to do that. So you need to have 100% commitment on that change. We are going through changes every day. So the commitment is the first thing you need to do as a high achiever. And discipline is one of them. My last name is Discipline, actually, if you want to know. Then resilience is one of the high achievers, because failure is a stepping stone. Didn't work this time, it's going to work next time. That is growth mindset thinking, not closed mindset. Because many people, something happened, they said, oh, happened to me. No, happened with you. And then action plan. As a high achiever and a success trainer in a Canfield methodology, we have mind mapping. And after that, I'm going to explain to you how you can be high achiever without burning out. So don't worry about failures. Worry about the chances you miss when you don't even try. Mr. Jack Canfield. Every day, I have this kind of schedule. Set daily intention night before how you're gonna have your next day by intention, not by default. The next day, how it's gonna play. When you plan your day, you take out the burnout section of the day because you know your schedule. People open the morning and open the cell phone and take a look, emails they get. You are reading other people's agenda, not yours, when you do that. And then increase your awareness. It's critically important to make a right decision when you are aware of your action and what you are doing. 3 times a day, ask yourself where I am and what I am doing. And monitor your moods. Notice your mood and adjust accordingly based on what you want to experience. If you want to experience to be miserable and in a bed, yeah, think negative. But if you want to be someone to smile and to be lightful in a life and to create something in a life, then you think positive. So whatever you put in this chip in a computer, we call brain, then the life is itself. And take the music. We are human with the emotional being. So how you enhance that in your emotional being? For me, as a person, I love classical music all my life. So the classical music gives me relaxation and inspiration. So the innovation comes to me when I hear that music. What is yours? Then breathe. As Eric explained, breathe in, give air in our brain, and then get out the stress out so you are aware and not in fight and flight mode, and engage in handwork. We are mammals. We have hands and we have legs. God created us with them. Use it. Not all day in computer. Move and do something else. When I am during the day, because I use a lot computer, what I do in the middle, I get up, I cook, or I clean, or I garden, or something else, or I walk around the block to move as a human. Because we are not robots yet, we are human. So in that case, use what God gives to us. And I love this part because I am high achiever from Columbia University. The power of transform action. We live in a time of change. Today, more than ever, we use online learning, online shopping, online paying bills, online music, online entertainment, online speaking with our loved ones overseas, and everything in between. How we can help elderly people then don't know how to pay the bills online, because by that we save paper and we help our environment that desperately need trees. So how we can leverage and help other people who have no electronic knowledge to this change? How we can educate people to help to heal our earth by doing such action that help everyone in between. Because when we work together, we achieve more. Science, I love this expression from Dr. Stefan Ochman, CEO of Merck. The science of curiosity leverages new knowledge, recognize gaps, and open mind of people ideas. That what we describe below on top, that coronavirus bring millions of innovations. You see, everything have a positive. So look the positive ones and use it. The new come with stress, accept it to thrive. That is the duty of civilization today. We are going through changes and we need to incorporate what healing our earth suggested from in the morning until now. All of the speakers today give a wisdom of how we can incorporate the knowledge we have today, the spiritual being that we are, and how we can build together the citizens of the world. As a high achiever, I learned that to not be frustrated all day, you need to do 5 things a day, every day, and put it in small, break it down in steps and do 5 things in a day until you do. That's how I did. That's how I did my book. That's how I did my online program. You need to follow this step. If you need more information, I am here to help. And of course, the transformation and without transparency and without communication as we are today is a must for all of us. And that is crucial in every single meeting we have with the people. So the mind, my friend, is like a muscle. You use it, it's stronger. You exercise it, your muscles is same thing with the mind. So I leave you with that. Fail and get up and never give up. Greatness begin beyond the comfort zone. Thank you.
Beautiful. I truly appreciate this, and it's been so interesting. So I want to ask you, Desi, according to you, how would you define success? Because, you know, at different levels, starting from school to college level, we've always learned to be successful. Every time we come home, we learn one thing, you know, you need to do this, you need to be successful, come on, you need to really prosper. You know, we've been taught and imbibed that, you know, so what is success, you know, at a point of time, you know, when we are, you know, we've crossed the teenage level and we are at the age of 25, 30, somehow I think, you know, we still don't know what success is, because we just know that we have to be successful, but we don't know the nitty-gritties of it. So how can we define, is there a particular definition of success where we can say that, oh, I'm successful?
Oh yeah, it's beautiful, because I met many students who change them major, I don't know how many times, and they come to the point that what I'm going to do, what the profession I'm going to do. Don't ever try to see yourself and to compare yourself with others, first. And second, what is your strength as a person? Don't look the shiny names out there. There are millions of them. But what is with your inner self? What defines you? Because if you do something that you don't love because of the shiny subject, you're going to come back and do another thing and another thing. And the success is in the eye of the beholder. So to be successful is to ask a hard question to yourself. What you love to do, and to pursue it and to have persistence.
Sure. Thank you. I just liked, you know, the chart you had where you said set a daily intention monitor, which you need to plan the previous night. Could you just highlight, you know, how do we actually get into planning? How do we go about the next day? And that we try our best and then, you know, leave the rest, put in our effort, you know, because the best part is not to be failed, not to get scared of failure. So could you just highlight a little bit on how do we set the daily intentions at night without getting scared of the success or the failure, but just believing in action,
Yes.
the right action with the right mind?
Yes, absolutely. Because as a success principle trainer, first you need to define what goals you have to put in a table, in mind map we call. And then you break them down. And then you put in your calendar 5 things every day until you achieve it. Put it in the calendar before. You intention what you're going to eat the next day. You cooked the last night before. So the next day, when you are working and you eat junk food because it's not ready, right? So intention is to build that structure in your life night before, what I'm going to eat, what I'm going to think, what I'm going to act, who I'm going to speak with, and what job I'm going to do. When you do like this before that, in the morning, you are not, and that, my friend, take out of the window the burnout.
Wow. Thank you very much. I'm going to take this opportunity of truly thanking you. And I like that sentence you said that we are still not robots, but we are all going towards the age of artificial intelligence. And I just like that because that came to us because we just throughout the day with our gadgets and its technology is really taking on us. So this is what Desi Tahiraj has to say, that fail and fail, again get up, and again fail, again get up, and have a new beginning towards life. I'm going to take this opportunity of truly thanking you. One message which goes to all the viewers. Today's a Sunday. Tomorrow is a Monday. We don't know how many of us still face the Monday morning blues. But what is that one message, Desi, you like to give to everyone, all our viewers from across the world who are watching us today, that we could do on a Sunday evening, Sunday night, so that we have a brighter Monday morning?
Yes. Think we, not me, first.
Sure.
And second, be for people, not for you. When you think that way, your life is in a place.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for making us realize, and what a best way to end the weekend, by thinking about, we as, we being beautiful souls on this planet. I think that had a very strong and a deeper message. So thank you very much on behalf of the entire crew of Healing Our Earth. We are extremely thankful to you, Desi Tahiraj, for being here with us, and to all our viewers. Please be connected with her. Her website is www.desitahiraj.com. It's also mentioned on our lineup on our website. Do take a look at it, and please feel free to get in touch with her. And if you are the one who believes that success comes without failures, then I think she's the right person who's going to guide you and mentor you and show you the right path. A humble thanks to you. Thank you very much, Desi Tahiraj, for being here with us. Thank you. Lovely souls. I want to take you all the way now to South America. Let's go to Brazil. We have with us Ken O'Donnell, who is here with us. And, this is the session on spiritual lessons that we learn from these challenging times. Everyone has really become introvert at this point of time. And how about considering these lessons for the rest of our lives to make our lives bright and beautiful? So we are truly thankful to Ken O'Donnell for being here with us at first. And he is Australian born and currently living in South America. Ken is a consultant and a trainer and has worked with some of the biggest companies on 5 continents, such as AkzoNobel, the DuPont Merck, Fiat, Novartis, Goodyear, General Motors, HSBC. He's the creator of the self-management and quality of life program that has been run successfully in 29 countries and is one of the founders of the Oxford Leadership Global Consultancy. Ken designed the program of leading high-performing teams for the Telefónica Corporate University in Barcelona and was a keynote speaker at the 44th and the 50th International Congress of Human Resource Managers in Mexico. He's written 15 books. Yes, he's written 15 books on leadership and personal organizational development, some of which have been translated into 9 languages. He also presented and was the recipient of the Personality of the Year Award from the Brazilian Association of Training and Development in 2009. Ken is also the South American coordinator for the Brahma Kumaris organization, which works for the development of human values at all levels of society. He was a co-introducer of the concept of spiritual intelligence in organizations. Info of this is under the theme of spiritual intelligence on Wikipedia. It's truly an honor for all of us to welcome all the way from Brazil, Ken O'Donnell. Om Shanti to you, Ken.
Om Shanti, Namaste to everyone. It's really a very nice initiative that you have to get people thinking and doing things to heal our planet, because as we know, it's going through a lot of difficulties. And as I just listening to the previous speaker, I was thinking what really success for me is it's a success in balancing myself with all of the things going on rather it's a state of mind rather than a result. And so if I look at the four main relationships that we have, first of all with ourselves, then with others, then with the nature, and then with the divine, those four things, somehow or the other, I have to sort of get myself balanced. And of course, sometimes we're so much outside of ourselves and so far away from what we are that we lose ourselves in the outside world. Or we're, sometimes we're a refugee of problems outside of us, and we lock ourselves inside of our own heads, or we get stuck into our work to escape from problems inside our own head. So instead of running away from ourselves, instead of losing ourselves in the sort of connections that we have with the world around and the world inside, for me, success is to have balance in those things. And of course, it's not easy, especially as the pressures come on. And I'm not going to repeat what's going on in the world at the moment. I think everyone's really up to date with what's happening, the losses for the world economy, the panic that surrounds the virus. Since I live in Brazil, as you know, it's probably the second highest death rate in the world after the USA. Cases, I think India is winning, but in terms of the death rate, Brazil is second. So we're mostly in lockdown here still, though it's relaxing here and there. But again, like in many countries, the resources to deal with this are much less available than in the first world. And we're seeing things happening very clearly. People have become used to working from their homes, and what's happened, they've left the cities. I have got a friend, for example, he's got a lawyer's consultancy, has about 30 lawyers working with him, and they have a downtown office in Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo is a huge city, about 20 million people. And so he's very happy that he doesn't have to face the daily traffic every day, because they've realized that they don't have to work. They don't have to work in an office. They can work from their own homes. And so he's moved out to the countryside like all of the other lawyers. And what's happening is that the cities are becoming, less inhabited in a way as people move away. So there are lots of interesting things happening, and new business models designed about, taking the chance of people living and working separately, not being too much together. So we're seeing all sorts of things, redesigning business models, redesigning community life, the impact that emptying out the cities is having. The fact that on the other side, though, we've been thrust into a situation where we're with ourselves and basically with the closest people in our lives. But there's also been an upsurge in domestic violence and drug abuse and alcohol abuse and so on. So there's a whole mix of things pressuring. And as we see in the world, also the political radicalization and trying to make mileage out of people's health here and there. I think it's a great chance on one side. We're seeing the collapse, or at least the vulnerability of our systems. This tiny little virus, which is like the size, 10,000 times smaller than.
Sorry, Mr. Ken. Sorry, I think by mistake you're on mute, please. If you could kindly unmute yourself. I apologize, Ken. I'm so sorry for this. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Were you listening before that?
Yeah. It was just for 4 sequends.
Something happened. Yeah,
Sure,
sorry about that.
It's perfect.
This
Sorry.
tiny virus has put humanity against the wall, and it's an opportunity on so many sides to look at ways, because we're seeing our different systems, our educational systems, our health systems, our political systems, the relationship we have with the environment and so on. All of these things are being sort of questioned. So it's a good chance to make changes so that we can really think about a better world than the one that we have at the moment. So people are taking this time out maybe to make changes, and not everyone's doing that but for me, there have been 5 lessons that I've learned from this moment that we're going through. The first is, of course, the time. Time is such an important thing. And in fact, time is our life. And so if I look at the way I use time, and I've got the chance, most of the people that I know are working from home. They don't have to face a 2-hour or 3-hour commute every day. They've been able to organize themselves differently, and they're in a more pleasant atmosphere generally. And so a lot of us have the chance to look at the time that we have on our hands, that we have to put it to the best use. And that, of course, requires us to have the sort of self-discipline that it's being mandated by the necessity to reorganize our lives. At least everyone that I know has commented on one side, they've never been more busy in their lives, so they've really had to organize themselves differently. And of course, that requires discipline. And if I start the day every day, not listening to the news, not immediately jumping into my WhatsApp messages and whatever, my Facebook, Instagram, and so on, what's there, then I start the day with the best sort of thinking that I can possibly have. Those thoughts set up a foundation for a very, very good day. Everything will flow much more easily. Even though I do more, I'm actually being less taxed by what I'm doing. So if I think about this, I create a strong foundation for each day, then everything starts to flow much more easily. So the first lesson is about the use of time. The second lesson, I think for me anyway, it's been silence. And as you said before about the introspection, and introspection is to go inside. But what happens when you go inside? What's there? Once Plato said that thinking is the soul talking to itself. But I've been experimenting with silence because everything that happens outside of us, we live in a world of sound and so many different languages and so much difficulty in communication. But there's one language that everyone speaks, and that's silence. I think the language of divine is also silence. I guess there's another language that everyone speaks, which is love. Doesn't matter if you're an African or an American or a Russian, an Afghani mother who loses her child feels the same way probably as a mother from Argentina, a taxi driver who gets very upset on the streets of New York gets upset in a similar way to a taxi driver in the streets of London. So there are a lot of things that we have common as human beings that go beyond languages. If I just give a demonstration, I once did a very interesting thing. I crossed from Australia to Europe overland. And it took me 6 months, except for the first bit, because Australia is an island. But when I got to let's say to Southeast Asia, the rest of it was just going by land. So Thailand, then Burma, then India, then Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Turkey, and so on. Finally, 6 months later, I arrived in London. But in that journey, I traveled across, so many different cultures and traditions. And if I was a deaf mute, like I couldn't hear anyone, I didn't understand what anyone was saying. But I was especially interested when you see people, whatever tradition they come from, and they close their eyes, they make some sort of a gesture like this in silence. There's a language that connects us that goes beyond words. Most of our difficulties are based on words, I think, conflicts of opinion. If we all just spoke the language of love and the language of silence, we'd get on much better, I think. So especially in deep silence, we get a chance to do a lot of deep healing of ourselves. And of course, if I'm healing myself, I can be a better agent for healing of the world, much better. So in deep silence, I can have conversations with myself. I can have conversation with the higher source, the one that is called differently by different words that it says, but it's the same one, God, Allah, Shiva, Jehovah, the great spirit, that same source, let's say, but in silence, not just an absence of words, but it's an absence of confusion. And so I can really heal that connection so that I have a greater current of spiritual power coming through me and a greater clarity in that silence to help in different situations that I come into contact with. So the second great lesson from this challenging time is to appreciate silence and to use it as a healing force. The third lesson that I've taken from these challenging times that we're going through is the lesson of simplicity. We have simpler choices. A lot of the things are not available, especially in periods where we're still having lockdown, and maybe with the second surge of it, according to the lead director of the World Health Organization, there's going to be a huge second surge. So who knows what's going to happen? So we may as well get used to being more simple about our choices. There was a rampant consumerism and a discontrol of the way that we interact with things and people. And I think even the virus itself seems to have arisen from a sort of a strange relationship that we have with animals. Not really sure about that, but definitely whatever is happening is not an act of God. It's just some anomaly in the relationship between human beings and matter and nature. So we are responsible. And if we see these four relationships that I mentioned before, the lack of balance in those four relationships is probably provoking a lot of the difficulties that we're going through. So we have to sit back from them. As I said, use our time properly, reflect in silence, but also consciously make simpler choices for the use of our time and the use of our thinking and the sort of activities that we get up to, even to the extent of making simpler choices regarding food. Let's go back to the basic ingredients and away from these super elaborated industrialized products. I mean, we can get by, as they say in India, you can get by on, a couple of chapatis and a bit of dal, like lentil soup. We don't need too much. So if we, as Gandhi said, and since we're around the time of Gandhi's anniversary, just the other day, there was another great phrase that he spoke, except different from the one that you have on the site, which is be the change that you want to see. But the other one is that we have enough for our needs, but we don't have enough for our greed. So let's be more simple and go back to the basic things that we that make our life pleasurable. We don't need too many gadgets. We don't need too much. If life gives us exactly what we need and not what we want, there will be never enough for what we want. But there is always enough for what we need, and there's enough for the whole of humanity, for what humanity needs, actually. And if we're healing the earth, we have to make conscious choices about becoming simpler in the way that we live our lives, the way that we use our time, is the way that we, entertain ourselves maybe, and the things that we eat as well. So simplicity will, just give us such a sense of healing, and away from the opposite of simplicity, which is complication, right? No one really deliberately wants complicated lives. I don't know anyone. No one wants to be miserable or unhappy. I don't know anyone who's making deliberate efforts to become unhappy. So let's be simpler. The fourth lesson is, I guess, as a consequence of this challenging time that we're going through, is the fact that we are obliged to be with people whom we are close to. In this period, we've probably come closer to our family members than ever before. I know in the 60s, an average parent would spend about 45 minutes with the children. This was like 60 years ago. And just before the pandemic came up, we were actually just spending 5 minutes a day with our children, with our families, especially the children. And in fact, most children grow up without a stable sense of family life. The average marriage in the US lasts about 7 years. And therefore, most people have been married 2 or 3 times. So what does that say for stable growth opportunity for our children? So if the great gift of this time, or the great lesson, I suppose, is that I have a chance to be closer to the ones that I really love, that I am living my life with. So there may be things to sort out. There may be conversations that have been difficult that I need to do. I need to have the courage to have these conversations, and therefore to be open to the sorts of things that the world is giving me at this moment, the surroundings that I have, the people that are in me. So there may be things to forgive and forget. So it's a great chance. The big lesson of sorting out any relationship that has to be sorted out. Since we've got this little bit of extra time, we've got a little bit of less pressure, we've got a little bit of, simpler living. Let's also take the best opportunity to sort out the close relationships. And of course, the last item, I think, in terms of the lesson from this time, for me anyway, is, as I said before, seeing these different relationships and how they're absolutely connected. Me with myself, me with other people, me with nature, me with the divine, and how this sort of very beautiful network with myself at the center of it, because if I become stable, if I become peaceful, that will have an impact on all of the people and objects that are connected with me. So I don't need to do much. I can serve the whole world. That's not through Zoom and live broadcasts on Facebook and so on. That's there, of course, but I don't need to go anywhere to serve the world. I can just become peaceful. And as I become peaceful, that will impact on my immediate network of people and things. And if I become stable internally, that's the best thing that I can do for people. So understand how things are connected with each other. Because if I see more, and this is a big lesson for me, if I'm able to see more and see how all of these things are interconnected, to see, for example, that in the complexity, actually, there are just a few rules, to see that everything in nature and even in our own lives is really about self-organizing in the best possible way. If I see more, I will understand more. And if I understand more, I can decide better. So these are the sorts of things that I've been playing with. Like, I've learned the lesson of self-discipline, how important it is to organize my life, to organize my time. I've also learned at this moment the importance of self-confidence. I've been forced, like many of you, to do things that I've never even thought about doing because of the changes. And I've been pleasantly surprised that I'm able to do things that I'd never even dreamed of. The virtue of self-respect, to really value myself spiritually. I have qualities. I have internal qualities that are mine. They're my property. I am a peaceful being. If I take away all of the sort of stuff on the surface and I go down deeper and deeper into myself, I do discover that I am a peaceful being. I am a loveful being. I am basically contented. And I have power inside me. And these are my properties. No one and nothing can take them away from me unless I allow that to happen. And that sort of self-respect is to hold myself to my real value, no matter what else is going on, no matter all of the things are falling down around us. If I lost everything, if I lost my house, if I lost my job, if I lost all of my money, if I even lost my family, and finally I even lost my body, I continue to exist, because as a spiritual being going through this human experience, I'm not a human being looking for a spiritual experience. I am this spiritual being. I was here before this particular body. I will continue after it as well. So that sense of real value is like, the axle around which my life is now changing. And I've been obliged to go closer and closer to this. The fourth virtue that I guess I've learned is the sense of responsibility, and how much I'm responsible for the creation of an atmosphere around me, which people feel it's a sort of an atmosphere of growth rather than of fear or, of lack of understanding. I create an atmosphere around me which helps people to grow. And finally, I guess the biggest virtue of all is the one of compassion. And even though compassion from Latin means con, pati, con means with, pati means suffering. That means I suffer with someone. But of course, compassion is not just picking up on someone's suffering. It's really, putting out your hand to help them alleviate it. So we all have a chance to be more compassionate with ourselves and especially with the people around us. We can, in our meditations, reach out to every single heart in the world to help them become a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more calm. And even that is a compassionate act that I include people. My heart becomes bigger so that it can include everyone. I've just got one or two or three people in my heart. I'm pretty selfish. I have to have a big heart that fits a lot of people. And that way I can really help at a distance. As I said before, I don't need to go somewhere to help people. I can help people sitting in my own home just by becoming a tiny lighthouse. The spiritual being is behind the middle of the void, a few centimeters, at least the controls, the control panel is here. And as a conscious being, I can sit at that control panel. I can become peaceful, I can become stable, and I can start to send out, waves of love and waves of peace, if possible, to help every single person in the world. So I've learned that problems don't have a nationality, they don't have a culture, they're affecting everyone. I've learned that these four main relationships are everything: with myself, with others, with nature, and with the divine. And as I, prepare for an even more uncertain future, I really don't know how the future will be. But I guess this is a huge lesson If I make efforts consciously to improve the connections that I have with the people around me and with myself and with nature, if I improve those relationships, and let's say the future is worse than it is now. Some people think that it will become much worse before it becomes better. So let's say the future is worse. If I make that effort to balance my relationships and do the best that I can with myself and with the people around, with nature, I'll be much more prepared to face that worse future than someone who doesn't do anything. And if the future is better, may become better in the long run. Again, if I make that effort to improve those relationships, I'll be much better prepared to embrace that good future than someone who doesn't do anything. And independent of the future being worse or better, what I do now to improve my relationship with myself and with others and with the world around, that helps me now. So I've got nothing to lose if I improve. Okay, so there were just a few thoughts that I wanted to share. I was told that I had about 25 minutes. I don't know, I guess it's about that time, but if you've got a couple of questions, why not?
Yes, please. We have received. Yes, please. Ken, thank you so much. At first, let me thank you with all the lessons that you've taught us. In fact, each and every soul and human being has gone through them, but very few of us have realized it, including me. So thank you for making us realize the blessings of life and taking spiritual lessons out of these challenging times. I do, enjoy, what you mentioned, the simpler choices like chapatis, dal, and soup is all that we need. I mean, life is really that simple. It's just that we think too much, and we had everything on the platter, be it silence and time, which is of a sense, the family life, the responsibility, which you mentioned, and towards the end about compassion. What I want to ask you is, especially regards on the monetary front, Ken, not everyone is lucky enough to be working from home. So at this point of time, how do you convince yourself that better times are here? A lot of people have been taking drastic steps, just thinking short term, and not being able to cope with the stress levels. What is that one message you like to give to all those who are really thinking as if this will never end, and really thinking about it really deep, are full of stress thinking about the situation? That one message you like to give to everyone?
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, it's true. A lot of people don't have this. Have this, availability of things. But even then, I have every single human being on this planet, no matter what their social condition is, they can stop and they can go inside and they can, like this, the ocean at the surface, such, big waves and a lot of turbulence. But if I go down just a few meters from the surface of the ocean, it becomes calm. In the same way, no matter what is going on around us and even going on in our own minds, I can become still. I can just reflect inside. I can connect up with my deeper self, and I can connect up with the source, the one that we have called by different names, the divine, God, and so on. That one is definitely the ocean of peace. So if I want peace, let me go inside, and just through that loving remember, I can connect up with the source of peace. And that will help me, that will calm me down, that will clear my mind, and I'll be able to make better decisions with the options that are around me. Even if there are a few options, if I'm clear, I can make the best one. I pick out the best ones. So anyone can do that. You don't have to be an expert in meditation to do that. You don't have to have money to do that. You don't have to, you don't have to have a lot of thing in your stomach to do that. You can just go inside, reach your peace, and connect up with the source.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm going to take this opportunity of definitely having this mentioned, Ken O'Donnell, the kind of, all the lessons that you've learned, what you shared with us is actually that we all have experienced but never realized. Thank you for making us realize that truth within us. And it's not always about, the monetarily being. You can always be happy without thinking of the finance aspect as well. We have a question regards your journey from Australia to London, the 6 months journey. What did you feel at that point of time? What was the best thing you experienced in that entire 6 months? Were you a different person after having the journey from Australia to London, or was there any difference, prior to the journey and after the journey? Again, if you can.
Yeah, I was very curious, but especially, at the time, this was before all of these wars and so on. This was in 1973 that I did this journey. I was only 22 at the time, 21, actually 21 at the time. And I was very curious. I had the chance. And so even before I was 23, I already had visited 50 countries. So it was like an exposure to all of the different traditions. And I just realized that humanity's problems are universal. And so therefore the solution should be universal. Doesn't matter if you're a Buddhist, a Muslim, a Hindu, or a Christian, or a Jew, or just someone that doesn't have any particular faith. Problems hit us in the same way. We get angry in the same way. We feel love in the same way. So the solution should also be universal. That was the big lesson. And then, of course, I in this practice of search, I suppose it was a big search. I really ended up coming into contact with Brahma Kumaris at the end of this, around 75. At the end of this period of searching, I was still in London, and I came into contact with Brahma Kumaris, and then I ended up really not only becoming a practitioner of Raj Yoga meditation, but a teacher also. And then, of course, that was a parallel career to my corporate career. So I had two strands in my life, those two ones. So if anyone's interested, they go to the site of Brahma Kumaris, brahmakumaris.org. Also, if you're interested, I've got a channel on YouTube and Facebook called Live and Meditate. Live and Meditate. And so they're short videos, about 4 or 5 minutes of these sorts of reflections that we've been sharing now.
Wow. So I'm going to, once again announce this, Live and Meditate on YouTube. Thank you, Ricardo, for sharing this. And our humble thanks to Ken O'Donnell for really taking us through the beautiful journey of allowing us to count our blessings and have a newer life, a better life, a life which is full of balance. And that is how you started the wondrous session by talking about what is success, which is balance according to you. And yes, end of the day, if you realize, yes, we have to be aware of every moment, and only that balance can let us keep going and, of course, make us realize that we're all actually spiritual beings going through this human experience. Our humble thanks to you on behalf of the entire crew, the entire platform of Healing Our Earth. We are truly more than happy and tons of gratitude to you for sharing all the insights and your expertise with all of us across the world.
Okay, namaste. Thank you.
Namaste and Om Shanti. Thank you so much. So this was, the wondrous session we had on, the inspiration and the motivation that we need in today's times when, a lot of places are out of the lockdown and we've started with our regular routines. So what is it that can really empower us? It's the inner strength. And Healing Our Earth, on this platform, we really find what is the true purpose of life and how do we go about finding the right direction. So I take this opportunity of thanking everyone from across the world for all the love that you've showered on us. I'm going to request you all to please to share this to various groups so that everyone could be aware of this and realize that maybe somewhere, someone could really take help of this and it would be of great essence to him or her. So please feel free to do the needful. And as I mentioned, October month, October 2020, is extremely special for us. This was our session for today. And I'm going to once again invite you on the 11th of October for COVID-19 Community Impact Session. On the 17th of October is the most brilliant day for me because I'm very close to Navratri. And, I feel it's all by the grace of the goddesses that there'll be a lot of positivity everywhere. So we here on Healing Our Earth platform, we are going to invite each and every one of you to celebrate with us the Navratri celebration right from the 17th of October to the 24th of October. And on the 25th of October, we'll again invite you for the Dasera celebration. So we're going to have a non-stop celebration right from 17th of October to the 25th of October. And on the 30th of October, it's Sharad Purnima. So even if we can't go outdoors, we're going to definitely take a look at the full moon here on Healing Our Earth platform. So be connected with us and be in touch with us with all these dates mentioned here. You can also go on our website, www.healingourearth.com, and take a look at all the various sessions we have for every Sunday and the special session we have, especially for the Navratri celebration, the entire magnificent 9 days of celebration. And post which we're going to have the Diwali celebration of lights and brightness. We're going to have and bring that same brightness and lightness in our hearts. And, please join us on the 1st of November to celebrate Diwali, which is on Trafalgar Square by Diwali in London. And join us for the celebration. We're going to be live on Healing Our Earth platform. And from the 12th to the 16th of November, all the 5 days of Diwali, we again going to have a wondrous session here on Healing Our Earth. There's lots coming up. And please do keep on plugging on www.healingourearth.com at all times. My name is Simran Ahuja, and I truly would love to thank my very, very dynamic technical team and the entire crew of Healing Our Earth platform for this wondrous session every Sunday, and this time for Navratri, Sharad Purnima, and Diwali special sessions as well. So thank you very much to our technical director, Nishit Kota, our media team, Kesh Mojaria, Anita Nomula, and Varsha Mistry. Thank you to our host team, Dr. Lalit Soda, Sarita Menon, and myself, Simran Ahuja. And our backup team is Varsha Mistry, Dr. Milind Shah, Prashko Techa, Malesh Kota, Jayashri Chaudhary, Bhavi Ram, Dr. Sheila Dobi, Renu Geduwal, Dr. Nora S. Vyas, Deepa Vitlani, and Rajesh Kumar Singh. Thank you very much to our facilitator team, Sister Jayanti, Clyde Masmela, Vandana Joshi, Meeta Joshi, Beeta Sethe, Ritu Sharma, and Meena Ben Kagra. Thank you very much also to our facilitator team, Maria Regina R. Nencioni, Girish Jogia, and Sumit Tapu. And our channel partners for really having the broadcast live. Thank you to Sunrise Radio UK, Hindu Forum of Europe, Mental Health _Connect, Hindu Matters in Britain, Enrich TV, Diwali in London, Simran Ahuja Official, Sarita Sabrawal Official, Inspiring Indian Women, and a special thanks to Strategic Web Success and www.indus.co.uk. Humble thanks to each and every one of you. My dear lovely souls, Healing Our Earth is one platform where we all come in and connect together only with that one language, the common language which everyone spoke to us, including Ken. That is the language of love. And, I heard this from a very renowned actress from Bollywood, and she just mentioned it to us that, remember, if you, we had one of the sessions where we spoke about if you don't really smile and laugh, the day is wasted, that moment is wasted. And she said, the I in smile comes right in the center. So forget the I, forget about the ego. If you want to be happy, because we all are here to feel that happiness within us, and the I in happiness also comes in the center. So if we forget and let go of our ego, of the I sense, we will forever be smiling, and we'll really, really be very happy. So remember these two words, smile and happiness, where I is in the center. Take the ego away from you and always keep smiling and feel bright within yourself. Humble thanks to each and every one of you, to all the beautiful souls from across the world. Hari Om.